All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down.
OnePlus 8T. This has the 120 hertz, so it is wicked smooth.
15 minutes will get you charged up for a whole day.
And this has a quad camera too. We got a 48, a 16, a 5, and a 2 megapixel.
one for glory. All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down. The battle
OnePlus 8T. This has the 120 hertz, so it is wicked smooth.
15 minutes will get you charged up for a whole day.
And this has a quad camera too. We got a 48, a 16, a 5, and a 2 megapixel.
The battle won for glory. All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down. The battle won for glory. All survival, the challenge will never be over. This is the race, it's not the end game.
OnePlus
8T. This has the 120 hertz, so it is wicked smooth.
15 minutes will get you charged up for a whole day.
And this has a quad camera too. We got a 48, a 16, a 5, and a 2 megapixel.
The battle won for glory. All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down. The battle won for glory. All survival, the challenge will never be over. This is the race, it's not the end game.
OnePlus 8T. This has the 120 hertz, so it is wicked smooth.
15 minutes will get you charged up for a whole day.
And this has a quad camera too. We got a 48, a 16, a 5, and a 2 megapixel.
The battle won for glory. All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down. The battle tells our story of survival. The challenge will never be over. This is the race, it's not the end. Can't see what's written tomorrow. Some call it fate, but one thing I know, this time I will be in control. I'm caught in the fray, but we'll survive. The battle won for glory. All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down.
Of PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2020 Finals. After a month of competition, 16 teams and 64 players have made it and they are ready. They share the same dream, the PMGC 2020 Finals trophy. They dare to fight and to be fearless. They will show their proven ability and call for their energy to fight in the next 24 matches to be the final champion. And now, let's introduce the players. First of all, let's welcome our team from Turkey. Our EMEA League Finals, second place. Team Klas Digital Athletics. Welcome, Salim, Reis, Silas, and Soulless. Let's welcome another Turkish team. Our PMWL 2020 Southwest champions, Team Futbolist. Welcome, Solkay, Lutz, Raum, and Lozen. Welcome our Malaysian team, PMPL Fall Split 2020 MYSG champions, Team Secret. Welcome, Mad Toy, iShots, Yuhai, and Rex. Welcome the team from Thailand, our PMPL Full Split 2020 Thailand League champions, Team Power 888 KPS. Welcome, Korpai, Va, Guri, and Ice. Welcome the team from Kazakhstan, our PMCO Full Split 2020 Russia and CIS champions, Team Konina Power. Welcome, Gonzo, Exeter, Black White, and Frozen. Welcome the team from Russia, our EMEA League champions, Team Natus Vincere. Welcome, Old Boy, Matic, Dixie, and Miku. Welcome the team from Thailand, our PMPL Spring Split 2020 Thailand League champions, RRQ Athena. Welcome, Cole, D, Earn, and Beer. Welcome the team from Bangladesh, PMBL Fall Split 2020 South Asia Finals, third place, A1 eSports. Welcome, Sinister, Dante, Rex Jax, and 6ix9ine. Welcome the team from China, PMGC Season 0 League Champions. Pacekeeper Elite League 2020 Season 3 Champions. 4 Angry Men. Welcome. Suk, 33's Van, Hasaki, and Sinhe. Welcome the Indonesian team. PMWL 2020 Season 0 East Champion. PMPL Full Split 2020 Southeast Asia Champions. Bigetron Red Aliens. Welcome. Luxi, Zuxi, Ryzen, and Microboy. Next, welcome the team from Nepalis. Our PMPL Full Split 2020 South Asia Champions. Abrupt Slayers. Welcome. Leon, Chari, Joker, and Heaven. Welcome another Chinese team, our PEC 2020 champions, PEL 2020 Season 2 champions, NOVA-XQF. Welcome, Paraboy, Jimmy, Order, and King. Welcome the team from Indonesia, PMPL Full Split 2020, Indonesia champions, PMPL Full Split 2020, Southeast Asia, second place. Team Aerowolf Limax. Welcome. Hazelnuts, Spau, Rinalre, and Potato. Welcome the team from Thailand. PMPL Full Split 2020, Southeast Asia, third place. Team Secret Gen. Welcome. King, Moss, Toke, and God. Welcome the Brazilian team, the Pubg Mobile Masters League S7 champions. PMPL Full Split 2020, America's fourth place. Alpha 7 eSports. Welcome. Low, Swagwen, Sinatexa, and Mafioso. And last but not least, let's welcome the team from Mongolia. PMCO Full Split 2020 Wild Card Champions. Zeus Esports. Welcome. Tingus, Ziol, Abilene, and Godless. PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2020 Finals will be held between 21st and 24th of January here in Dubai. 16 teams will be gathered from all over the world. 2 teams from China, 3 teams from Thailand, 2 teams from Indonesia, 1 team from Malaysia, 1 team from Nepal, 1 team from Mongolia, 1 team from Bangladesh, 1 team from Kazakhstan, 1 team from Brazil, 1 team from Russia, and 2 teams from Turkey. They will be playing in 6 rounds every day during the 4 match days. And the team with the highest number of points will be crowned the champion of 2020 PMGC Finals. Before the match, we would like to thank and appreciate our official title sponsor of PMGC, Qualcomm Technologies, who deliver the ultimate gaming advantage with Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming. A full arsenal of hardware and software features that can be fully integrated into top-tier smartphones that are powered by Qualcomm Snapdragon 5G mobile platforms. OnePlus is a leading global mobile technology company featuring an ultra-fast OnePlus 80 5G smartphones as the official device of PMGC. OnePlus 80 is powered by Snapdragon 865 5G mobile platform. Mountain Dew is the proud official beverage of PMGC, fueling the next generation of gaming talent. We're so honored to have the Dubai Tourism and Dubai Sports Council as our location sponsors. We thank them for their support in making this event in Dubai possible. Each day in the PMGC live competition, we have different goals and prizes. Today, our live streaming goal is 1 million viewers. Once the live viewing audience reaches 1 million, we will conduct a lucky draw in the live chat. Today's prize up for grabs is 3 OnePlus 80 and 3 OnePlus Buds. In addition to these rewards, we will give out an extra 5 OnePlus 80 and 5 OnePlus Buds, and 1 PMGC finish if we reach our goal anytime between match 1 and match 6. There are also 10 PMGC 2020 crates to be won. You must watch at least 10 minutes to qualify. Share and subscribe now. Just comment hashtag PMGCX1Plus in the live chat to enter. The more times you use the comment of the magic word, the better your chances to win. It's a very exciting day here at the PMGC 2020 Finals. Let's start our matches for today, and I'll hand it over to the commentators.
Thank you very much, Eddie. It's been a month since we got to see these teams compete over in Poland, even qualify for this event, and it's finally time to see all 16 go head-to-head here for the title of the best in the world. I'm Jason Kaplan, your host. We got Maxman, and we got the man with the cool do, 7 Worlds Gaming doing at the end. It's been a long time.
Bro.
It's been over a year since I've seen you. How are you doing, man?
It's so good to be back. I think last time we worked together, like physically, was in Malaysia, right?
The last finals.
Way too long ago. I'm excited for this, though.
And Max, I mean, we were just in Poland, you know, that big stint of league play. We finally get here to the finals now of all these teams going head-to-head. It's got to be exciting.
I mean, we had 24 teams at the start of the league stage, right? And now we're down to the top 16 teams. Like, hundreds of thousands of teams qualified at the very start of the year. Now we're down to the top 16 best teams of the world. Like, it's going to be one hell of a tournament. You know, it's going to be an intense 4 days, and I just can't wait to jump into it.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on these teams' shoulders to perform here when it counts, right? We saw 4 AM, the team coming in from China, outperform BTR. Bigetron, we expected to be the dominant team, but finally, 7, we're having a team challenge them for the top notch in PUBG Mobile.
And this is something that I've been wanting to see for a long time. I've always said it. I wanted to see what the Chinese teams could do against the global teams, and so far they have proved that they can actually hold their own and win events. I'm excited to see how they're going to be able to perform in regards to 4 AM and BTR. How are they going to be able to react to not winning in the league stage?
I'm intrigued to see that because, like, especially into the league stage, we did see also the Bigetron. They said their statement is like, sure, we're one of the best teams in the world. We want to prove that, you know, we can potentially take down teams from China. That was big for them, and the fact that they did not do it into the league stage, I think they're going to come back into this one questioning themselves and like, what can we do to take down these teams, and how are we going to do it in this event?
Well, the best part for me, equal playing field for all the teams, the exact same ping. Obviously, a big shout out to do our network provider here for the event at PMGC for the finals. And all the teams competing equal ping, same plays, have a chance to really show what it's about, right? But on the other side of that, potentially for a team like Zeus coming in from Mongolia, first time playing here together as a team, that's a lot of pressure, 7. And I don't know if, like, you know, as a team coming in who's so young, who's so fresh into the scene of being into the top echelons, if they're going to crash or if they're going to soar.
And that's something that we've seen before happen, right? I saw it in Berlin happen with certain players, with captains too. They just crumble against the lights. They crumbled with just pretty much the day-to-day of a big event, having to do interviews, having to do photo shoots. I do want to see how they react. And I mean, they are pretty young. They qualified through 12 plays, which anything, for me especially, anything above 10 is like, you got nothing to lose, right? If you get anything above what you placed in during league stage, it's going to be a great performance for you. So just give it your all.
Well, we're talking about performances, right? We're talking about what's coming up. Let's take a look at the schedule so you guys at home get an idea of everything's going to wrap up in these next 4 days. It is 4 days of action, 6 matches a day. There's no time for slip-ups, right? Thinking back to the league stage here, Max, we had 4 weeks of play, right? You could miss a super weekend. You could miss 2 super weekends. Hell, we had quite a few teams qualify missing 2. But you can't have a bad day here if you want to take home first place.
Yeah, 24 matches, it might seem like a lot, but it's actually in the grand scheme of things, it's really not all that much, especially when you've been like participating in the esport ecosystem for like the entire year. To make it to this point and it's down to your only 24 final games of the year, it's going to be pretty intense. And you know what? Every single day you're going to have 3 Erangels too. So teams that did tend to be really strong on that map of Erangel, that we all know and love, are going to potentially tend to come out on top pretty heavily here.
And I kind of worry though, Seven. So if you're here playing, right? We obviously got Hot Jukes here ready to cast later on. I can ask him when he gets up on air. If you're one of these teams, right? And you do not so great, I'm not going to say bad, because I don't think there's any bad when you're a top 16 team in the world. Doesn't that have to affect your entire playstyle going into day 2 and day 3 and 4 if you want to make it into first place?
And that's when it becomes how much of a veteran player are you at this event, right? You were talking with Suze being able to play one of their biggest events in a LAN setup. I think we're going to be able to see some of the other teams that are used to this kind of stage. Teams like NOVA-XQF, teams like 4AM, Bigetron, RRQ Athena. I think we're going to be able to see them shine a little bit more with them just being used to this kind of atmosphere. They know what to expect. They know how to perform. And it's going to be a little bit of an edge over other teams that might be new.
Yeah, and talking about RRQ Athena, actually, like, you're actually talking about that
Max,
earlier.
No, it's too soon.
Already, it's too soon.
Is it Miramar?
It's actually talking about them, like, you actually casted them last time here in Dubai. They did pretty good, right?
Yeah, so that's something that I was talking to players. And with RRQ Athena, obviously, it's a completely different spectrum now in regards to what it was back in 2018. But RRQ Athena are the defending champions of a last major event that happened here in Dubai. And a lot of the other players, what they were telling me is that might give RRQ Athena a little bit of a confidence boost. And hey, if you can start hot, especially in the first day, and get a little bit of a gap, that's exactly where you want to be.
And the thing is for RRQ Athena, if we were to talk about them really quickly, is that they're always seeming to be 3rd place. Minus Dubai, like they were 3rd place in World League, they were 3rd place in PMGC. They just can't seem to really get much of a break here when it comes to playing in these events. And you can see the schedule here, as we said before, 4 days of action, 6 matches a day, no room for error, and we'll of course be starting off at the same time every single day. And honestly, I think if you are a team like BTR, NOVA-XQF, obviously 4AM, you have that experience of playing at events like this. You have that experience of going into a match in such a high-pressure situation and coming out on top. It's the newer teams that I'm really eyeing on to see if they can really have that strong start and maintain that progress and momentum throughout the rest of the days.
Yeah, the thing is with these kind of like big events, which you're like, present physically, or even if you're just online, like it can have like 2 effects on you. Or it pushes you forward, you're like, okay, this is a big event, we got to put our best game forward going into this, and perform really good. Or otherwise got teams that like, they just crumble under the pressure. So I think that this is going to be like a good treatment for the teams by fire, see how good they can perform in these big global events. As of course we have the point system coming up. It hasn't changed, 15 points for chicken dinner, and of course that 1 point per kill, which is once again going to be detrimental to this event.
And Seven, looking back at just what we had in PMPL Americas, I'm thinking particularly like how close every event has been on this new point system.
Yeah, and it comes down to just that. We have seen teams that ended up in 1st place and they ended up getting passed by teams that were in 2nd place because they were able to frag out so much. And right here, we've been able to see the prize pool. And I think the one that we're all going to be looking at right there, Max, is the 1st place, 700,000.
I mean, when you're looking at this, of course, you're thinking the league stage, it was won by Froggymen.
Yep.
Froggymen, if they win this, they are a millionaire team alone into a mobile esports tournament. That's something that's insane. Not many tournaments allow that to happen in the mobile esports ecosystem. So 700,000, if I could participate, I definitely would. But
well, I mean,
I lost really quickly.
Well, the thing is, I mean, Seven's looking at the 700K. First of all, he's happy because it's a 700K. But he's also like, yeah, that's like half my day rate. That's not a big deal. No, it's a massive deal for all the teams out here. But we can see the list of participating teams now. Seven, if I were to ask you to point out a couple of teams in particular that you wanted to focus on and you have high hopes for, who would it be?
You know what? I'm looking for, and this is going to throw away, this is going to be a little bit weird for everybody. I'm actually looking forward to A1 eSports.
Yeah.
They qualified dead last in 16th place, and I was just going back to what I was saying in regards to being those teams that you got nothing to lose, right? Just give it your all. This is in a way, your main first stage, your main first championship that you get a chance to fight for in regards to a LAN event. I would like to see how they're going to come out. I would like to see if they're going to be willing to take on the fights, if maybe some of the other teams like NOVA-XQF starts to push them, and another team, NOVA-XQF, I want to see what they're going to be able to do right off the bat. We have seen them go towards the middle of the circles all the time, but the thing is, that we tend to get a lot of hardships. I want to see how are they going to be able to react to that, Max.
Yeah, I mean, after taking like the PSC, a 2-day event, and then going into the league stage of PMGC, like really crumbling to pieces, not being the Nova that we were expecting to see, I think this is going to be a big trial by fire for them, and I want to see like if they do perform good in like the first 1, 2, 3 games, that's what I'm going to be looking out for this team. I'm going to be expecting really big things of them because like you got such a godly lineup of absolute like top tier players. Into this event is 4 days, like they can put the effort, and I'm sure we could see them contesting with the likes of 4 Angry Men, the likes of Bigetron, because they were just not there in the league stage, really.
I mean, you have to keep in mind, for Nova, they didn't qualify in the very last, or in the third Super Weekend, right? So we were really confused about like what happened, but we know the potential, just like you said. But there's a couple of teams I want to bring up here, Max. Klas Digital Athletics, this team, coming in from Turkey, have performed so well in PMGC.
I mean, throughout the entirety of the league stage, in the Super Weekend points, of course, I'm talking, like they were around like 3rd position, like so much. And at the end, they did get contested by RRQ, by Konina Power, Secret Jin. They were getting pretty close also. So I think that overall, like when you're looking at Klas, they're one of the best teams in EU, which I think that people were expecting that to be Na'Vi actually, but Na'Vi did really fall off and they didn't make it for like 2 Super Weekends in a row, by the way. And I think that now, Turkey as a region in like mobile esports, especially for PUBG Mobile, is growing really heavily at a really steady pace. And I think that Klas, when you're looking at like if they're able to just close off games, that's the most important thing for Klas. They're able to get really good consistent points every single time. If they can take the wins and get a lot of kills, they could maybe take the title here.
All right, well, let me ask you one last question.
Ooh.
Seven, are you ready?
Go for it.
Max, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Well, you know what? I'm ready. So let's head over to our commentators for our very first match here at the PMGC Finals. It's going to be John Allen and Blake.
Hello guys, thank you very much for tuning in, and of course before January's candle burns down to its end, we will be crowning our champions here in Dubai. It's going to be fantastic. I'm excited for the games to come. Blank, we've got our first one coming up. How you feeling?
I'm feeling absolutely fantastic. The stage looks absolutely awesome. We've got some of the best players in the world. I say some, but we've got all of them here right now in the PMGCF. It's going to be a cracker of a tournament. I think the guys on the desk have already done it some good justice so far. Talking about these teams, what kind of things we're going to see here going forward. I enjoyed that Max said it was a treatment by fire. So they're actually helping them with the fire. It wasn't trial at all, but there will be trials ahead. That's for certain, John.
Definitely, definitely. We'll see if they can last it out in the ringer with some of the best players of the world, as you said, coming on forwards. I'm going to be pretty excited to see how a lot of these teams are going to stack up. Let's take a look at the maps they're going to be playing today. Of course, we are going to be kicking things off on Erangel, Miramar, Vikendi, Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel. So 3 Erangels today, and the rest of them will be played once as well. They talked a lot about Klas Digital Athletics over there on the desk just now. I'm also looking at Konina Power, who of course had that amazing run at the end of league play to push themselves way up those tables.
I think that if we're talking about any teams, we've got to talk about these teams that did have those massive runs towards the end. I think 4AM were just basically consistent throughout of it, so they're a bit of an outlier there. I think a lot of the teams we saw in the league stage, at least, they had their pop-off weeks and then they slipped down the tables. For Bigetron, it's actually a lot more scary, particularly because they fell off in that final week. You're not bringing a lot of momentum. The wheels aren't screeching coming into the finals here. So I'm a bit concerned on their side, but I'm sure that they'll bring out something absolutely fantastic here, John.
Super hot fire. They spit that.
Oh, they did.
That's all they got, and that's what they're going to be bringing today. Hopefully, we'll have to wait and see. Of course, all of the points wiped clean, so everybody's starting from that level footing. It is a chance to make a new story, to forge a new future for yourselves as well. So it's not a case of we're only going to be looking at those top teams. We're probably paying quite a bit of attention, but it is the other teams who maybe didn't shine so bright during those league stages who have the opportunity to reset and come in strong.
Well, John, you got to ask the question, does the Walker choose the path or does the path choose the Walker? And here we are on the path to victory at the end of the day. And I think that, like you said, these clean slates are really important for all these teams, particularly these teams that we saw massive improvement from. I'm looking at teams like Zeus, Secret Jin. God, some of these players on these teams have just drastically changed throughout the entirety of the tournament. Specifically, one dude in particular, Kenzo. That guy feels like he put Secret Jin on his back a fair few times. And now, some of the other players on Secret Jin, they're starting to step up in a big way for the team as well.
Yeah, absolutely. As they've managed to pull it together, as you say, they've got a lot of strength moving forwards. We'll be waiting to see if they are able to bring that to bear. A team that we've been following for quite a while now, Na'Vi. And I want to take a minute for these guys because they had a fantastic time in EMEA. They were ups and downs, they were pop-off, they were a little bit lower into those global championship stages. They just managed to make through into this final stage. And so now, are they going to be able to prove themselves here where it matters? Will they be able to have that switch flip on? There you go. Will they be able to flip that switch, bring it in today, and start off strong?
So John's trying to say here, will they swip the width? So we'll see if that does happen in the end. But honestly, look at Na'Vi. We'll take a quick delve into their roster a little bit, because you've got Tixi, Oldboy, Matic, Meku. A huge team. A lot of players and teams and viewers at home were taking a look at Oldboy and Tixi as the big duo on that squad. But to be quite honest with you, I think it's Matic and Meku who have stepped up the most for that team and kind of clawed their way into this PMGC finals. They had some fantastic games towards the end of the tournament. I think that they can continue that going, but I think that what I would like to see is that star power of Oldboy and Tixi. There have been glimmers of it during the entirety of the league stage, but it has been Matic and Meku a lot of times towards the end of matches, just scraping by or having some absolute pop-off moments. I remember a Vikendi where we were seeing Meku just making some absolutely crazy parkour movements on the rooftop to take out the final player from Loops.
Yeah, what a nutty guy. He's absolutely insane. We'll see if they're able to pull that out of the bag today. Blank, I'm going to put you on the spot. Okay, who do you think is going to win game one?
Game one. Okay, you know what? I'm going to say something a little bit interesting here. We'll go for NOVA-XQF. Now, the reason I say that is because during the league stage, obviously, the Chinese teams, they've not scrimmed Vikendi or Sanhok. They've mostly played Erangel. Now, I've got 3 Erangels today, and they have a little bit more experience on the 2 unfamiliar maps to them. I think NOVA-XQF are feeling good. They were having some good games towards the end, and it feels like they've solidified their roster now with Paraboy, Jimmy, Order, and King.
We are up into the skies. Game one is underway. Blank, the plane path from Stalba down to the western edge of Sosnovka military base. And already we've got players dropping out. That's the Abrupt Slayers already out over Kamishki.
So ready to drop on into this map, and God, John, you got to be excited for this one. Like the boys in the desk saying, it's technically quite a short form tournament here, so you really have to blast out nice and early. We got some cool graphics on the screen here. You get to see all the players and whereabouts they will be landing with their logos on board too. 4 AM looking to be dropping out, trying to take control of Yasnaya. We saw them have a lot more success once they started to do that a bit more. Bit curious why they didn't go to that usual spot in the league stage for a little while, but they seem to be comfortably back in this area, knowing that it is their own.
And of course, all of these teams will have had a lot of time to revise, right? To get their prep in. You know, they're gunning for those top grades here. So, are we going to see any adaptations? It looks like things are sort of settling back into the way of how we saw it happen in those league stages, but we'll have to wait and see just where everyone does drop. Looks like Aerowolf Limax, Futbolist heading to that military island. Klas Digital Athletics heading out a little bit to the west of that western bridge onto the main island.
Yeah, honestly, it feels like most teams have a general spot that they would like to take control of. Sosnovka, very standard. You've got Futbolist over in Nova, Aerowolf dropping directly onto the military base itself, RRQ taking control over here in Pachinki. So, day one, match one, the final begins here. And it will end in 4 days, and we will crown a victor.
There we go. RRQ, they've dropped down right into the middle of things. 4 AM over in Yasnaya.
So RRQ, like you say, just playing it chill for the time being. 4 AM obviously over in that Yasnaya position. It's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to actually make it into the circle here. They will have to battering ram their way through a fair few teams coming into this one. Secret Jin and Team Secret, the sister teams here. Obviously Secret Jin taking a little bit more precedent here than Team Secret proper. Managed to take that 6th place in the league stage, doing fantastically well towards the end. Abrupt Slayers, a little bit more off the radar, and they're playing it chilled out down towards Gatka, hiding out in the fields. They had some better games towards the end. We were talking with Leon, in fact, asking him, well, what needs to be changed here? And he was saying, look, we just need to be a bit more aggressive. Once we get the momentum on board, things are fine. Look, you only have 4 days here. You don't have 4 weeks to try and get something going. The engine needs to be started. It needs to be started now.
Absolutely. Na'Vi, they dropped out early. They grabbed vehicles. They like to drop into North George. That's their stomping ground, as it has been over the last couple of months, certainly. They're going to be able to split there, and with the circle the way it is, they'll be okay. They should think about where they're going to be rotating, most likely to the compound in the foothills of Everest, just on the eastern edge, on that northern side. They're probably going to be looking to control that sort of area of the map moving forwards. It just depends on how fast they can loot, and will someone get there first?
Like you say, that part of the map, extremely important in terms of scouting potential and just purely positional advantage, right? It gives you so much availability of cover and able to get out of a fight very quickly, because you can quickly put a block between yourselves.
Looks like Gonzo might be in a spot of bother right now. Wow. Sat outside right next to Zeus. Have they spotted him? I'm not entirely sure they have just yet.
He's in an odd spot, that's for sure. I mean, Gonzo has been one of the major players from Konina Power.
Ooh, he's just biding his time. The rest of his squad not quite nearby. I think they've spotted out certainly another team. I'm not sure which team. I think they might be looking at Bigetron there, just to the southwestern side of them. They're currently holed up just to the southwestern edge. Oh no, he's caught ably. Will get the knock, will get the knock. Goes for Icy, gets two. Looks for another one, hits the drop shot. Godless, you need to find it. Finally able to shut him down, but at the cost of a player, at the cost of a knock. It is first blood drawn. Goes over to Konina Power, but it's echoed by Zeus.
Goodness me, you thought there was a moment there where Gonzo gets the third. Godless was completely disorientated in that moment. Walking forward, it's like, what's happening? My team's dying around me. And it was just one singular player in Gonzo. This guy has some absolute chops on the guy. The rest of Konina Power, however, they weren't with him. The IGL of the team now takes a back seat and can now almost pull out the puppet strings and see where the rest of the team would like to go going forward. But right now, they will have to slip underneath Bigetron, not a team that you really want to trifle with too early on the game, especially with only 3 players remaining.
RRQ, they've exited Pachinki and they're scoping out towards Alpha 7, or a little bit further west of them in the hills, around that central settlement of the map that we all know and love. A couple of shots being popped off. I think that might be towards Klas Athletics at that range, all the way down on that southwestern side. Yet to cross the bridge from that military island, got Aerowolf Limax, Futbolist as well, all the way over in Novo. So they're going to have to make a move pretty soon. Otherwise, they will be crunched in by that circle. That's NOVA-XQF actually being spotted out by RRQ there. Paraboy takes a knee. King sailing in across the fields. Tries to pop the sail, get there a little bit faster, but just... oh, dear.
He's like, Paraboy, you may think I'm coming to pick you up. I am, in fact, just saying goodbye.
He might be trying to get another off angle to suppress fire and get the rest of the team back in, so dropping the smoke down on Paraboy. They do have a little bit of time to play with. It's first knock. They'll be okay for now.
Yeah. Also, because it's the first circle, a lot of teams actually have to rotate through one another to get to this place, which gives ample time for NOVA-XQF to try and do something about the situation. It is unfortunately fairly dire, and most likely not going to come to bear. Jimmy takes one shot from the DP, but he is now engaging the rest. Oh, Jimmy. Oh.
Looks to get him up. I think he's going to be able to stick it. They're both alive, but for how much longer? Suppression continues to come through from RRQ. More smokes being dropped to try and keep them safe. They have a UAS to use as cover. They could potentially just drop that down, and another player from NOVA-XQF into the rescue. They grab them all and get away, but will they be able to make it for the hills? G9 not going to be spraying down the UAS this time. And with a little bit less pride, NOVA-XQF survive all 4 of them.
Well, I know. I mean, they've surprisingly got away with that one. NOVA-XQF performed a bit of a saving private Paraboy there. We're able to get him out, some beautiful smokes. And honestly, I think the majority of that play came through from King. That off angle provided a lot of time, forced G9 into a bit of an awkward position, which meant that he was shooting the DP from quite a large range, sends in Jimmy. G9 can't peek out too wide for fear of King within the forests, and they're able to make it happen. And now they have a very central position within the circle and a nice compound that they scouted out earlier, which Order is currently holding down.
Regrouped back into the midst of it. Futbolist, they're making their cross. They move to the western bridge to contest, actually, with Aerowolf Limax on the opposite side. Pepper potting their way up, Solkate as the vanguard to try and get across here. Teammate coming to back him up there in the form of Rome, trying to scope out those off angles. Aerowolf Limax, the question for them is, do they want to stay and try and guard this, or do they want to push further in, try and get themselves some more real estate into these later circles?
You know, what usually happens for Aerowolf Limax is they kind of just flood out a tiny little bit outside of the bridge here, try and maintain some control towards the southern side, and then just wait it out for quite a long time. And to be honest with you, that worked out for Aerowolf Limax towards the end of the league stage. But that was all about survival. That was all about making it into the finals itself. They had to put up some decent numbers to get in there. I believe it was like 40 points a day. They needed to, 40 points a game, sorry, they need to hit on that last 3 matches to make it in. They made it quite handily. It was an astonishing performance, but they played very, very safe. They're probably not going to be afforded that same kind of safety here in this lobby with 16 teams that are all hungry for this. Wow, that's a lot of viewers, guys. We have already surpassed.
Wow. We've already jumped over that 1 million mark. Almost 3 million there.
I think it was 1.1 million for the World League, actually.
Oh,
that we hit the concurrent on. So
I'd have to go back
past that. We'll check that later. But that's incredible, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. We appreciate every single one of you.
Brilliant stuff, and so early into the tournament. Beautiful. Next circle pops in honor of that surpassing mark there, and it's going to shift down south. This is actually a pretty tricky circle because most of it is cut off. Military Island has some land, but it's most likely going to leave.
Yeah, it would be absolutely mental if we went back down to Sosnovka military base. So we're most likely not going to see that. So teams trying to take up position, but it does give time for footballers to just kind of hang around on this bridge. No one's going to be coming back over to Sosnovka military base. That would be ridiculous. So footballers can kind of just watch the action unfold as we see Zuxi take some shots down towards RRQ, who are on the low ground right now. Zuxi heads to the other side, tries to apply a bit more pressure. Ernie takes another clip there.
Origami Master Zuxi unfolds things how he likes. What's the opposite of origami? I'm not entirely sure, but it's certainly going on right now. Nade over into the smoke.
That's Bigetron, a good swan, that is.
Guard over to RRQ on the position, who moved south to try and get on the edge of that bridge. But Futbolist are yet to cross. Aerowolf Limax waiting in the wings. It's a very tricky spot for these players.
Yeah, but Na'Vi, I like this rotation. You can't see it on your screens right now, but they've headed down on the western side, leapfrog down over the yellows, all the way on the coast. And they're going to come in down towards Quarry, behind 4AM, behind Digital Athletics. And this is something that we saw them do a lot. We wanted them to stop taking fights so early in the game as it proved fatal for them later on. Now they have 4 players remaining, 10 minutes 48 into the match. This is good.
The issue for them will be Quarry as a feature in the terrain, right? They have to either go south or north of it. It's going to be very difficult to move past it. The benefit they have, of course, though, is that the plane path started northeast, ended a little bit far away from that western edge, which means it's unlikely that there are going to be a lot of teams in this sort of area of the map. So it's a nice little spot for them. It's difficult terrain to manage, but hopefully they'll be able to get a little bit of respite for it.
It is smart, like you say, especially with the plane path we saw early. They have just swung all the way over the anti-clockwise terrain here to make it down, so they can be pretty comfortable, just like footballers currently are hiding out on the bridge. But you would imagine that Aerowolf, RRQ would know of their presence at this point. They're far too busy with the other teams that are surrounding them within this circle. We've got Abrupt Slayers on our screen right now, just holding down a compound. They have a fair few vehicles for themselves, 4 in total, with all wheels still on board, keeping them very safe behind this building for the time being.
Everyone now moved central. They've made that shift. Only 2 casualties so far, almost 12 minutes into this first game blank, and that was that initial combat between Gonzo in the compound with Zeus.
Yes.
Able to strike out towards the gods. But
with Gonzo himself.
He's Gonzo, mate.
He is Gonzo. He took a couple down with him, though. Fantastic stuff from him.
A little bit of damage, but will they be paying the price here for it, right? Because they're on the eastern side. They might find it tricky to move on through. Zeus at the moment still being guarded out. Konina Power. They've moved somewhere.
They're up top.
They've gone for a big rotation.
They actually haven't gone for a massive rotation. They've come from Milta towards Pachinki and just headed down from school side. I don't mind this too much, mainly they've come this way because of the hills that are available to them. Next circle pops. Head pretty hard down to the southwest here towards Quarry, that feature you mentioned early. And NOVA-XQF, they are on the move. They'll be crashing directly into Klas Digital Athletics.
Okay, it looks like Ray Z gets first strike, but the bullets A thick and fast, back straight at him. Jimmy behind the corner, low HP.
Silas.
One knock traded off. Selim on the off angle. Solus, Silas, all moving in. Beautifully orchestrated for Klas Digital Athletics right now, as two players from NOVA-XQF have dropped for the cost of one. Ray-Z low, down on bended knee. Selim up into the window to go for the res. Jimmy getting flushed. Three players from NOVA-XQF are down. Only one remains. And it's unlikely that they're going to be able to get the res here.
It is a wild crash here, but you can understand why NOVA-XQF did it. They had to get into position. Unfortunately for them, Klas Digital Athletics are already here with the three players with S's in their name, and it's a triple S performance from them to hold down this compound. And now King has to leave. Can King Cobra start to snake it out later on this game? We'll find out if Silas can hit these shots.
Oh, the spray, half HP for King. Reload comes through. The rest of Klas Digital Athletics continue the suppression, and there's so few ways for him to be able to get away from this. It's disaster for King, but he is still alive. We'll see how much further they can go. The circle with the shift southwest. Navi circle, anyone? Let's take a look up at the northeastern edge. At the moment, you've got Alpha 7, you've got Team Secret, you've got Zeus, Konina Power, all moving.
Yeah, Bigetron also have to come through. They know the position of RRQ. Futbolists have made their way across the bridge now. This is important for them. There's a fight currently going down. Aerowolf and Power 888. This is the wall that Power 888 need to bust through at the moment if they want to make their way into this circle.
Oh. Gooey goes down there to a spray. Close up is Corpai as well, who's on bended knee. TTT will fall, and now it's just ice left in the back lines for Power 888. Reduced to 1, and I have to try and strike out further. Them and NOVA-XQF now on their last legs.
Potato on the prowl. TTT sure to go down. Ice in the background just wants to make this one through. You mentioned Na'Vi. What a godly position they have on the coastal side. All they have to do now is worry about the 180 to the north. This is probably what's going to be the most worrisome for them going forward. They have a really nice position, and it's open ground coming into their terrain. They're really looking towards this next circle to decide what they want to do next. Super Una, grenade in hand, A1. You want to be terrified of one like that.
Oh, is it going to find any damage? Not quite. Suppressing them, actually pushing them forwards a little bit closer to Super Una's spot. And the northeastern edge, there was a big conflict between Team Secret and Alpha 7 that Alpha 7 categorically came out the victors of. One player now remaining for Team Secret. That's on that northeastern edge. Mad Toy survives. Circle pops, and it goes pretty central.
Does go pretty central right now. Na'Vi can be safe. They pretty much got directly a loot box on their heads. But the main point of contention is up towards the northern side. King currently in his warehouse, and about 5 other teams in this area all vying for position. But the eastern push is going to be gross watching it going forward. Konina Power rushing their way through the roadside whilst all these teams are locked in combat currently.
4 angry men have just spread out on this western edge and just chilling right now. One of their players is knocked, but they should be able to get the res. They are completely open for business right now. Ooh, Potato takes a little bit of damage. Ooh. Some knocks coming through over to Konina Power. Remember, they've lost a player early, so it's just AXA remaining, looking for the res onto Black-White. Frozen's low and bleeding out. Konina Power, they're on the southern edge. They're in the circle, but with only the shack to protect them, it's not the best of spots.
I believe that was a bit of martyrdom there, actually, with the nade dropped to the floor as one of the players died within the shack itself. So pretty unfortunate for Konina Power. It's not how you want to go down. Frozen also took a beating once he hit the floor.
Oh dear.
You imagine Konina Power going down to the one. That's Realm. Been popped out the vehicle by Ice. Last remaining member of Power 888 just trying to make his way in. Does, in fact, have a vehicle to make this happen too.
Takes a player out of Futbolist, removes a little bit of strength from the competition, will need to try and sneak through the gaps moving forwards. It's zone 4, which means the zone is survivable, but as a solo player on this eastern edge, is looking pretty shaky right now. You can see him skirting around the edge of this fight. Aerowolf maybe looking to spot him, trying to blend in with Futbolist. He took down a player of Futbolist, and he's like, I'm in Futbolist now?
I am Futbolist.
I am a Futbolist player. Oh dear, that's Mad Toy being eliminated, and with it, the first team of the PMGC finals goes down. Team Secret, not so lucky on the northern side. Alpha 7, nail in the coffin.
Secret Gen, however, keep paying it forward over on this northwest side. Praise be Mustache Dave, because 4 AM are big chilling over to the west. Keeping it nice and easy. We've got Hasaki as well as Svan, some absolute massive players when it comes to long-range weapons. Up on the top of Quarry, looking down onto these players. Ice finally goes down. It was a desperate attempt to get towards the middle of the field and try and get this game a little bit further for Power AAA, but it's not meant to be.
Bigetron have spotted out Futbolist atop the hill. They're stood in their way, and they don't really want to be in those sites. Solka, you can see him low down the hill. Lutz trying to look for that res. The heals need to come through as well. Na'Vi are just vibing right now. They're the same, big chillin' on the western edge. They have that compound. It's nice and strong. It's actually not too hard to leave. The road cross should be okay for them if they need to move further north.
I mean, they got next day delivery on that loot box as well, which basically drops on top of their compound. So a couple of players have got a nasty weapon and some pretty jacked up supplies. Aerowolf Limax playing it very slow at the moment. They know that A1's in their way currently. They do not want to lose a lot of players. They perform best when they have a lot of players remaining at the end of the game. Alpha 7 taking shots towards Zeus. Zyol over on that side taking a fair few shots of his own. At the moment, with the way the terrain is currently looking, where there are some dips all over the place, most teams aren't taking too many fights.
A1, 2 players remaining for them. Parallel rotation to Aerowolf Limax. They've been locked in combat for quite a while now. The circle shift comes through. It's right on top of Na'Vi's compound, so they're looking happy. RRQ going back and forth with Bigetron as well. And all of this on the southeastern side. You said this eastern thing would get messy.
It's going to get messy here. Super Una looking to toss the grenade. Aerowolf Limax, they have to move now. They are the furthest away from the circle itself with A1. That's 6-9 down.
Oh, first pull, and Jax in the grass looking to spray. Halve will get taken low, but that's it. A1 are done and dusted, but a long road ahead for Aerowolf Limax.
I love that, though, from the Wolves themselves. They pull the trigger on that fight. They know they need to go. They can't hang around any longer. But Na'Vi in a great spot. King Cobra makes his way across the roadside underneath Na'Vi, using them essentially as bodyguards. If I'm 4AM, I'm looking at some point, some way to try and keep an eye on this compound, but that is now King out from NOVA-XQF in 12th.
Na'Vi, they've got the strong compound. For 4 Angry Men, they've got the western side of this hill ridgeline, which means that they are waiting for everybody to push their way. These two teams, absolute powerhouses in this circle.
D2E, I believe he actually was the one to spot out King. He'd already had the idea that King had. I was like, no, actually I came up with this first.
Futbolist, they are a little bit down, but certainly not out. Solke has been knocked. But Lutz continues to put the pressure. Aerowolf Limax, this is the difficult road they had to tread in the middle of the circle. Spalv goes down. And they will be looking to push in with Potato. Konina Power as well. They were struggling earlier on. They get peppered in the shack that they had, and now it's just black-white remaining. Out in the blue as well, getting pushed on in its zone 5, so it will start to hurt.
Yeah, you start to hear the percussion of the battlefield as we come to a crescendo here in the circles. Most teams having to push into this one. Abrupt Slayers finally move away from that compound that kept them covered on the west side from the ridge. They will have to move their way in. Secret Jin taking a little bit of a nasty fight of their own between Alpha 7 and themselves. Lutz goes down, Lova's in last remaining, and Klas Digital Athletics making their way in. This is a team that we need to talk about. They have been on top for so long for the EMEA region. They've really made a fantastic showing in the league stage. They're paying it forward.
Finally going down there. Alpha 7 as well, they're taking the fight. They've been dominant on this northern edge right now, but Team Secret Jin giving them a little bit of a run for their money. Na'Vi continue to put the pressure out in all directions.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, Klas Digital Athletics are able to just bump on down anybody trying to step in. That's the Abrupt Slayers falling. On the northern side, Alpha 7 survive, but they're down to 1 standing. 2 players knocked. Very difficult to move on in.
G9 making his way into the circle itself. That's old boy. Taking shots over towards G9, he will in fact go down, but RRQ, they've got insurgents absolutely everywhere on this map towards the south, off to the east now in Beer 11. Circle finally moves away from Na'Vi, and they have to start to consider how they want to make this one go forward. But 4 AM, they loom off in the distance.
Goodness me, they've stayed completely quiet for most of this game blank. No one has really actually encroached into any of their territory. And finally, D2E steps up and looks to Tixie, sprays him down on the roof. Na'Vi down to 3, reducing their power somewhat. Moving forwards, RRQ, 2 players alive. 4 Angry Men, all 4 of them still standing. And Futbolist, they've managed to sneak on in right to the middle, top 5.
I mean, it's not bad. I mean, for RRQ, they've been under pressure this entire game, sending Beer 11 and D2E out wide. It was an excellent idea, in fact. I really, really like it. It means that they have a good chance to at least make it into the top 4. Na'Vi, like you said, though, with their power now slightly dwindled by the fact they just lost Tixi, going against 4AM is looking a lot less unlikely.
4 Angry Men looking most likely to take this one home here, Blank. 88%, that's a lot of numbers. D2E will get knocked on the attempted cross there and will fall down. Lovazin has been spotted by Haseki. And at range, we know what a monster this guy is. D2E flushed on out, just Beer 11 now standing for RRQ. 5 teams remain. How long will Lovazin last under the pressure from 4 Angry Men, from Klas Digital Athletics as well?
You gotta love this from 4AM, the way they're just moving up nice and slow. That is a sliver of the body that was so easily hit by 4AM.
But 2 players go down in turn, and that's really going to take the wind out their sails on this northern edge. Gives Na'Vi a chance to regroup.
This is okay for 4AM, though. They have time over here. They have the vehicles available to them as well. And Digital Athletics, their broadside is completely open to Na'Vi.
Klas Digital Athletics, oh, they're getting knocked quite a few times. That's Na'Vi doing so much damage, they were able to take it down.
That's 9 kills on the board for Na'Vi already. What a way to start the tournament. And Lovazin is now out.
There we go. It is Na'Vi and 4 Angry Men, last 2 teams. We saw the positions they had. They've managed to use them here. It's 3 versus 3.
Great position here from Matic, which is still within the circle, but they need to really take advantage of this position whilst they still have it, because it's very unlikely you're going to get... it has to be the hardest shift down to the south if Na'Vi want to hold on to any of these buildings. They have to cross the road. 4AM with so many vehicles available to them, they've got a compound of their own over here, and look at that circle. It is right on top of 4AM.
But 4AM, they didn't have the info. They were shooting in completely the wrong direction, and this could prove vital for Na'Vi's efforts. Oh boy, up close and personal. Needs to find a little bit of cover as Suk up the hill, over the top, trying to jump around the smoke, get a little bit of info. Nades, back and forth. Matic still on the overwatch, not going in with the team. A little bit of a dud bobble there on the nade as Meku shimmies out wide. They managed to get in the circle with Old Boy.
Our smokes are down, and this is more for denying vision towards 4AM. Very smart stuff coming through from Na'Vi. And like you said, John, they took that opportunity and they just ran with it. Na'Vi can be an aggressive team when they absolutely want to. I mean, they tried to be the entirety of the first 3 weeks of the tournament, so this is kind of like second nature to them.
Matic's making the push on foot across the road now, Blank. This is what the smokes were in aid of, drawing that attention away. And now Matic has a cheeky little off angle. No vehicle noise, and will get that loot crate as well.
This is so good. These mollies are targeting exactly on the trees.
Oh, look at that. That's the first knock. It's now down to a 3 versus 3. Sorry, there were 4 players from 4 Angry Men still alive in the midst of things. Meku up top, nade over his way, but it's only 98. Suk, a lot of damage sent his way. Oh boy, not quite able to get that full knock just yet. Pushes up the hill. Svan down in the grass. They know where he is. They're trying to laser beam on. Suk suppress. Needs to heal a bit. Matic nade over the top to the back of Svan. Suk pressure towards the rest of the squad.
Matic.
He's been spotted. And a little bit of respite as Haseki goes for that res. Over onto Shinhe.
Oh dear, this is not looking good for Na'Vi. That little bit of advantage that they had accrued early has been completely taken away. Some good knocks coming through from 4AM, or at least some good damage, sorry, which has held Na'Vi at bay. And you wonder how much utility they have remaining.
Oh, that's a knock. That's a nasty knock as well for Na'Vi. They're down to 2, and that's their off angle taken out of the mix. It's definitely just these 2 players now.
Things are so much more linear here for 4AM going forward. Pasaki goes down. Okay. 3v2, Old Boy next, and now just 1 player remains.
Meku up the top. You said he was doing a lot of work for the squad, and now he needs to put it all on the line. 2 players in action right now, and this res will bring all 4 back for 4 Angry Men. The western edge was dominated by them in this circle. It moved their way, and now they're looking to put that final nail in the coffin. Suk sprays down towards Meku. The bullets start to land, but he's yet to go down, and finally they make it happen. 4 Angry Men take the chicken dinner.
Svan with the 3 fantastic stuff there, John.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff at the end there. 4 Angry Men take the first chicken dinner of the PMGC finals. Excellent work from them. They played it cool, they played it calm, and they were able to take it home. So let's head back over to the analysts.
Well, honestly, I don't think we have it any other way, guys. They won the league.
whatsoever right now because of the teams qualifying for this event, and they're like, you know what? Easy nice rotation. Like, it was an eastern plane path, like circles to the west, gonna wrap around and make it through Quarry, and they had such a good spread, gathering so much information, and then the circle just kept coming their way, and they're like, well, we'll take it. Thank you very much for the win.
Yeah, it's something that we're talking.
Limax struggling.
Yep.
This team struggled like hell, and they come out second place. That has to be massive for the morale of the team.
Yeah, and something that I wanted to mention at the beginning, but I wasn't able to, is I had a conversation with Old Boy, and something that he told me he was able to focus on a lot more was their IGL. They know they have the fragging power. They know they're able to do amazing stuff in regards to just being able to get kills. They just have to put themselves in that position. And boy, did they do that. Just seeing us watching the game, seeing them being able to rotate perfectly just from George Bull down to Primors and waiting patiently to see where the circle was going to go to. And then as soon as it switched, they would automatically go to it. So that kind of stuff, setting themselves up for success, I love seeing that from that team.
Yeah, in the EMEA League, like, they were just dominating really heavily, and when I was being critical about them, I think that since the EMEA League into the league stage of the PMGC, they didn't really evolve and improve that much. They didn't change many things, and I think that IGLing is definitely one of those few things they had to work on, and you just brought that up. And like, that IGLing there to go for that compound specifically next to Fairy Pit was just such a good and worth time call. And it paid off really well. Like, second position, first game, that's huge.
And I do want to say something really big for Navi here, too. I mean, Old Boy, we know this name back from Berlin, right? He was one of the top fraggers throughout the entire event. But also, just over a week ago, his father did pass away due to COVID. And for him to come into this event, not being able to attend his father's funeral, I think this is his chance. I think in his mind, it's to prove like his love to his father and to show respect for him to come out strong in this event. And for them to take a second place off the bat, I think they've already shown it, which I think is a big fire lit up against or under the Navi team.
Yeah, I'm a big person in momentum. I'm a big person in being able to take control of the moment, and I think they were able to do just that, being able to perform in the first game. And after what you just said, I'm pretty sure it's going to be more of a confident boost as well. And I know Old Boy, I know he's fired up. I know he's looking forward to get this win.
Yeah, I mean, born to win. I know that's exactly what the momentum is going to be for them. So hopefully they can get it.
And then looking at another team who unfortunately didn't have as strong of a start. I think it was Blink who said, and I'm sorry, Blink, if I'm wrong, that he expects Nova to do extremely well in this game. But they ran straight into Klas Digital Athletics, and this is a team we've been talking about right before we even started the game. You got to watch out for them, and they picked up so many kills off that.
I mean, also, like, they dropped, like, close to where that circle finishes initially, and they just tried to play like too much on the edge of the circle, trying to not get too involved in those fights. But the thing is, when you play a little bit too laid back and you're trying to just go for like big rotations, you're going to struggle. And they understood that. They're like, you know what, we're playing too passive, we're getting bullied on the edge of the circle, we're going to try and full send it into a compound. Unfortunately, that compound, at Klas Digital Athletics, and they were ready for that fight. They got 3 players. They left King remaining as a one-man team, tried to escape into a compound to remain unscathed, but unfortunately that was just the lack of information. They went in a compound not prepared whatsoever, and they just couldn't win that fight at all.
And not even that. If we go back a little bit more before that, we saw RRQ G9 being able to knock down Pairboy. And then they kind of had to scramble with Nova eSports and try to figure out how are we going to get Pairboy. We cannot afford to lose a player of that caliber so early in the game. They were able to recover really well, but it goes once again back to what we were saying. This team needs to be able to adjust on the go in regards to hard shifts. This game tends to hard shift a lot, and with them positioning themselves in the middle every single time, it might put them at a huge disadvantage, especially towards the end, when we were able to see them just go up against Class DA.
Well, you guys are mentioning RRQ Athena, and we have to talk about them a little bit. You guys said at the start of the day, they won the last time here in Dubai. So ever since then, it seems like they always place 3rd. But that's, I think, a good start for them, considering they did well, and Bigetron, unfortunately, falling out very early on. I think that's a start that you want to see if you're a fan of RRQ Athena. Yeah,
I definitely like that the 2-man split they had at the very finishing moment there, because they knew they were going to get gate kept by Na'Vi in that bottom compound lane. You know what? We know we can't win that fight. Just going to try and spread our wings evenly, try and potentially just grab a few positioning points, and that allowed them to actually have both Class DA and also Futbolist to die, and that allowed them to secure 3rd position. So sometimes, you know, we talked about it a lot into the league stage. Sometimes you must understand we're not going to win. We know for 100% we're not going to take this W. Let's try and get up as many kills or as many positioning points as possible. That was the mindset they went with, and now they got 3rd position on that first game. That's a huge way to kick off your finals event.
And something to mention of that too is, I know you were talking about it before too in regards to RRQ Athena being like the bridesmaid to Bigetron. Well, guess what? RRQ Athena was able to finish off Bigetron there in that last game. So that's a little bit of an extra confident boost for them as well. And going back to what you were saying with RRQ Athena, I love the split between them. How D2E was able to just try to get an off angle and see if he could at least, he knew that more than likely it was going to be a miracle if they won that game. But why not? Let's try to get those extra kills. Let's try to get those extra points in the first game of this tournament.
And Seven, this is something we talked about here, about 6 matches a day. 4 days, right? You can't really afford to have too many bad games if you want to be the team taking home 700 grand, right? But I'm curious, what was your thoughts on the playstyle in general when it came into this lobby? Do you think teams were playing really reserved, really careful and cautious? Or do you think there were some teams out there that were like, you know what? We're just going to play the way we know how to play and maybe get extra aggressive for those early points?
I think teams were just trying to go for it. If they saw a chance to get a kill, if they saw a chance to get a point, they were going to go for it. And we saw that specifically with Sooth and Konina Power. We saw them being able to engage. We also saw with RRQ Athena being able to maintain control, move from Pachinki, and then get on a higher ground. And every single time that they were able to see anybody, they kind of shot at them. They wanted to get into the action. So I think a lot of these teams are, especially in Erangel, since we're going to be playing through Erangels, they're trying to establish, hey, this is my position. If you come near me, you are going to get knocked.
Yeah, just to remind you guys at home, yes, the teams are playing for $700,000, but you at home still have a chance to win prizes as well. Every match of the day, you have to predict who will win that match in that game. And if you're correct, you have a chance to win a portion of 10 million AG and 1 million UC. Not to mention, if you're right, the entire event, $150,000 on the line, and it will be split against all the winners. So we could technically have one person winning $150,000. Were you right on your first prediction?
I mean, I'm not going to even try and participate now because I'm going to just jinx every single team.
See, he can't play in it, so I like how you went the other round of it, saying, oh, you know, I don't want to take the money away from people.
You're not supposed to say that.
Let's take a look at overall settings, though, from that last match to get an idea of where all the teams do currently stand. You can see 4 Angry Men in first place. They get the chicken dinner, and they get themselves 9 kills to boot. But looking down the list here, Na'Vi, for me, 9 kills. Super important for them to be able to have the fragging power, but also blend it well with their placements, because that's something, Seven, we've talked about so much. Whether event it is, you have to have that nice marriage between kills and placements.
Yeah, and they were able to do that. And talking about that marriage, well, let's talk about Alpha 7. They were able to get 8 kills and only 2 placement points, and that is huge. We saw them being able to take on big fights and finishing off those big fights, and with them being the only team in a sense from Americas, they have a lot of pressure on their shoulders. And also one thing in regards to Alpha 7 is that they ended up losing one of their main IGLs in V2K. So interesting stuff that I'm glad they were able to perform like that on the first game.
Yeah, really happy with them. And of course, you know, we're looking for the MVP of this game. Hasaki from 4AM is going to be there. It was going to be a 4AM guy, of course. It was going to be the case. You know, 3 kills, damage 549. Not as top heavy as you would expect from, like, you know, an MVP typically. And also survival time of 26 minutes as they were able to secure that dub right away. Like, big stuff from them.
We need to remind people at home, yes, there's a lot of men in the line for winning the event. there's also 15 grand for being the MVP, right? So Haseki already off to a very strong start. We had Spawn take it from 4 Angry Men in the league stage. He got himself $10,000 extra, which hopefully he split across the team, because it's really hard. You know, you need your team to back you up. But moving on ahead from this, obviously a strong start for Haseki, which is, funny enough, normally not one of the players for 4 Angry Men that we look at to be the big fragger, right? It's normally Sook and Spawn. But we can see a comparison here between Silas and Law. And we can see the longest distance kill, 297 meters. Not bad here from Law.
I wish I could do shots like that, but unfortunately, I'm kind of.
I mean,
like,
I could be 2 meters away from them and I'll still miss 7.
With the shotgun, just completely missed it point blank. But, you know, coming into this, you know, like, they've been also doing really good for their side. I think that DA as a whole has been able to step up as an entire squad. I think that every single one of their players have been able to just be one of those pillars of the team, able to really remain consistent throughout the entirety of the league stage. So big stuff on them, but also Law. Scouting information for Alpha 7, here's one of the main reasons why they were able to get themselves such a strong position up north and get, as you mentioned, 7, so many frags.
Yeah, and also Alpha 7 had to do a little bit of a swap of roster, right? Vitsu 2K no longer playing for the team, so for Mafioso to come in, they have to adapt to that kind of style. But I wonder, 7, Carrillo on the sidelines.
Yep.
Maybe he's giving them some advice.
He could be, and I mean, talking about Carrillo, he used to play with Loops Esports. I think this is great that he's here. He's going to be able to, and I was talking to him, he was telling me, man, I'm so happy that I'm here, even if I'm not able to play. I'm being able to collect all this experience. I know what to expect in the future. And going back to Alpha 7 and saying how they ended up losing V2K, well, guess what? Now Law is their only IGL, and Sinab was able to tell me that they're the fraggers. And then with Mafioso, they have him currently as a free man, being able to kind of fill out places, being able to be a supporter or a fragger, whatever they need to. And so far, I mean, I know they only got 2 placement points, but it worked pretty well for them. I honestly, for the first game, I did not expect them to perform that well, so congratulations on that, Alpha 7. Yeah,
they were the standout Brazilian team when it came to PMGC in the league stage, over Loops for the majority of the event, and Loops obviously to pass them in the end. But we can see here our kills and damage across the board for all these teams, and 4 Angry Men clean up a couple of kills from other teams, but you see Navi, 2K damage, the most out of the entire lobby, and the 9 kills.
Yeah, it seemed like they definitely put themselves back in question coming into this event, so really good stuff from Navi. Like, got like, no, 4 AM, you got Navi, you got DA, and then rock bottom, you got Futbolist, 127 damage, 1 frag. They were just snaking into the grass, hoping to get positioning points, and you know what? You know, maybe snaking is not the most well-recognized and sought-after kind of play style, but here, you know, taking a 4th position and 1 frag off of that, like, I'll snake like that every day.
At the end of the day, points are points. It doesn't matter how you get them, as long as you end up getting them, right? And now, one of the other teams I do want to talk about, it's going to be Team Secret. They ended up in 16th place there. I believe they ended up with just 1 kill. I want to see, this is one team I actually wanted to touch a little bit more at the beginning of the show, is I want to see more out of them. We know they're such a top team from Malaysia, but every single time I talk about Team Secret, I don't really, they're not, in a way, they're not living up to the hype for me when it comes to the global stage. I want to see more out of them. So Team Secret, if you're listening to me, please, I'm calling you out. I want to see a lot more, especially in this day 1.
Well, we can see here our summary from the match, some highlights from it. We have our highest kills coming in for Law. We can see the longest distance kill as well for Law. Really stepping up, though his hair color has changed, as you can see on our FXGG card. It's dyed it. It's took a note from 7. But we can also see like distance travel, which I think is really interesting because we talk about Nova. They like to be center. The zone shifts to them generally help them. But we see 4 Angry Men here, Haseki had the farthest distance traveled in the match.
Yeah, it comes down to like the rotation I spotted out earlier. No, Yasnai Poliana, because they're not contested, wrap around through the entire western side because of the hard shift of the circle away from the east to the west, and it just made it really easy for him to like get the longest distance traveled in that game. So not really too heavily surprised, but like 3 players of Alpha 7 on that top 5 players of that game alone. Like, no, like that northern position alone was so strong. Teams like, you know, Abrupt Slayers tried to avoid as much as possible. They got unfortunately shut down going into the fields. The thing is, if you wanted to make it out of the northern side, your only way was like or to go through fields, which is never a good option, or to make it through Alpha 7 and win the fight, which 2 teams tried to do so and were not able to do it. So here Alpha 7 were able to judge like this position is extremely valuable, not only for future rotations, but also for fragging power. They're like, you know what, we're going to take it. It worked out great.
Well, guys, you know, at the start of the day, Eddie, our lovely stage host, did talk about some giveaways we're doing, right? Ooh. If we hit 1 million concurrent viewers today across all streams, there'll be 3 OnePlus ATs and 3 OnePlus earbuds as well given away, as long as you type hashtag PMGCX OnePlus in chat. Well, I got some news for you. We already hit the 1 million. So off the first game of the day, we've already surpassed that point, and that does close the giveaway for today. So if you missed out on it, make sure you're here earlier tomorrow, son, and get yourself a better chance. It's going to be 1.5 million tomorrow. So a little bit of a better chance for you, but you know what? I'm pretty sure we're going to hit that game 1.
I'm going to try and get the chat out eventually, but like, please, for me, please.
You can't win, Max. You can't win. You know, I can see you're going to make an account, not Maxman. Not Maxman 27.
Just got to shatter my dreams like that, okay? You're lucky we've got this plexiglass over here, otherwise I'll be through it.
Well, I mean, besides that, I'm going to see, you know, the 6WG, and I'm going to be like, wait a minute.
Oh, hey, hold on a second.
But really cool to see that everyone out there, you know, chiming in. We obviously have more phones to give away, more buds as well across the entire event, but it does get harder every single day. We're going to hit it. Let's be honest. It's going to happen. But really cool to see how our first match did wrap up, though. Is there any extra points? Anything that kind of stood out to you, Seven, that you want to discuss here in that last match? Because, yeah, it was game one.
Yep.
You can have a bad game. You can have a throwaway game or two. I was hoping to see a little bit more out of Bigetron off that game. But you know what? It's just one match. What do you want to talk about here?
With me, it's going to be going back to Aerowolf. I love the pressure that they were able to put on A1. I think that kind of pressure, the synergy, you could tell that we're all on the same page. That's something that I'm usually huge on every single time. As soon as somebody starts shooting, as soon as somebody actually went for it, all of the teams were backing him. If somebody had to reload, you see the other one starting to shoot as well. Can I give some suppressive fire? So from Aerowolf, love the pressure that they were able to put in A1, and hopefully they can continue to play like this, but stay a little bit more towards the end of the game. That way they can end up getting the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I want to talk especially on like these early drops that happen. You can see Secret Jin actually went close to Lipovka. Normally that was Bluebee's drop location. They didn't make it into the top 16.
Too soon, man.
Yeah, too soon. I'm so sorry. But like they went to that drop location, so you can see that a lot of these teams have put the time and research before coming into this event to like make sure that we don't get contested in the early game stage. So hopefully that is going to be good, all nice and fancy.
Yeah, and from here you can definitely see just Navi. Look at Navi and George Pool, and then something that you might have not been able to see. They went all the way to Primors, and then kind of be a little bit there to Fairpier. I love that, man. I'm enjoying seeing that out of Navi. I'm hoping they're continuing to work on their IGL. I know after this event they might have some roster changes, but I'm enjoying that. Hey, they're saying, you know what? Let's try to get this tournament. Let's try to win it.
Was that a leak?
That was a leak.
You never know. You never know.
That was a leak right there.
It's out there.
How could he?
It's out there.
Probably find out over on your YouTube channel, right?
Yeah, 7 Worlds game.
But we did have, like, Max, at one point, I think it was between, like, Zone 3 and 4, everyone just booked it straight to the zone. No one wanted to play on the outsides. No one really wanted to play in the blue zone. Obviously, as we got later on, we did see a couple of teams do from that. But it's really cool to see that everyone in the lobby just immediately when it shifted, like, let's just go. Let's just make the play happen right now.
The thing is, like, in this location, you don't have too many compounds. And you, like, have that plateau, you got the fields also. So you know that you want to be one of the first few teams to be in that location to hold a good spot and try and fight from there out, which is exactly what Alpha 7 did in the northern side. They got a lot of good stuff happening, and then they took that fight, moving away from that northern compound with Secret Jin. They just squad wiped the entire team. It was really well executed for them. Unfortunately, they did have to cross over the road. It was going to be a big underlying issue for them, and then the circle did shift again, pretty central, on top of Lova's in, like, just kept on snaking his way through. And once again, that's points. I'm not going to complain.
Hey, man, that's why I was smiling over here. I was just seeing Lois, and he was just snaking. He was saying,
no, stop.
Don't even stare at me. Don't look at me. And something that I actually want to mention here, as we're seeing one of the fights, is Esvan from for Agreement. The patience that he had really impressed me. At one point, Old Boy just kept shooting at him, and Esvan just pretty much stayed prone. He waited for the right time. Yeah. And as soon as he realized it was the right time, he popped up and was able to knock their Old Boy, which ultimately ended up getting them the win, as they were able to caught people off their off angle as well. So patience like that is something that you're not really used to seeing. You usually see players just kind of crumble a little bit. They especially once you start getting shot, your first reaction is going to be like, you know what, let me just maybe try to readjust my body. Let me just try to maybe move hide behind a tree. But for him to be able to just stay there, not make a peek, just wait for the right moment, was awesome to see.
Well, speaking of the right moment, it's the right moment right now. We're going to head to a short little break here and then send it back to our casters for match 2. So don't go anywhere.
OnePlus
8T. This has the 120 hertz, so it is wicked smooth.
15 minutes will get you charged up for a whole day.
And this has a quad camera too. We got a 48, a 16, a 5, and a 2 megapixel.
It's time for the PMGC Finals Million Reward Guess. We have prepared 50 million AG, 5 million UC vouchers, and $150,000 for you to take home. Here's the steps to win the prizes. Step 1. Guess the champion. With 10 million AG and 1 million UC vouchers at stake, guess who will be the PMGC Finals champion before January 21st. To those players that answered correctly, they will divide the prize pool evenly. Step 2. Daily guess winner chicken dinner and top 3 ranking. With 10 million AG and 1 million UC voucher prize pool each day, guess which teams will win the chicken dinner and the top 3 rankings. As it was in step 1, to those players that answered correctly, they will divide the prize pool evenly. Last but not least, if you guess everything correctly, you're now in the $150,000 prize pool. The prize pool will be distributed accordingly to the amount of winners. For example, one winner can take away $150,000. With 2 winners, the prize pool is split into $75,000 per person. And if there are more than 100 players in the prize pool, we will select 100 players and give away $1,500 per person. What are you waiting for? Join now and make the million reward guess.
Welcome back, and we're getting ready for game number 2. We've already kicked off things in spectacular style. I mean, 4 Angry Men, they're going to continue their reign at the top of the tables, but plenty of other stuff going on as well. Some milestones being passed, which we're pretty excited about. You're right. Come on, sit up.
He just looked at me like, plenty of other stuff going on? I was like, absolutely, there is. You have completed the milestone for today, as Jason was saying. Over 1 million almost immediately. So well done, guys at home. So we will be sending out 3 OnePlus 8Ts to whoever gets them shortly. You will receive a notification, and also...
Yeah, we've also got the 3 OnePlus buds that you guys have being sent out as well. So fantastic stuff
some
for you guys.
Heroes in the chat, guys?
Any listeners?
Any listeners?
Any listeners? But there's plenty more to get involved with. Of course, we've still got the guessing game for who's going to win all of these games as well. Moving forwards, you've got to channel your inner Professor Trelawney, see into the future, and make sure you know who's going to win it out.
Do not channel Maxman energy.
That
will not help you.
Especially given that it's Miramar.
Especially given it's Miramar. Right now, you want to be like, I am not Maxman, I am not Maxman, I am very much not Maxman. That's what you want to be doing.
We need the Ocean Charmer circle prediction.
We do need the Ocean Charmer karma right now, okay? That's what we need on the broadcast. We need those predictions coming through, guys, so make sure that you are dropping those in the chat right now, and whoever you are predicting for this game, so you can continue to participate in our guessing game.
Are you going to guess for this game as well, Miramar?
No. I failed spectacularly last game. Let's actually make this a little bit analytical, because there was a reason for that NOVA-XQF push in the beginning, and I think that towards the end of the tournament for NOVA-XQF, they were having some very, very good moments when it came to those last circles where they were playing center, and they're able to flex those muscles in terms of the fragging power that we know they have. Powerboy just absolutely on the top all the time. His damage was through the roof at the end of that tournament in the league stage. So you can kind of understand why they did it. It didn't pay off. Unfortunately, Klas Digital Athletics had beaten them to the chase.
Yeah, they've managed to guard them out for now, but there's plenty more to come. As you said, 24 games over the course of the tournament. We've had 1/24 of the games so far.
Yeah. I kind of got like a crimson chin going on like Johnny Bravo, because whenever I speak, my mass just comes down because the chin is so large. It's a problem. I wish I was muscular as both those characters. Unfortunately, I don't have that going for me, just the chin.
Yes, that is true. That is true. I'm sure you'll be able to figure it out.
And just like my chin, there's a lot of surface area, just like in Miramar. It's much larger than Erangel, so there's much more places that you can, in fact, rotate on this map. It's going to get bumpy. It's going to be getting a bit of a hectic ride for some of these teams. Make sure you've got those vehicles on board early on. And we know that 4M is going to play it very similar to how they played this last map.
Yeah.
They've been playing up towards El Azahar, Tierra Bronca. It's very much over towards that northeast side of the map. They like to, you know, play it safe towards the beginning and then just, you know, pull out those fangs and claws towards the end of the game. And look, we can't get over how beautiful this stage looks, can we?
Oh, I think it's phenomenal. It's absolutely incredible. It is reminiscent of that sort of runway. You can see the lights going down, feeling like we're about to take off. I feel like the plane is
like a runway.
It does look like a runway. You know, tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. But I just want to talk about that game 1 circle shifts for a little bit, because we saw the plane on the eastern side of the island, right? We saw that everybody was dropping out on that side. The circle hard shifts southwest, which for that plane path, probably one of the worst possible circles, which caused this sort of eastern traffic jam, really, of all of these teams trying to move through. 4 Angry Men, they were left completely alone. Na'Vi on that western side, and teams that were on the west before were just untouched, and it came through in the results.
I think for 4AM as well, it's more of an interesting rotation. For Na'Vi, it's quite easy to make that rotate, especially you move your way over to Georgia Pole, their standard position at the beginning, then they head down the yellows on the coastal side. For 4AM, it's a little bit more difficult. They're over in Yasnaya, people know of their presence, they know they're going to rotate that way, they have to cross the river. So there had to be some forward thinking there to make their way around that. I think, you know, we'll take a closer look at their rotations this map, because honestly, they were stealthy. They were very, very stealthy that game.
They were players unknown in that battleground.
They were very much player unknown. Well, at least unknown until the end, where they made themselves very much known to Na'Vi. And I think that, you know what, honestly, I think if Na'Vi had continued that pressure they felt like they exerted at the beginning of that fight, I think things could have definitely gone differently. You know, I was curious about the Matic hold on the back of the building. With the way that the terrain lined there, 4AM were actually just behind a few little divots and hilltops, right? So Matic had no clue. He also had no angle. And was eventually had to pull up a little bit sooner. I think if he'd maybe gone with, I believe it was Meku and Old Boy, then they would have had a better chance, because you'd have that 3v4, which they've begun to win that 2v4 at the beginning. But I think Matic staying behind just didn't give them that pressure that they needed in those final moments.
The issue for them was that they were playing a final circle, 3 versus 4, and they took a position where they couldn't regroup and get those reses. They were basically gambling it all on having a perfect fight. Didn't come through. Probably the best result you could sort of expect for them, to be honest, against four Angry Men. It is very, very difficult to make that sort of thing happen, but Na'Vi, they gave it a good shot. They got a lot of damage in. They had a couple of openings, but it was finally shut down by 4 Angry Men.
Right, so John, very quickly, whilst we're waiting for the game,
Sure.
what do you think of the new game modes, dude? They've got some cool ones coming out right now. And I mean, we can't get over the runic power, the game where we love the trailer where the man waves his hand and suddenly he's in a shield bubble. I think that's very cool. The barrel with the flames, though, that seems like an interesting power to have. I think, like, you look at the, wow, this guy can make a frozen wall. This guy could make a bubble of shielding. Yeah, I throw flaming barrels at people. He's like, well, your power's a bit weird. Well, look, not sure about that.
Those flaming barrels aren't going to throw themselves. Someone's got to do it.
Someone's going to do it.
Someone's got to do it.
Someone absolutely has to do it.
I've paid good money for these flaming barrels, and if they're not getting yeeted at other players, then I am going to be disappointed, Lane.
Oh, dear me. It's kind of like, what is it, Mr. Elastic?
Mr. Fantastic?
Mr. Fantastic. Mr. Elastic.
Or Elastigirl, depending on which pantheon of superheroes you go for.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, in fact, he just kind of seems like a step in. The other guys, they'll have really cool powers, and it's like, you stretch it.
There's a lot of nuance to it, because it's comic books, right? Yeah. So there is a lot of underlying nuance about like his molecular structure and how that gives him all these other extra powers. Honestly,
that he doesn't find out till later, which is just like 4AM. Exactly. Because honestly, they've performed pretty well on Sanhok and Vikendi, despite not really playing them very often. Surprisingly well, in fact. So, you know, this is a team that definitely does their homework. They get ready, they get prepared. We got the boys over the desk just like, they're just walking around, just chilling, and that's exactly what we will do too. So we're going to head over to a break very shortly, John.
Yeah, we're just going to cut to a quick break. We have a couple of player internet issues. We'll get them resolved as soon as possible. We'll be right back with game number 2. Don't go anywhere.
time for the PMGC Finals Million Reward Guess. We have prepared 50 million AG, 5 million UC vouchers, and $150,000 for you to take home. Here's the steps to win the prizes. Step 1. Guess the champion. With 10 million AG and 1 million UC vouchers at stake, guess who will be the PMGC Finals champion before January 21st? To those players that answered correctly, they will divide the prize pool evenly. Step 2. Daily guess winner chicken dinner and top 3 ranking. With 10 million AG and 1 million UC voucher prize pool each day, guess which teams will win the chicken dinner and the top 3 rankings. As it was in Step 1, to those players that answered correctly, they will divide the prize pool evenly. Last but not least, if you guess everything correctly, you're now in the $150,000 prize pool. The prize pool will be distributed accordingly to the amount of winners. For example, one winner can take away $150,000. With 2 winners, the prize pool is split into $75,000 per person. And if there are more than 100 players in the prize pool, we will select 100 players and give away $1,500 per person. What are you waiting for? Join now and make the million reward guess.
For glory, all our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down. For glory, all our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down. The battle tells our story of survival, a challenge will never be over. This is the race, it's not the end. Can't see what's written tomorrow. Some call it fate, but one thing I know, this time I will be in control. I'm caught in the fray, but we'll survive the battle, one for glory. All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down. The battle tells our story of survival. A challenge will never be over. This is the race, it's not the end. We're on time. Take one step for the jump. The battle, one for glory. All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down. The battle tells our story of survival. The challenge will never be over. This is the race, it's not the end.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship here as we had our first match conclude and finish. My glasses are completely fogging up, but you know what? It's worth it to stay safe and to stay healthy. But one thing I want to talk about off the bat here, guys, we obviously have our concurrent viewer goals every single day. And if you guys weren't here at the end of the first match, we have hit our threshold of 1 million today. So 3 1+ 8 Ts being given out, as well as 1+ earbuds. So if you guys missed out or came after that point, well, you got 3 more days to go. We got 1.5 million tomorrow with even more phones and more earbuds to be given away. So make sure you guys tune in then, and make sure you guys type hashtag PMGCX1+ in the chat. Now, to talk about the last game here, we obviously had 4 Angry Men start off very strong, and I feel bad. Mustache Dave, if you're out there, I swear I wasn't leaking. I swear this isn't pre-recorded. But 4 Angry Men have really come into this first match and like threw the gauntlet down, saying we're here to win the $700,000. We're here to win 1 million over the course. Well, 1 million and $25,000 over the course of PMGC Max.
And if they get also the MVP position, like no little extra on top potentially, that's going to be potentially coming their way. So I think that overall, no foreign men, you send it like they're just putting down the gauntlet and saying like, no, we didn't win the league stage just because, you know, it was like a one-off event. This is because that is our normal level of play. No, coming in from China, they were just locked away in their own region, no, doing their own thing versus all these other Chinese teams in the PL. That was a pretty long-term event too. They also did really good in second position behind Nova. And now they're coming into this one as like the best team in the world, and like they might put an end after this event of the Bigetron era that's been like going on for the past year now.
So on that note, Seven, I think when we went into PMGC for the league stage, we were kind of looking at NOVA-XQF to be the dominant team coming in from China, right? Off the back of PEC, they take a victory, they take $700,000 themselves. But 4 Angry Men have really proven to be the #1 Chinese team. Obviously, they did extremely well, like you said, in PEL. But I think that puts a lot of pressure on NOVA-XQF now to like get that former glory they had during PEC.
It does, especially after the performance that we saw out of that first game. They ended up with 0 kills. They ended up rushing into a compound and just getting absolutely destroyed. Only King was able to survive that, and he was able to kind of edge out a little bit longer. Not enough to get extra points in a way, but something I do want to see with Nova, and something I actually wanted to mention at the beginning of the show, is that whenever during week 3 of league play, I think they didn't end up qualifying, and it was due to just distractions. I know Paraboy actually ended up going to an award ceremony in China, and he was awarded some stuff.
Model of the year.
Model of the year.
Yeah. So I think that it might have been just a little bit of distractions.
It's a hard life being Paraboy, you know, being handsome.
He's a gamer.
Dudes, goes to the best restaurants, wears the flyest clothes.
Sounds just like you, Jason.
I wish. I wish I was a quarter of.
Just trying to win brownie points now.
But we can see our overall standings from the end of the first match, just to kind of give you guys an idea of how this will work. In the parentheses will be the scores of the last match. Outside the parentheses will be the overall score. So you can see, like we said, 400 men, big chicken dinner. I think we touched on Klas a little bit. And the thing for me, Max, is like looking at Klas, they're always in the shadow of Futbolist, just like every team in Indonesia and Malaysia is like on the shadow of Bigetron, right? So I feel like they've actually been able to prove that I think they're the best team in Turkey, to be honest. Looking at PMGC, Futbolist had a couple of high notes. Remember the castle finish on Vikendi that we did have. But Futbolists have not risen to that team that we've seen, that consistency that we always talk about this team.
I wonder who brought up the term consistency first in the league.
I'm sure
he's
it
a really
definitely
cool
wasn't
guy.
Max.
But like, I definitely agree coming into this one. Like Futbolists, they were a team that would do really good into the open like qualifying start of the week every single time for the 2 days, and then in the super weekends they would struggle because those were the games that actually mattered. And coming into this tournament now, like you had 4 days, 6 games every single time. This is really important to them, and like Futbolist, this is a game where like everyone's going to be like hopefully at least tryharding like absolutely amazingly hard in these games to try and get that prize pool, to try and get those positioning. And I want to see Futbolist, how can they deal under pressure here?
See, I'm looking the other way around. I mean, obviously Futbolist is a major factor, but we have to remind people that Klas Digital Athletics have been getting better and better over time. Can you kind of remind us all at home, if you don't know the story of Klas Digital Athletics, like what they did to get to this point and how they've improved?
I mean, they started from PMCO. Like it's very simple. They started from PMCO and they were like really part of those hundreds of thousands of teams. You would not expect them to do that good right off the bat, and they were doing really strong for themselves. Definitely a big heads up to them. And then they made it into the EMEA League. And in the EMEA League, they were one of the teams that were in the bottom of the pack. They were just in the middle, having a good time, having a fun time actually. And then they made it actually into the finals, and they just surprised everyone on the broadcast. Like it was just an insane moment to see Turkey rising up to the occasion versus these other big teams of the EMEA region like Navi and other teams like that. And I think that Klas has been able to just from nothing build a legacy for not only themselves but the entire region of for the entire country, should I say, of Turkey. They're like, yes, they are teams that, and now also a region that you want to be very careful about because they are putting so much talent out every single year. That I wouldn't be surprised if after DA, other big teams from Turkey come into this one and topple down those top leaderboards.
Yeah, and then also 7, you look at Japan. And the Western world, we don't really realize how big they are when it comes to PUBG Mobile. But Bluebees had a very good start when it came to league play. We're not seeing a team represent that region, but you have Klas and Futbolist putting Turkey on the map. You have 4AM and Nova putting China on the map when it comes to PUBG Mobile. Alpha 7. The only Brazilian team here, actually, since Loops didn't make it, unfortunately. And they've been able to show that they're definitely a team that you can't take for granted when it comes to PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, and with Alpha 7, just going back to the question marks that I had from them was how were they going to be able to adjust after losing V2K? I feel like in a month span, after losing a main player like that, an IGL, you usually don't expect teams to be able to perform. And we might have seen that a little bit in regards to the placement points, but I love how they were able to even readjust and start winning those fights. They were able to still frag out a little bit considering the position that they ended up being. And back to what you were saying, they are the only team now from Brazil. They are the only team from Americas overall. And I think that it goes to show the level that team can play. Something that I did enjoy whenever we got a chance to see some of the stats there at the end from that last game was seeing Sanhok with 4 assists. We know him as a fragger, so I love being able to see fraggers also get those assists, knowing that, hey, even though you might not be able to get the kills, at least you're helping out your teammates. And for them to put also Law in a position to just shine as well, I love seeing that. I love seeing when IGL starts shining too, and they can also back it up with some kills.
On that note, there's a certain one that's going to stand out in mind. We talk always about Soulk for Futbolist being this mad fragger in-game leader, but honestly, he's been surpassed, I'd say, quite heavily by Gonzo from Konina Power.
I mean, we're not going to use that first game as reference because he did pretty good. It was pretty good. But Gonzo really has stepped up, and I remember meeting him actually in Berlin for the prelims.
Subtle flex there.
Subtle flex.
Yeah. I met Gonzo. I call him Gon.
He's called him Gon. He's my homie. He's a boy. I met him in Berlin. He was part of Deformia Meditari at the time, and I remember we went to a restaurant after the event, and he was not talking too much. Also language barrier, right? And he was one of these players that I thought. He's a really good player on his own, and was Deformia Meditari at the time, but I never thought of him as having it to become such a strong IGL, and also fragger, because he had one of the top snipers coming into the league stage of the PMGC, and now he just became his own top player. He's just become such a demon when it comes down to the European region, I think, as a whole. And I think that Gonzo is just, with Solke is just up there.
But the thing is, Konina Power almost didn't even make it into PMGC. Thinking back to the EMEA League, it was Navi trying to camp them out, and Navi did successfully get them, but because there was a 4 slot allotted to EMEA, they got in. So for them to be able to have that chance and to show what they've got, I think for me is super important, because Alpha 7 did the same. If we keep in mind, Execute were ahead of them. Execute did make it into PMGC, but didn't perform, and there was 4 slots coming in for PMPL America. So it's great to see teams that were given that opportunity to come in just at the cusp be able to shine here, 7.
Yeah, and I think they know they don't want to be getting that position of, say, especially with Alpha 7. I remember it was heartbreaking for them being, oh no, now you're not going to be able to play. I don't think they want to be ever in that position again from any team. You know how much work you put into this. You know how much work you put into get just to this stage. So you don't want to put yourself into a position that you're going to possibly not end up being able to participate at least for top 3. And something that I want to keep an eye on here going into the next match is I want to see some of the teams that maybe ended up towards the bottom of the list, especially with Team Secret. I want to see them perform a lot better. This is one team that I mentioned out of the PMGC League. They kind of barely qualified, let's just say, here into the finals. I want to see them hopefully get a win here within day 1.
Are you saying that because they followed you back on Twitter and gave you the eyes emoji?
I think they follow me because they thought I was maybe trash talking them. I'm not. I'm just, hey man, if I see an opportunity to give you guys some feedback, it doesn't matter who it is. I usually tell these players I'm definitely going to be giving you feedback. I want everybody to do amazing after all.
Yeah, just to let you guys know what's going on, by the way, we are having some technical issues for the players, so we are waiting for that to get resolved, and we'll bring you the second match as soon as possible. But I do want to just throw it straight to the casters now, because you know what? As soon as I bring it up, the game is ready. Let's head over to John Allen and Blank once again.
Goodness, look at that. Jason's a magic man. As soon as he brings it up, it's fixed. It's solved. I don't know why he didn't do that before. Obviously, that's pretty selfish of you, Jason.
Analyst, stop, talk, fix game. And he did a pretty good job of it, to be fair.
He's managed to make it happen. He's managed to make it happen. We are pretty happy with it.
Yeah.
We do love a good bit of magic
DIY
from Jason there.
Yeah.
But it is fixed. We are going to be getting into Miramar. You refused to predict the winner last time around. Well, no, sorry, not in the last game.
We're going to win this one, actually.
Do you think?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just so glad. Okay, I'm not even going to go towards the topic of predictions of certain analysts, but we'll get into Miramar pretty shortly.
We'll have to say for the time being. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We're going to get in the game very shortly, and we'll see what happens here on Miramar. Now, we did do a little bit of analysis before, which divulged into the Fantastic Four.
That's true.
But now we want to talk more about the Fantastic Four, which is really important here, just because of what a strong showing to start the tournament already. Coming from the league stage, having just ridiculous numbers. I think they were 40 points ahead purely in kill points alone from the second place team, which was Bigetron, which is a ridiculous number, by the way. I think most other teams were barely even scraping like 20 ahead of one another towards that top side of the table. So really, really good stuff from 4AM, and they really do put in those works towards the end of the game. Now, if you looked at their points, there's actually quite a few times where, you know, they don't have these massive games where they're getting 20 kills. Sure, they've had them, but the majority of their kill points just come through from consistency, continuing to put up those 4 kill point games, 5 kill point games, which happen every other game for these guys, it seems. But we will be getting into the match very soon, see if they can continue to do that. If anyone else can rise to the occasion. I think one of the things that I'm most looking forward to seeing, John, is there any more teams that can step up? Are there any teams in your mind that you think can do that here at the finals?
Well, it depends what you mean by step up, right? It depends what you mean by
stepping up. Like they step up,
right. But is it a team that hasn't had that glory before, or a team that has?
Yeah, because currently they're on the step down. So if they're going to step up, who would it be?
But well, NOVA-XQF did take a step down, certainly in that last game, and they are hopefully going to step up into this one. We'll see if it's going to be to the streets, but I think A1 actually has some decent chops to them in terms of moving into these games. We've seen actually them have some strong days. Yeah, it's unfortunate that they weren't able to continue to push up forwards. They do. In fact, they were one of the very few teams that showed that blood can be drawn from BTR as they tried to make those rotations. So proving to be a difficult force to be dealt with. I hope they'll be able to have some better games moving forward for A1.
Yeah, they dealt some pretty awful blows to Bigetron. on Sanhok. Now, I said I hate them, but honestly, I didn't say I hate them, but I said that
You said
A1,
that.
I hate
Blank said he hates A1.
What?
Oh, no.
It's what I mean to say is it is all fun and games at the end of the day. There's a lot of money on the line, but there is some incredible sportsmanship. And, you know, just from being here on day one and seeing the players all safely at social distance, just having fun with the other players at the hotel was really nice. They all seemed very, very happy to see one another, and there seemed to be some very, very nice friendships that were formed as this tournament has gone on between teams, which is lovely to see. You can see 4am here, as I said, well, last time we were doing this segment, heading up towards Torre Ahumada and Tierra Blanca. So they're probably going to head up towards that side. Depending on the circle, they might head up to Campo Militar, try and pick up some high-quality loot from that area.
Splitting out, it's quite a northern plain and a southwestern shift as well. The hills around Chumacera, notorious. We've talked about it quite a lot, Blank, in the previous games that we've casted, but it's a very, very difficult area of terrain to navigate. It's so volatile as well in terms of where those shifts come through on the smaller scale.
I think that when you go down here, you kind of are at that point kind of committing to that area, which is a lot of times what makes the difficulty for a lot of these teams that do head down towards the south side of this map. You're kind of there for the long haul, if you know what I'm saying. I mean, Secret Jin though, over to the east side, holding it down. They're going to try and see if they can catch out any teams that want to rotate on the eastern road, which seems to be very, very much hotly contested for a lot of these matches we do have on Miramar. But here we are into match number 2 already, John.
Making it happen just a little bit at a time, but we will keep on moving forwards until all 24 are played out. There are the overall rankings: 21 points for Na'Vi, 24 for 4 Angry Men. A very, very high scoring game towards the top of those tables. Na'Vi, they're in La Cobreria over in the northern throes of this map. They're going to want to look to rotate. The standard rotation that they do here is actually just all the way down to the western side of El Pozo, along that road on the western coast. And they should, I say coast, on the western edge of the map. It's not on the coastline. Should definitely get that right, Blank. That's mountains, not water.
Good deal, John. You know, what's interesting, though, about this is that Zeus are in El Azahar. Now, a lot of times, RRQ stumbled towards Minas del Valle and Chumacera because Zeus got in their way, as well as Na'Vi. So you had this trio of teams that were causing problems for one another. This time, RRQ comfortably in El Pozo. Shouldn't have to move too much, especially with the way the circle is currently looking. Klas Digital Athletics towards Power Grid. Nice little split here from them, just gathering as much information as they can.
Alpha 7 in Monte Nuevo as well. They're pretty central onto this circle. Not going to have to move too much, and actually will probably be one of the teams stopping the northern set of rotations coming through down into those Chumacera hills. They'll be looking out to their western side, and quite a lot of teams will probably be focused there, but you're only going to have 1, maybe 2 teams be able to make it through that gap. The question is, how much more can Alpha 7 guard out? They had a really strong game on that northern side of the Erangel. We didn't see too much of them on screen, but they did a lot of work on that edge, and certainly opening the tournament with a good record for themselves. On the eastern side, could prove to be a little bit more open.
Let's take a quick look at Alpha 7 here on their roster. Just make sure I'm still correct. If I can find them on the map. Yeah, when they come back on, there's one player that I want to talk about in particular, just see if he's in the game here right now. But we have Futbolist on our screen, Solke there. This guy really stepped up in terms of performances in IGL. He was like bringing the fragging power. He was also bringing those great calls for the team, and Lutz backing up with those incredible long-range shots from a lot of the DMRs that he was incorporating into his own playstyle. Yes, Alpha 7 Mafioso on this team. Previously Ace 1. Now Ace 1 was a team in PMPL Americas that, you know, they really struggled until the end. But by struggled, I don't mean in the bad way. They really kept it going as much as possible. They never gave in. They never gave up. And honestly, it was a case where they were so close to these chicken dinners so many times they just weren't able to fully grasp it. Mafioso, fantastic player from that team, and I'm glad he's been given a chance here for Alpha 7 in the PMGC finals.
A1 and Konina Power very close to each other in Los Leones, but we know it's such a big settlement, you can comfortably loot 2 squads there. And they will be just fine. Looks like Aerowolf Limax have sent a player down south early. Potato moving out from over in the ruins on the northwestern side to the western side of El Pozo. RRQ as well, just about to leave. And that should be spotted out by Potato if he's got his wits about him. They're all in vehicles, so the rest of Aerowolf Limax have a little bit more intel in terms of that rotation. You see them on your screens right now. They're getting in the party bus.
Yeah, I think if we look back to the league stage as well, Potato with that 1v3 onto RRQ on Sanhok. What a horrific time that was for RRQ themselves, where they had such a good position going forward. It was all flummoxed by one player on Aerowolf. Slightly unfortunate there, but they will just get out of dodge nice and quickly. But like I said, that's a bit of information. You can see them leave. Now they know that El Pozo is open. They kind of make a campsite here and look to where they would like to head off to next.
Golden Mirado, 4 power, 888 on the northeastern side. They are just in this next circle, but they might want to move a little bit further central. NOVA-XQF on the eastern side, just out to the west of La Bandita, north of Los Leones. They have the hillside. They are, again, in the circle, yet to move further in. 4 Angry Men all the way out in the northeast, a little bit slow to the party to move on through, but Zeus, they've cut a path down all the way to the eastern edge.
Well, 4 AM, we know they always arrive fashionably late to these circles, so no one's surprised not to see them here at the party just yet. They will make their way in later. And probably cause a bit of a fuss there. Bigetron here on this map, and I think like we've seen Bigetron create history so many times on Miramar. We saw the double twin finish. We've also seen Ryzen with pretty much the 1v4. It was more than that though, with the way that guy was playing in those final circles all by himself, crouched in a bush.
Laying down in the desert harder than it looks, Blank.
Well, yes, as I found out, which I'm sure you guys will also find out soon. There is a ridiculous image of me somewhere in Dubai.
I don't know. Don't know if they've used that clip. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we'll have to see. If not, I'll request it, and I will share it regardless.
Oh, fantastic stuff. Well, 4 Angry Men, they've gotten into that Mirado, and they will be rotating out in the blue. RRQ, they left El Pozo early. They've made their way down all the way south almost, just a bit north of Valle de Mar on that southern edge. South of Alpha 7 as well, so they're vying for the similar sort of position in those hills around Chumacedra.
So this is very standard play for a lot of these teams at the moment. Now, I think Vikendi is where things get very aggressive very quickly. And, you know, I can tell you a little bit more about why we're not seeing that here on Miramar. Vikendi is very important for these teams to get a strong compound early on. On Miramar, you can kind of wait it out and use just the terrain to advantage, because a lot of it acts as its own type of cover. On Vikendi, teams are not hesitant to go, we want this compound, we know it's the winning compound, let's go, let's take it now. Here on Miramar, you're not going to see teams die until a little bit later on, because they will have studied these movements meticulously.
Maybe a little bit early for the fight between Futbolist and Klas Athletics, but they will get underway. It's right in the middle, and they'll be okay for now, potentially looking to try and take this compound, but the positions that Klas Athletics have are, well, they're getting spotted out by Futbolist, but they're very, very controlling over this open terrain, Blank.
Yeah, but now those off angles have been spotted out by Futbolist now, so they have some good control over this fight coming forward. They know which angles they need to look out for, and they can also decide whether this is a fight that they just don't want to take, which is very fair enough.
A lot of bullets being sent to the back of that UAZ, but none into Lovazin. Won't land the shot just yet. Will get away with it for Futbolist. They'll move along that road through Monte Nuevo, see what more they can find, what sort of cover they have. Bigetron on the southeastern side. A lot of teams moving into this location. You could see Abrupt Slayers down further to their south. And I think you might even have NOVA-XQF on the east of those guys as well. So we'll see what these guys have to put up.
It's a rough circle, and by rough I mean that quite literally. The terrain is so difficult to play around. There's a lot of divots here and there, a lot of mountainous terrain that these teams have to actually make their way through. Aerowolf Limax found a really good compound dot towards the southwest side, right on the ridge itself. We'll be able to get a lot of information going forward. Na'Vi trying to make their way down here as well, but they'll have to contest with them. Another team that I'm worried about for Na'Vi will be 4AM. A lot of times Na'Vi's let 4AM catch up to them whilst they're making this rotation, but this time Na'Vi's a little bit quicker on their feet, able to make it down before 4AM start to take shots at them.
A lot of the central area of the zone being taken up. No one really on this northwestern edge of the road through Monte Nuevo going northeast down to southwest. And 4AM, again, left alone on their own side of the circle. This is a recipe for disaster for the rest of the lobby if they allow them to remain safe there. The question is, where does the circle shift to? If it pushes 4AM into the rest of the teams, it sort of evens the playing field. But even if it shifts onto Monte Nuevo, all of a sudden, 4 Angry Men have got one of the best spots.
Yeah, and I mean, just from that position alone that you're talking about, there is so much availability to them to just peek over the top of these little hilltops and just look down towards these teams, gather information, and it's going to be so hard to actually crash towards them. Because imagine trying to drive a party bus over that terrain. It's not happening, or at least not speed.
Paraboy landing shots over towards Dante, A1. Proving elusive for now on the knock, but a lot of damage done. This is just to the eastern edge of Chumacera for NOVA-XQF, who are further north than that. A1 looking to try and get the high ground.
So they currently have attained, but they're surrounded by a fair few teams at the moment. NOVA-XQF firmly on the eastern side. No teams behind them, though. So moving into the circle with a little bit of safety going forward. They're not right on the edge of the blue either. So don't have anything breathing down their necks for the time being. 4AM, again, split up, trying to gather as much information as possible. This also means that they control a fair bit of the terrain here. If they've scouted out towards the east, they know that now they control most of Monte Nuevo and most of the ridge side down towards the southwest. Doesn't really matter, though, when you get a circle like that, which heads down towards the southeast, John, just north of Chumacera.
There we go. They are going to have to shift away. And this is the circle that I was talking about. If it shifts away from them, it won't be super impactful, but it levels the playing field. And even on a level playing field, 4 Angry Men are going to run you down. If you give them an inch, they'll take a mile.
I mean, but 4AM, again, they're just maxing their probabilities in these games. And I'm okay with that. They're always trying to get a chance where, look, we can get the circle if we all hold in this direction. But, you know, we've already scouted out this area. Why don't we try and just control 2 areas at once and then just group up later on? Salt K goes down. Klas Athletics between these two teams. The fight is continuing to rage on here. As the rest of the team start to group up a little bit, but the shots coming down from Alpha 7 on the top side. Futbolist getting crunched.
Pretty tricky spot for them. Solke getting knocked. Raum soon to follow. Lutz low on HP and Loba's in. Really the only fully functioning member at the moment for Futbolist. Lutz does get back some HP, but now they're down to 2. Alpha 7 on the top of the hillside. They've managed to provide a windbreak for all of these teams trying to push in towards their area, towards their territory blank. They are laying their claim.
Yeah. Futbolists have dipped their toes a little bit too far forward into the sea between Digital Athletics as well as Alpha 7. So they have been pinched by a lobster there.
Pretty tricky indeed. 4 Angry Men, they've gone all the way down south now. They love those wide swings. They look for the opportune position to insurge into the circle. And Na'Vi, again, will have to face off against them out towards the edge. This southern edge is looking so difficult near Chumacera.
Yeah, I mean, for Na'Vi, what they're trying to do right now is trying to figure out where they can actually get into this circle. Where's the best place to inject here? And like you say, 4M's right behind them. He's going to be causing them a lot of problems. Old Boy hanging back, as he usually does, trying to see if there's anyone, you know, stealthily creeping up on them. And it is currently 4AM, so he's got to keep his eyes peeled and his head on the swivel.
Na'Vi moving on forwards. Don't know exactly where 4AM are. I think they're all the way down south of Minas de Valle, still out in the blue. RRQ lost a player on the hillsides. And Secret Jin trying to play spoiler. On the northern side here, oh, this is the replay of the player getting taken down for D2E. Cosmos able to get the spray down. D2E just out in the open. Secret Jin playing a really strong spot against all of these teams in Chumacera. The question is, are they going to take the fights one at a time, or is everyone going to try and move at the same position at the same time?
You've also got to remember that these guys were right on the eastern side of the coast too, so they've actually worked their way in here. It's not been a free position that they've taken. They have made some fantastic little rotations, and it will continue to bear fruit as the circle drops on top of them. Sure, they are down to the southwest, but they have an easy position to move forward towards the center.
400 men still out in the blue, still moving their way forwards at zone 4, so this will start to hurt, will start to prove bothersome. NOVA-XQF on the eastern side, again trying to move on through Power 888 right now. Of course, down to 2 players. You can see them swarming over the ridgeline. Ice trying to hold face as Zeus come into contact with Konina Power. This is on the southeastern edge, guarded by A1 as well further in, but the nades start to fly back and forth. Yol takes a little bit of damage, a lot of damage sent to Ably as well. None really responded towards Konina Power. As the bombardment continues, Godless down a little bit as well. The heals start to come through. Konina Power hold for now, but they both have to move.
We will be wondering where Rubdini is. Unfortunately, he was not able to attend the event. So Frozen here instead for Konina Power. Still an incredible team with Axa, Gonzo, and Black White still here holding it down. Zeus looking like they want to make a way. Axa has position on the top side. Ably here with a nade in hand. You doubt that's going to hit anything as it just swings over the top.
Ooh, not going to get any damage, as you say, Blank. 3 players left for Zeus, and they really don't want to take this fight. They don't want to reduce their strength any further. Let Konina Power clash with A1 just over that ridgeline, and just let that fight happen. That reduces their strength. You can try and pick up something off the back of that. Na'Vi, they found themselves Aerowolf Limax right now. All 4 players alive for both of these teams.
60 moving forward. You know how aggressive this guy likes to be. If he can pop the first kill though, get a knock, then it means the rest of Na'Vi can swarm over the tops on that one. But good of him to actually move back, and it feels like we are starting to see a little bit of this from Tixi more often, where it's more reserved, a little bit more passive, and he moves back, gives space to his team, and they can kind of figure out what they want to do next with this circle that is on board. Silas dropping down the smoke, provides him a little bit more cover. They can start to move forward using that.
Remember, of course, Futbolist down to 2 players from their engagements earlier. Both teams are going to have to move into the circle, and it looks like Klas Digital Athletics have the better spot of this, the better end of the stick. Alpha 7 move ahead, though, and will try to guard it. Lutz being burnt on out from his cover, will get sprayed down. Beautifully done there from Silas, dropping the molly and crushing Lutz in the corner there. Lover's in, last player standing for Futbolist, again down to 1. We'll see how much further they can get.
That's 4 AM taking a lot of shots. I mean, I said fashionably late, but this is looking a lot more rugged than they'd like it to be. Hazuki also down, facing off between them and Secret Jin. RRQ also in this position. 4 AM just took too long to get here.
It was such a difficult rotation for them, and they were really struggling to find an opening. However, they are still 2 players alive. They are in the circle, Blank, so they'll be okay for now. Secret Jin have taken a knock, and you've got RRQ to worry about as well. Svan isolated from his teammate. He has moved a little bit further down on the south. That's Sook not going to be able to get this res. A nice nade found. Now RRQ can start to move forwards, but they still have to deal with Secret Jin, who are playing spoiler on the northern side of Chumacera.
Next circle about to come through. No one wants to head towards the middle, but Abrupt Slayers, they were only ones to brave this one forward with 2 loot crates right on top of them. They get a cheeky little circle here for themselves, and now all teams have to start to squeeze in towards the middle. 4 AM is now pretty much flushed out. Just the remaining player in Sook for them, the lone soldier. Power 888, Futbolist, both in similar positions with only 1 player remaining.
Nades roll downhill, gather speed from Alpha 7. Towards Klas Digital Athletics as well. They know the spots, they know the positions. That one landed, okay. Fair enough. Into the smokes they go. Silas trying to lead the charge with those smokes. RRQ allow Godless and Zyol to slip on by and into the circle as well. They're in an open spot and they don't want to draw attention from A1. The nade goes over the top. Ooh. A lovely nade there from RRQ. Looking to follow it up with a second, but the smoke blooms. Godless low, has been spotted. Boom goes the buggy. And with it, Zyol's hopes starting to go up in flames. Teammate down, half HP, looking to try and heal. But in comes Sukin, one hell of a tumble on the buggy, trying to survive as well. But RRQ have him in his sights, and that's Sook falling.
I mean, that was one hell of a roll, and I mean, he rolled right into RRQ, and they were happy to receive. Beer 11 from the backside of the shack. Konina Power frozen out in the open. See how much more he can do with this one, but he's about to be put on ice.
RRQ are not afraid to split up, and that's exactly what they've done here, Blank. They're down to 3. They've left G9 in the back. They've got some beautiful pincers here, and they're controlling this open ground from what is minimal cover right now. Secret Jin clashing with Na'Vi on the exit as well. Looks like Na'Vi going very low, but Secret Jin gets... Secret Jin going down there, eliminating a team on Na'Vi. Konina Power now join the fray against RRQ. Zeus as well, still trying to hold on.
Yeah, so much happening in this circle. It's taken so long for all these teams to make a move. No one wants to head out into this open ground, find themselves a position, maybe watch another team try and carelessly walk forward. So a lot happening here, but most of it's down on the south side. Bigetron and NOVA-XQF quite comfortable, in fact, over towards the northeast. These guys are 100% waiting, biding their time. I don't think these south teams expected this kind of shit.
Power 888 going down. The 3 teams who finished top 3 in the last game have gone down very, very early, Blank. So we're looking to even the score lines here on the tables. Who's going to be able to surge into the lead? That's what we're here to find out. Alpha 7 still continuing to prove troublesome for anybody who dares step foot onto this hillside. But Mafioso's down and knocked. No one looking to res him just yet. Ooh. Along the side here, this is a very, very difficult fight for both of these squads. NOVA-XQF looking to put pressure over towards Bigetron, and the nades continue to fly. Smoke's giving the cover, but it's not hard. It will not stop the bullets. And both teams remain alive for now.
Bigetron took a huge amount of shrapnel, but the bandages were already halfway around the arms by the time they came through. King is taking a massive amount of damage, and these nades are what is coming in massively handy. These smokes might just start to dissipate very soon, and all the while, NOVA-XQF trying to find a better position here.
And neither of these teams are in the next circle, Blank. They're going to have to move. There is a clock on the fight, and they have to try and pull the trigger. Already, Order sending out, getting them a forward position. Bigetron might try and push, but they have the back door now. They're in the circle as well if they move to Order's spot. The question is, can they stay safe from the northern side? They'll have to wait and see. Between a rock and a hard place, do you choose Bigetron or do you choose the risky push? It might be that they can strike out towards Bigetron as Zuxi goes down, Ryzen falls, and now it's Microboy and Luxi left alive. Out in the blue, Paraboy tries to get an off angle, and NOVA-XQF stay alive for now. Microboy takes bended knee, and one player now standing for Bigetron.
That was such a fantastic hold from Paraboy. Oh my lord, the patience on this man. He was out in the blue whilst that happened, edged the vehicle round the side, but held it down whilst the rest of his team moved up the hillside. This is one hell of a fight for NOVA-XQF to survive, but look at this. A1 is looking down on this team, and Order's been spotted.
Oh, he's going to get tagged up as well, but makes it behind the crate just in time. Jax back into the smoke, looking to try and keep them all alive. A1 have a really good spot here. Alpha 7 go down on the northwestern edge, and the Abrupt Slayers now playing spoiler to Klas Digital Athletics representatives and Aerowolf Limax all the way on that northwestern edge. RRQ suffering heavily, and now it's Abrupt Slayers with the only team with all 4 alive. In goes Luxi, down goes Luxi. King shuts it out, and it's NOVA-XQF trying to get those reses, but it's stolen away. It's pincered out, and it's A1 to try and shut it down.
Jax has to come down off this hillside. You can see him dropping the smokes now, but he's done his job. He's provided so much cover towards Sinister that he can live on for a little bit longer, but these smokes, they are going to be removed from the battlefield very soon. You see Abrupt Slayers off in the distance, but right now, NOVA-XQF, they're clinging on, but there's really not a lot of cover here. That is, unless you get another loot box dropped on your head.
Oh, Abrupt Slayers looking to try and swarm around Solus. They are the piranhas right now, Blank. And Solus will have to move. He'll have to get out eventually over the hillside, looking for a nade, looking for a knock, but really not going to find too much. Maybe trying to heal up a little bit, but down he goes. And that's Klas Digital Athletics eliminated 6th place for them. Zeus, RRQ still alive, but they're both out in the blue, so really non-factors into this next circle. A1 will lose yet another player, so it's just Sinister left.
NOVA-XQF cosplaying, Box Gaming here with the double box in front of them, but that's Abrupt Slayers to take down all the players from NOVA-XQF. What is happening here? So much occurs in such a short amount of time. Leon now running over the tops here.
It's just Sinister now, and Abrupt Slayers strike from the top of the hill. They run on down. Sinister looking to try and heal up, looking to get a little bit of health, maybe another point or two if he's lucky. Finds one onto Heaven, but gets shut down. Lickety split, and it's Abrupt Slayers to take the second chicken dinner.
And it does not get any more abrupt than that. So many teams out in the blink of an eye, John. That was incredible. Stuff here that we have not seen in such a long time, though, from Abrupt Slayers. And this is the momentum that we needed to see. And it's what the analyst guys are surely going to talk about over on the desk, which we're going to send over to right now.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. And Abrupt Slayers, I mean, Max, we were talking about this before watching the game, that we saw something similar to this on Miramar with them up against DRS during the league stage. And it's so great to see this team coming in from Nepal, coming up big here in the second game of the day.
The thing is, like, they took such a strong compound really early on, you know, like phase 1, phase 2 was pretty central, not too much of an issue, and the circle kept going their way. And you keep on saying, like, okay, maybe the circle came their way, was given to them. They took control, which is exactly what they did, and they took control in the finishing moments. They took that win, even though you had, like, so many one-man teams, you just did not know where the players were going to be standing. And they took it. They did it versus DRS, you know, into the league stage, that game you're actually just mentioning right there. And, you know, really it is one of their best maps in which they perform. And now also, if you look at their logo since the league stage, it has changed. You know, they smacked the Nepali flag on top of it because, like, you know, representing Nepal, they're proud boys. And you know what? They deserve it. Like, that was such a great win from them.
Yeah, let's actually take a look now at our Do the Do moments here while we talk about a couple of things, because not only were Abrupt Slayers doing well, Lovazin was left to himself yet again here, 7 for Futbolist.
Yeah, snaking. Going back to snaking and just waiting and trying to get those extra points there for his team. One of the other things that I wanted to point out is NOVA-XQF finally being able to, after that horrible performance in game 1, being able to now come back a little bit more, being able to get kills. We also saw Paraboy starting to get hot. He ended up with 5 kills that last match. I think that's huge for that team.
Yeah, like, I think that, like, having Order in that central position was great, but unfortunately they couldn't use that position. Reason why? They were taking a 3v4 versus Bigetron that they won, by the way. 3v4, yep. That is not just a small feat. That was a huge fight coming their way. But unfortunately, because Order was such in, like, a straight up, like, weird position in the center of the circle. By weird, I mean it was flat terrain, no good defensive positions, and they used all their smokes versus Bigetron. They had no way of really making their way back into the center circle to defend it. And because of that, they could just not aim for, like, no top 3, top 2 positions. They had to die eventually pretty early.
And another team that we were kind of keeping a close eye on there was 4AM, the team that won the last game. It seems like they took a little bit too long to get into the 4 circle as we're keeping an eye on them. We saw them take a little bit longer to kind of go loot as well. And then whenever they pushed it, we saw S-Van just going straight in. And we were saying, where did he go? He just disappeared into a pile of players. So it was interesting there to see I'm kind of used to seeing a late rotation from them, but I felt like it was a little bit too late for me. And I wish they would have just kind of kept on going with the blue zone. I wish they would have tried to just maybe go a different route. Obviously, we can see the map, we can kind of see what the teams are. It's a little bit different for the players, but overall, I felt like 4AM, it just took a little bit too long to get into that zone.
I mean, if we look at 4AM, though, we look at another team like Navi, who did go out really early.
Yep.
I know we're fairly early on, right? It's just the second game, but for the other teams out there, that's pretty big. With them not performing well, it really helps close any gaps that were brought up in that first initial game. So really, I'm expecting to see a new team as #1 position, but that's how volatile things will be, right, when it comes to the standings very early on.
It could, like, definitely, like, for the first few games, like, especially, like, I think the entirety of today, even tomorrow potentially, like, the leaderboards are going to be all over the place. You're going to have a lot of big shifts coming on through, unless, you know, you have Pubg like just come back and, like, no, we're going to take, you know, win on every single game that's now remaining, which, you know, Mustache Dave would be pretty happy about that one.
I'm scared. I was scared for a second. Like, did I really leak this one?
Oh.
But 7. Alpha 7.
Yes.
My lord, they are picking up kills left and right here. Game 1, I think it was like 7, 8 kills. Game 2, they get another 6 added. They are on fire.
And I think it goes a lot to show with Law. We saw him being able to scout, and now with him being the only IGL of that team, he has more command of that team. He's able to tell the team, you know what, I want you guys to move together with me. And something that I actually enjoyed seeing out of them is how close they were able to stay. Obviously not too close, not too far away, just the right distance in case one of their team players ended up getting knocked. You can go back and at least try to pick them up. Something with Alpha 7 is just they're willing to take fights this early on, and I'm loving seeing that.
But they're winning at 7. That's the thing. Taking fights is one thing, but to win out and to win it without losing a player is even more important.
Exactly. Now, something I want to see from them is we're seeing them being able to win fights, right? But would it be time to maybe just on the next match, see if you can maybe back off, see if you can maybe last a little bit longer in those circles, so you can actually contend for those top 3 spots? And who knows, you might end up getting a chicken dinner, because right now you guys are hot, you guys are winning the fights. It could happen.
Yeah, the 2 games in a row where they actually died is because they were staying a little bit too long on the edge of circle. You know, trying to actually aim more for positioning might actually help them out to like find closure to a lot of these games. We've seen these circle pop-offs that did come in pretty big, like, you know, consequences. and I did like the fact of Bigetron here, like they moved away from Picardo really early, which in the league stage, I remember we were being really critical of Bigetron, like staying in Picardo for way too long. But
that was Konina Power,
like,
they
gave it up.
right?
And even Konina Power gave up on Picardo. Like, we don't want to mess with Bigetron here. And they started moving a lot earlier, but unfortunately, Nova won the other side, and they got eliminated by the Nova boys in that game.
And this right here, I'm loving this picture because it kind of allows us to show you a little bit more with 4 AM. Look where they were at right there and how long they were just taking to go in. And they took a very long time to loot. And on top of that, they tried to just reach a section where there was just way too many players.
Yeah, they were going to struggle eventually in that game. Like, and you talked about the cluster of teams down south eventually in Tumasera, and when like 4 Angry Men, unfortunately having no information whatever. I don't even know how initially Spam was able to find a spot between like RRQ Athena and also Secret Jin. They gave it a shot. It worked out for some time, unfortunately not long enough, and they did go down prematurely in that game in what I believe was 15th position. So pretty early death for them indeed. But then Alpha 7, you know, talking about it once again, fragging out, but they forgot about one player, and that was Potato of Aerowolf, that basically took a 1v3 to close off the team at the end.
You gotta make sure that you're able to keep an eye on everybody. One thing that I do want to mention, and that we were kind of able to see them get, I believe it was 3rd place or 2nd place, it was A1 eSports.
Yeah.
They were able to put themselves in a position. Something that I actually enjoyed is, I believe it was between a fight between Klas and Konina Power, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong there, but A1 Esports had the chance to see if maybe they could third party that, see if they could pick up some easy kills, and they decided not to. They decided to wait a little bit longer, which allowed them to secure a 3rd place. Something that I do want to see out of that team, as we're seeing more stuff here, we're seeing the ending here, is I would have loved for them to just be able to be to take on to the fight. We saw them kind of hesitate a little bit more whether they actually wanted to take a fight with Nova eSports. We saw him trying to just single tap fire. That's not gonna work. If you see a chance to knock somebody out, just go for it. If you take a split second, anything can happen in that split second. You gotta be confident in your skills, and you gotta be willing to take on those fights.
I mean, what's so important in that last match is showing that the small team, not the small teams, like the underdogs, like Abrupt Slayers, can show up, right? For A1 coming in from Bangladesh, like to represent that country is so important for them to have so many good games. I know Imperium, a big fan of this team. Abrupt Slayers, like coming in from Nepal, massive performance. But I think for them and for other teams, like maybe Zeus here, or coming in as seen as underdogs, it shows that anyone can win these matches. You just got to play well. You shouldn't underestimate yourself when it comes to playing against the likes of 4 AM. Bigetron.
Yeah, actually, just as you're talking about Zeus, one thing that I found really interesting is the fact that Ronin was actually one of those, like, the big fraggers of the team of Zeus initially into the league stage. I was really surprised when I learned he actually moved into the role of analyst. Now they got Godless actually, filling in for his role now. So I'm really intrigued to see how that's going to be pulling out the team, not only throughout, these finals of the PMGC for 2020, but also like throughout the remaining section of like 2021 also, because that's like from like one of the top fraggers into analyst position. Like, that means you're really also known how aggressive Ronin is. I think that overall it might be trying to push the team in a more aggressive manner that I think is maybe what Zeus were lacking a little bit in the past.
So, I don't know about you, Seven, but I am extremely surprised that we've been talking now for how long, and you haven't mentioned RRQ getting 3rd place.
I'm just savoring it. Okay, I'm just leaving it in the back. I'm just like...
We talk about, if you guys enjoy a certain league phase, Max would always talk about how RRQ Athena was so good when it came to Miramar, and the second he said that, they started to lose every single time on it. So, nice to see that they did do well, but you didn't mention it. But now that we have Max, you cursed them tomorrow.
No, I mean, you mentioned this. That means you cursed them this time.
Yeah, don't even say their name and Miramar together, Max. Don't even say anything.
I was trying to get you to say it. I mean, you guys at home, again, we talk about the prizes that you can win, or that players are winning here in the form of money. You guys still have prizes to win at home. 10 million AG and 1 million UC on the line, not to mention $150,000 if you do predict every team correctly. That'll be split across all the winners. If you're that lucky one, 150K. For watching some PUBG Mobile is not a bad way to get repaid back. But obviously, you got to get your predictions in. You got to be correct for each match for that, but be correct for other matches when it comes to winning the AG or the UC. So make sure you guys get your votes in, and make sure you guys continue to do that throughout the entire event for even more chances. But guys, going ahead into the rest of the teams we've had, Alpha 7, I'm curious to see if they're potentially going to be towards first place because of the results in that last match. And we can see here they did get themselves 6 kill points, which puts them to 14, which is actually the highest ranking team we have so far. But unfortunately, the placements we've been talking about, right? That marriage between placements and kills, only 3 points is not enough for them to even be in top 5.
And we always keep going back to that, Jason. You have to be able, yes, you're going to be able to be the top ranking team, but guess what? If you're only going to have 3 placement points, it's not going to be good enough, especially when you have teams like RRQ, 16 placement points and then 10 kills. That is huge for them. And then teams that I am going to be seeing too, something that I love to see there from that last match is we saw teams bounce back. One team that I do want to see bounce back again is Team Secret. They ended up leaving the match early, super early. I want to see something a little bit different. They are going to have a chance here going up again to Erangel. I want to see something different out of them. And also with Bigetron in 15th place. They do not. Oh, no. I'm pretty sure they're currently scratching their heads. They're saying, what's going on? It is the first day, but...
But 7, so on that note, I completely agree. It's the first day, right?
Yep.
But Max, during league stage, during the final week, this is the same Bigetron we saw in the final Super Weekend, not performing. This is where 4AM were able to claw back a 60-point gap deficit and then take themselves over 60 points in the lead. Bigetron need to show up.
The thing is, this was actually one of the first times in the league stage, just a month ago, they realized like our playstyle is now dated in a way. Like we need to adapt. We need to adapt to the meta. They still play, the edge of circle position, which has been working out for them for almost the entirety of 2020, right? And I was like, you know what, that's great, keep it going. But it has not been working. They've been getting gatekept time and time and time again. It happened that game. They got gatekept by Nova. It happened also in the last game where they were getting gatekept in Fairy Pier on Erangel when they tried to make it through, and there was like so many teams on the plateau they could just not make it through. So Bigetron, edge of circle, sure, it can work, but trying to commit to that playstyle every single game when sometimes you should just full send it center circle, it's just not going to work out. So I think that here Bigetron, after these 2 games, I'm going to say it, they need to change their playstyle. If they don't, I am not going to see them contesting like nowhere near top 3 right now.
Yep.
It would be massive shame, honestly, if that does happen. But another team I want to mention here that we did see a lot of momentum come out in the final days of the league play, Konina Power. They've been a little bit quiet. The horses haven't woken up so far yet today.
Yeah, a little bit of a slow start for them at the end of the day. Like, which, Konina Power, their team that usually they start a little bit slow, taking a chill, and then they just slowly build up that...
More of a trot.
Yeah, exactly. Just a little trot, and then they just gallop at the end into the finishing line. And I think that what they've been doing so far, they've been also gathering information, especially by Gonzo dying out to Zeus early on. I think that, like on their Erangel game, I think they were just trying to scout and get information, which, as long as the information rewards you as, like, just good drop spots, good rotations in, the next few days, then that's perfect, as long as you can make the most out of that information. But... Konina Power, just a little bit of a slow start. I'm not too scared for them just yet.
I mean, the little caveat I will give here while we do head into our MVP is the fact that these are the 16 best teams in the world. Yep. Someone has to be at the bottom, right? It's just a fact. So while playing against these best teams, like just because you're maybe in 16th, 15th, 14th place, whatever it might be, doesn't mean you're a bad team. You know, it just means you didn't have the luck going your way that game. It means you didn't have the right call that game. Any one of these teams here can get a chicken dinner, can be first place at any given time. But let's take a look at our MVP of this last match here. It's coming in for Abrupt Slayers. It's going to be Joker coming in. Only 3 kills and 495 damage, but that is a lot of survival time.
It is, and that's kind of what you want to see out of an MVP, especially if your team is going to end up winning. You want to be able to see them survive a long time, and also the 3 kills with 495 damage. Hey, that's good to see too. It goes to show that you were actually willing, you were helping out your team. You were causing some more damage, and you ended up getting kills, and you love seeing that out of the MVP there in Joker. Now, something that I actually wanted to go back a little bit more was Class DA. I love the patience that Silence was able to show when they were going up against Futbolist, and in just waiting in the right moment and waiting for his teammate to kind of back him up. They knew that a player was inside a closet. They threw a Molotov and they kind of forced them out of that. And I love seeing plays like that. Anything tactical like that, I love seeing, especially the teamwork, right? He waited for his teammate to be there to back him up just in case something went wrong.
Yeah, I mean, just a few months ago, it was like grenades that got like nerfed really, really hard, and like the other utility like flashbangs, like Molotovs that slowly made their way back into the meta, and like using it like that to like force players away from their position is really good. But like I was seeing his like Joker there with his haircut, I'm realizing a lot of the players in this tournament got like white hair.
White
it's a weird trend.
Well, I have white hair. Well, I guess it's technically gray. But anyways, moving ahead into our kills and damage in the last match, you can see the most damage was done actually by NOVA-XQF with the 2170 damage, and we have 3 teams on 8 kills. So again, as we said before, the way the points work, 1 kill, 1 point, and kills can mean a lot of your standings, a lot of money as well at the very end.
And something that I'm enjoying from Nova that we even saw in the last match was they were taking a fight with Bigetron, and then they decided to back off as soon as they noticed that, hey, we're just shooting, we're not getting any knocks. You know what? Let's just back off and let's go ahead and readjust, which ended up working out perfectly for them because they were able to position themselves in a better location, and they ended up getting, I believe it was King from Nova, ended up getting in a 1v1 situation with Luxy from Bigetron, and they ended up killing him. So love seeing those plays, love seeing, you know what, we really don't have to be aggressive here. There's someone's coming our way, let's reposition.
Yeah, it was Luxy's also like mobile gamer of 2020, by the way, if you did not know. They're just sprinkling a little bit of information, but like not the game of that game, unfortunately. You did commit a little bit too far versus Nova.
Just built him up and then just chopped him right
just
down.
like, oh, no, I'll drop you down on the ground. That's where you're going. But like, he did push a little bit too far, and I think that there was maybe a little bit of lack of synergy from Bigetron on that game, respectively. So hopefully that is something they can try and fix on the long run. But like, yeah, it feels good. RRQ up there. I'm going to say it, there you go. I'm saying it right now. RRQ top 3 position. And you know what, like, hey, also like Dubai surrounded by desert, like normally, no, this is a position, like they don't have a good time on desert maps normally, but you know what, here, they're showing up in big ways.
Oh, don't say it. Don't say it.
Don't say it.
I don't want you to jinx it now.
I mean, it's always going to fall back on me anyways, eventually, but looking our top 5 players in terms of their respective stats in that game. Highest kills, of course, you know, Paraboy got himself 5 frags that game alone, mainly because of how they were just consistently fighting, entering through the eastern side. They were off to a great start.
And something that I wanted to point out in regards to longest travel, distance travel, would be, once again, is a 4 AM player. They've been enjoying the rotations. We kind of saw another rotation as well from Navi. We saw a west rotation. I want to see, with 4 AM, I feel like they had just such a great idea there, but they just took a little bit too long. And I wanted to go back to that with you, Max, because I felt like if they would have just kept, they pretty much, if they could have went from southwest to east, southeast, and then go off a little bit more, they would have just placed themselves in a perfect location. But instead, we saw S-Van just go in wild and crazy into a bunch of players, and it didn't end up working out their way.
The thing is, when you do such a wild rotation like that, that's when a moment where you got to keep in mind the time factor. And the fact is that rotation took so long to set up that the circle had time to shift away, and then they could not try and breach it through the eastern side, which is why they, at the end, tried to make it through Chumacera and went down.
And going based on time there, we saw another team in Navi do the exact same rotation, and something that we're talking about was that Navi take it on, they waited too long to actually get into position. They waited too long to actually get into the circle. They were far ahead in regards to where 4 AM was, and 4 AM was able to almost catch up to them. So hopefully we can see a little bit more of more pressure out of Navi in the future, especially if they're going to continue doing those west rotations.
Yeah, just being a little bit more snappy at the end there.
Yeah, crazy to see here as well. 260 throwables used on that last match.
Wow.
57 kills as well. I mean, obviously you expect a really high number of kills, right? But we can also importantly see that like 15 revives. Now, obviously, we don't really see this number too often as like an overall statistic for a match, but in your guys' opinion, is that a lot or is that a little when it comes to these matches?
That's very little.
I feel like that's very, very little.
That means like kills have been confirmed heavily, which I think is a good thing, especially in Miramar, because normally like as a big map, you're gonna have teams very far away from each other. That means that fights would get initiated and would find closure really quickly, which when you think about it, the main reason why that was the case is because that terrain had so little compounds that you would always have an angle where even if you just got knocked, another team would just steal that frag away. That circle there was not the best in terms of like being able to find those revives because there was no good hiding spots.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw that from the Nova player trying to hide behind the airdrop. Just trying to find anything to hide behind. It's not going to end up working out. Luckily for them, A1 Esports, once again, I want to go back to that. They decided to just back off. They only shot him one time, kind of like a warning shot, back off. I wish he would have just kind of hold on to that fire button and kept on shooting. He would have definitely been able to knock them down, and I think it would have maybe gone a little bit different there for A1, even though, hey, their place is really good for them.
Yeah, and you know what? Things are heating up here in Dubai, but we're going to be heading to a short break while we get things ready for our next match here of the day. It's going to be Vikendi, so things will be cooling down. It's going to be back with your commentators of John Allen and Blake.
The battle won for glory. All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down.
are you getting a little bit chilly? I know we're in Dubai, but it's starting to feel a little bit cold.
It's a bit cold, right?
That's because we're headed to Vikendi next. We're going to be headed over to the icy tundra. As per usual, I will make a joke about it being cold. And what better way to kick it?
Well, it's cold. Very funny. But I mean, yes, we are heading over to Vikendi now. And I mean, I'm excited for it. This is probably one of my favorite maps during the PMGC. Not one of my favorite maps before this, though. I mean, I can appreciate the tactical nature of this map, but in PMGC, the way these teams play is so aggressive. Just absolutely fighting tooth and nail over these compounds all over the map at the moment. It's really good fun to watch, and you guys are sure to enjoy it at home. We've been told the game is ready very shortly, so I'm really excited to get into this one as soon as possible. Now, you mentioned Alpha 7 during Erangel. I did. They stepped up a little bit there on Miramar. They had their moments, and they were shining. Unfortunately, those circles towards the end were just absolutely monstrous, to be honest with you. XQF tried to do the best they could with what little materials they were given. The loot boxes just not coming to bear, and honestly, A1 with Jax on that high ground doing a fantastic job. And I think that was kind of just recovery mode at that point for that team. They most certainly weren't going to get that chicken dinner with the way that Abrupt Slayers were playing. They had a really good position nice and early on. However, they were able to snag that second place. Sinister, however, was in a really tough spot with all those players bearing down upon him.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, who said A1 were going to step up a little bit? I'm just trying to remember.
I think you said XQF, right?
No, I'm pretty sure I said A1. I'm pretty sure I said that.
They've got that A1 grading, you know.
Absolutely, that's what they want. Just like the cards that you can get over on Epic, on the Epic's cards, of course.
Epics.gg.
Epics.gg. You can head over there and check out all the cards. If you get that A1, that's the first edition. It's just the number. It's just a number. But A1,
but it means so much more.
That's pretty cool. It definitely does. If you get an A1, I would say that would be Super Poggers.
I thought you were going to say that would be A1, and I was like, well, that would really, just bring everything together. But, that would just be Super Poggers.
There's a few things in life that are Super Poggers.
Okay.
A1, Mountain Dew, the OnePlus 8T, Qualcomm Snapdragon, Elite Gaming. All of these things are Super Poggers, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be heading into match number 3 very shortly over on Vikendi.
Now, there's a few teams here that we've been taking a look at today. RRQ, however, wow, nice little game from them on Miramar. We've not seen that from them in a little while. So you would think that the rest of the maps are all pretty good for them. They seem to know what they're doing. So they spent this short break being like, what is going on Miramar? And they seem to have fixed a lot of the problems that were shown to them, and they've managed to get their way into that. So I think a lot of times they're getting caught out on rotates. But here we go. Match number 3, heading to the skies. We've got our beautiful little arena here as well to show it as it happens.
Did you just call it little?
It's a small one, isn't it, really?
It's a very, very small
Look how tiny it is.
Goodness me.
Just like Vikendi.
What is this, an arena for ants?
There are at least a dozen of us in here. I'll say that now.
Yeah, exactly. Fantastic stuff. Plane path cuts straight down the middle. Bottom left, top right. Very, very simple for everybody trying to get anywhere. Dobro Mesto, very accessible. Early drop, you can drive out there. That's going to be fine. It's places like Port that might be a little bit inaccessible, but even so, you can get there, you can loot up. Very, very favorable for pretty much everyone.
Yeah. We've got a beautiful little graphic on the screen here as well for you guys at home, so you can keep up to date with everything that is going on during the tournament. NOVA-XQF Paraboy over there with 5 kills in 3rd place for the top 5 fraggers of the tournament. Now, that does not surprise me. Regardless of what's happened in PMGC, this guy has always stepped up as a huge fragging member for this team. He really is that glue that pulls the rest of the players together. But look at that over on the overall rankings. RRQ in 2nd place and Abrupt Slayers with 1st on 26 points. Bloody hell, John. Abrupt Slayers are really stepping it up. That's momentum that they wanted.
Absolutely. RRQ tied, of course, in that spot with 26 points. It's very, very tight, and that's what I was talking about early on in that last game, remember, Blank, where I said the top 3 teams from that first game had dropped down early.
Exactly. Right. And I mean, just looking at that as well, John, to be honest with you, when you take a look there, Abrupt Slayers are in #1 place because obviously they've had a chicken dinner, which is the tiebreaker there for these teams. And to be quite honest with you, those chicken dinners are going to come in mighty handy because you don't have that many games here this tournament. Only 24, so you want to try and get as many as possible on board. Just in case you do get the tiebreaker at the top, it is a huge discrepancy between the 1st place and the 2nd place prize.
Certainly is. It's nothing to turn your nose up at. 700k, that'd be pretty great to be able to get that. And I think if you add up what 4AM were able to get from the qualifying stages, from the league stages, that would total to $1 million. If 4AM win here, they would get $1 million total out of the
I know, it would be absolutely mad.
And the MVP prize as well, so that would be another 10,000 on top of it, 1,010,000. If they get another MVP, that would be like
1,020,000.
1,027,000 or whatever it is. I have to double check on the exact number, but that's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money indeed. And I mean, look, you guys at home, you've given another $1 million today in terms of viewership. We broke that so easily. Again, a massive thank you to all you guys at home who are staying safe and watching some beautiful PUBG Mobile esports. We've got Hasaki up on the screen there. 167 meter, longest distance kill, 3 kills total. He's doing pretty well. He was really stepping up for the team a lot of times. And this guy's the type of guy that plays in the back for this team, pokes out, hits those off-angle shots, and comes back in again. He really does that job very well for this team. Yeah. I think 4AM, though, they perform best when they have those 4 players on board because their teamwork is phenomenal.
Absolutely. I think it's, you know, one of the best, certainly in the lobby. Sinister, a little bit forwards, and against Alpha 7, we've seen how strong they are on the frag. But will he be able to shut down a little bit? Goes for the spray on the Darcia, but they get the better of him. Really? Sinister falls down early. A beautiful crash from Alpha 7, and there's a reason that these guys have got so many kills, Frank. There's a reason that they have the top fragger in the tournament so far over the last 2 games, and it's first blood for Mafioso.
You know, I had a little chat with Law, actually, before this tournament started. He's such a sweet guy as well. He's like, I will try my best in the tournament. I'll do my best, guys. And you know what? He absolutely is doing. This guy is fragging out of his mind this game, this tournament, in fact, as we head into the 3rd map of this whole PUBG Mobile Global Championship Finals. Really good stuff from them, and you don't see that very often. That's quite a difficult thing to pull off, where you're crashing into a compound, and through a window, and through another window from the vehicle, you manage to get the knock there. Really fantastic stuff from Alpha 7, and it is very dominant the way they take that compound. This is what I'm talking about as well. I mentioned it right at the top of the cast here, is that teams will be looking to take those compounds off other teams very early on, so they can try and strike that tactical advantage early.
I mean, you know, all in a day's work for Alpha 7, the America's squad who are representing their region. Fantastic for them to be able to come out swinging so strong. You can see Law there doing quite a lot for his squad, contributing a majority of the
total damage for the team.
Of the total damage for the team there. You can see 40% of it coming from Law, and that's what you're talking about. This guy is a machine.
Absolute mad stuff coming up from this guy. But the rest of the game shall take a little while to get started. Most teams having to head down towards the southeast here. You don't tend to get these very central circles on Vikendi. Usually it wants to rubber band itself out over into the waters. Make things a little bit more difficult. The coastal side is very popular around here with the buildings that are in place, but we do have the frozen river that cuts through this one with castle in tow, so that will make for some interesting plays towards the end of the game. Winery also here, so you have that elevation also thrown into the mix. So this is going to be an interesting finish. Regardless of what happens, we're going to have an interesting finish.
Absolutely, and this is, if this circle is anything, this is a Moustache Dave circle.
This is a Moustache Dave.
I would say this is definitely the case, because not only is it out to the coastline on Vikendi, it's onto Futbolist. They're right on the coastline down on the southeastern side. They are pretty safely tucked away for the next 2-3 circles in this position. They will have to move a little bit further inland later on, but they can survive. They can last out the night and try and break with the dawn.
I think that really for Futbolists, what they tend to do very well from what we've seen is they hold down compounds with cheeky little angles very well. They're able to keep the enemy teams back. They can be able to keep the enemy teams off them whilst they're playing these kind of angles. So it's really good stuff from them. And I think they've been hindered, in fact, by the positions they've been given in these maps. For instance, let's go back to Erangel, where they were stuck outside on Sosnovka waiting to make their way in. That's not a good position for them. They're forced to play off the back foot towards the end of the game. They're used to having a very dominant position and then crushing from that spot.
See if they're able to find that dominant position moving forwards. Teams on the northern coast starting to move now. Na'Vi have already sent Old Boy out ahead just that little bit. We'll be following it up slowly. Power 888 as well over in Port and Zabava. We'll be moving down south. Klas Digital Athletics in that mix as well. All three of these teams will probably be trying to push in near Dino Park, just to the west of Castle.
Yeah, you know, I'm actually pretty pleased with what Na'Vi's doing here. I've said this before and then been quite displeased about 5 minutes later, but I'm going to say it right now anyway.
Okay.
Na'Vi looking to make their way down on this western side into the circle itself, not hanging around for Klas Digital Athletics to make their way down and actually, in fact, start to take some pot shots off them, which we've seen many times happen before, and it kind of causes this really big problem for both these teams where they're in a weird fight for a lengthy amount of time, they can't quite escape, and then another team comes along and finishes up the scraps which are left over from the little scuffle that did happen in that area. Here we're just looking at Abrupt Slayers once again, flexing it a little bit after that nice little win they just got on Miramar.
Not quite in the next circle. They'll have to get a little bit further central. And on Vikendi, as we all know, that is the name of the game. Get a central compound early and we'll see you safe for the next while. 4 AM, they got that memo. They've sent pretty central here, actually. There is another player on that hillside with them, though, from Aerowolf Limax, just down the way. Superuna, isolated from the rest of the team. And might have to get out of the way, but 4 men continue their trek towards the center of the circle, into the waiting arms of Konina Power, Alpha 7, A1 as well.
A1, right on this coastal side. You can, if we pull up the map in a little bit, you'll see just how tightly packed all these teams are, and they're tightly packed on the side of the river. And for a good reason as well. You want to be able to have that option to be able to cross at any moment. You don't want to get caught blindsided when you're all the way over on the west side and it's like, that is a hard shift to the east. Now, not only do I have to figure out how I'm going to make my way through the winding roads towards Castle, but how am I going to make my way across the road itself? Potato getting quickly dispatched.
Is that Alpha 7 getting a kill? Who'd have thought? Goodness me, 2 kills already. The only 2 kills in the lobby. And they will continue to maintain the title of top fraggers in the games so far. If you're wondering what the blue surrounding is of the teams on the right-hand side at home, that is teams that are out in the blue. That is teams who are going to remain outside for now. Once they get in, they'll be okay, but you can see Power 888 and Na'Vi both still yet to leave the blue fully. Tixi is the only player for Na'Vi left out in the blue in Dobro Mesto, and Power 888, they're pretty much all out in the blue.
Yeah, they are making their way in now. Qualcomm, again, just like Tixi, is holding it down. Wonder what he's trying to do there. Collect a little bit more loot before heading in with the rest of his team. The rest of Na'Vi has passed Cosmos, Secret Jin, one single player, just up towards the south of Dino Park. The rest of Secret Jin have made their way in, and they're right on the coast here, John. Just waiting, biding their time. Abrupt Slayers, though, taking more shots over towards Aerowolf Limax, who have tried to play out on the edge side. Doesn't work as well for them here on Vikendi, where so many teams will spot you coming from a mile off if you haven't found that compound yet.
However, Aerowolf Limax, they still have 2 players, and both of them are in Castle Blank, which means that they're more than likely going to be okay for the foreseeable future, but it's leaving the castle that will prove bothersome. Secret Jin roll up on Na'Vi's spot. A lot of damage to Cosmos, but Matic takes some in kind, will go down. GZ trying to look for the push, but Old Boy at his back. Out wide he goes behind the rock, looking to try and suppress towards the off angle from Meku, but the Micro Uzi just too thunderous there for Old Boy. Rampages forwards and 2 players from Secret Jin down on knee.
And quickly, the boys from Na'Vi have to heal up, make sure they finish off the players here, get some points on board. Tixi making his way down as well. Really like that from Old Boy, actually. He suffered a little bit of damage as he flung himself off the motorbike onto the cold snow below, but it did mean that he got off quite a few pot shots to the players in the vehicle, was able to stop them in their tracks. So really good stuff. Great shot calling from this team to be saying, like, look, let's just stop right now, take shots quickly, make it happen, and they get 2 nice, juicy points out of it.
And you can see they are no longer surrounded by blue on the side tables there, which means that they are all into the zone. They will push forwards and try and get their foot in the door on the south side here. Next circle going to be popping relatively soon, but it's quite central blank, and they won't be pushed too hard just yet. Futbolist yet to leave their spot, their drop. Secret Jin might try and contest them for it, though. It's a decent spot, controls the western side of this bridge, which is such an important crossing.
4am on a screen, Svan. Dude, that guy is absolutely nutty for that team. I think he'd put up, I think it was 70 kills. Actually, I'm not even completely sure of the number at the end, but it was around about a third of the total kills for the team at the end of the PMGC league stages. It was absolutely ridiculous, to be honest with you. So once this guy's alive, if he's staying alive, then you know some good stuff are going to happen for 4am indeed. And I think they're just getting warmed up. And after that win, they got an Erangel early on. They're already in a nice spot going forward.
Futbolists are just sort of vibing right now.
Yeah.
They have got everything that they want right now. You can see they've stacked up those vehicles in nice, safe, secure locations. Really not too many ways that those are going to go down or lose a tyre. When they have to, they can move. Potentially over towards Volnova, but there's quite a lot of teams there already. Abrupt Slayers, they're out in the sticks on the northern side, next to the castle, where Aerowolf Limax have their 2 remaining outposts.
I mean, this is completely fine for most teams.
Red dot K9.
You know what? If you want to hit some long shots, you just need a small red dot, and then you kind of just see some movement off in the distance. Oh, I was taking a shot. Actually, that's how the K9 works.
It's no scope or no hope, to be honest.
No scope or no hope. You just like, that's how I play this game as well. I just like duck over, and then sometimes I get a kill every 500 shots or so.
Gyro only K9.
Max sensitivity.
That would be
max damage.
That is true. Damage scales with sensitivity.
Yeah, I could do like a ridiculous 900-degree turn in about a 0.5 second.
With gyro, you're just on a...
Me in my spinny chair at home.
Don't be ridiculous, boy.
That's not how they play these games. I actually do know some people who do play in a spinning chair and that they actually just spin to change direction. I know some people who actually do that. I think Hot Jukes actually does that.
I'd have to double check.
I don't know where he is. I need
Hot looking around.
Please.
Hot Jukes, please.
Come here.
Verify these facts that we're claiming about you. Oh dear. Na'Vi, they've made their push a little bit closer on the western edge of Winery. They're getting closer to RRQ as well. And might actually come to blows at this stage. Klas Digital Athletics, they're holding out just to the south of Tovar.
Do you play on a spinny chair?
Of course, have to.
It's the best, right?
He said
it's the only way.
This level, dude, be able to track a car, full 360.
He's saying if you have to track a car, it's great. Full 360 motion.
Full 360. Thank you so much, Hot Jukes.
There we go.
That's a verification on the cards.
Hey, you know what? We got it done. That's all I'm going to say. Futbolist, they have still maintained their sanctuary, their sanity as well for the time being.
I mean, Futbolist is not the worst position for them. I just worry for them going forward. I mean, the circle seems to be heading more and more towards the northwest here. It will eventually leave them. Na'Vi towards that elevated position towards Winery. This is good for intel going forward. We know PUBG Mobile is an information game at heart. If they can acquire a little bit of that going forward, it'll be great for them. Let's take quick stock of these players. Na'Vi has 1 knock, as do Klas Digital Athletics. You can see Matic going over to pick up his boy Meku.
There we go. Not too sure where the knock came in from. I imagine that it was from Secret Jin. It's the only ones with real sight lines over to the position. Okay, yeah. There it is. There's Kengzo.
Oh, it's the solitary samurai.
Hits the bullet, but not quite getting the knock. Looks for another. 4 bullets in the magazine right now, blank, but he is going to fade away. Kengzo doesn't want to be isolated into his position. He knows there's 2 more members of Na'Vi out there biding their time.
That guy is pretty scary, I won't lie to you, so I wouldn't count Secret Jin out just yet. Let's take a look down to 4am at the moment. You can see them down here, Alpha 7 and 4am. Their damage comparison. 4am obviously not doing a huge amount of damage. They did wait out a lot of these games, but still 1,700 for how patient they've been is quite a big number, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing pretty well, both of these squads, however. And they're right across the ridge lines, which is why this comparison is actually quite interesting there. Both pretty big numbers there. There is quite a difference in that damage, but it is very early into these games. And remember, 4am actually went down.
It's all play style as well, right?
Exactly. 4am went down very, very early in that last game, which means that almost all of their damage is from the first entry there. So the fact that Alpha 7 only have 1,000 more, I'd say that's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say so. I think Alpha 7's playstyle is quite aggressive as well. And I like how they're playing it. I think you can play aggressive so wrong as well. We've seen so many times where we've had an aggressive team fly into compounds time and time again and just get completely shut down. Alpha 7, on the other hand, seeming to make it work. And I think that's absolutely okay when you got muscles like these guys.
Notably, actually, it was NOVA-XQF who did exactly what you're talking about. They sort of flew into these compounds without scouting and got taken down on an aggressive play. They learned their lesson a little bit towards the ends of the tournament, somewhat. They still have their foibles. But
my eyes were twitching. That's why he said that.
Yeah, absolutely. But they seem to have learned a little bit of a lesson there, and potentially so have everyone else. Alpha 7 have their wits about them. They've been controlling a lot of ground in the 2 games previously. We'll see if they're able to do that. Of course, they're on the eastern side of this river at the moment, which means that they probably are going to have to cross depending on this next shift that's going to come in a few seconds. So they won't have as much control as they once did. Will they be able to have the similar result, play that aggressive strategy that they've been up to for the last 2 games?
Moving away very quickly, it does head over to the eastern side. That's Zuxi, though, getting taken down behind the vehicle. Just about gets behind the buggy, but he's going to bleed out fairly shortly. And now Bigetron down to 3. Not a good start to the finals for them at all. And remember, we've got to make an emphasis that, you know, only 24 matches total. Every single match counts even more than before, because you need to get those points on board and make it fast.
The circle shifts out to the west flank, which means that, as we said, Alpha 7 will have to shift. Aerowolf just still inside it in Castle with their 2 players who've been there for quite a while. The northern side, as we've just seen that fight between Power 888 and Bigetron, will have to move forward. But Futbolists are going to have to leave as well. Na'Vi, 3 to a car. I hate to see it, but they get away with it. AXA not able to get that spray down. That's Invuln over on the western edge.
Oh, okay, AXA. Nice one.
Hardcore parkour right there.
I know, right? It cheekily just makes its way down there like Spider-Man, just hanging from the ledges. A1 outside of the walls at the time being, just watching in towards Konina Power. I mean, you'd imagine that A1 would know that there's a team currently in here. They are right on the cusp of the circle. They have some great advantage in terms of the area that they control. They'll be looking over towards Alpha 7, who you imagine is going to wait as long as possible over on this eastern side for the teams that might be gatekeeping them to move to a better position for themselves. Futbolist is another one of those teams. They've come up from the bottom of Winery using that hilltop to gather that information, see where they'd like to go next, but it's RRQ who are currently in the way.
Goodness me, is it first light of the 5th day? Because that's the Rohirrim on the top of the hill there going in for RRQ. And they are looking from the south, not from the east this time around. So no. Maybe the comparison falls short, but potentially looking to dismount RRQ's position there. Some nice spots for them. Or they could just try and skirt around it. RRQ, a difficulty in front of them. And do they meet it head on, or do they try and flow around it?
I mean, Lutz has already made his way through. You know, I actually really like this push from Lutz, from Futbolist. He's a single player. He can make his way through on his own, fairly undetected, and try and provide a route for the rest of this team to actually bomb towards, which is absolutely fine. I mean, Futbolists definitely need to do something with the next circle. About to pop very shortly. Gonna hit up onto our screens. Team Secret currently right in the middle. They've had some good luck here on Vikendi, and they have it once again as it drops on top of them. I want to see some stuff out of U-High. He's an incredible player, but Ice continues to find these knocks.
Husky very low as well. Sook up close and personal with him. The circle will start to do quite a bit of damage here as 4 AM going to have the Kosh put on them. And they just retreat. Power 888 playing disciplined here, Blank.
I mean, yeah, to be honest with you, I'm glad they are. They had some real big hiccups towards the end of the league stage, but we're looking at Konina Power, the 2 CIS teams here for this finals, going head-to-head against one another.
Alpha 7 taking a lot of punishment on the eastern side from Zeus, actually going very, very low, down to 1 player. But in the meantime, Konina Power continue to clash on the western end of Villanova with Na'Vi. They've only had 1 knock so far into Meku, and they potentially are going to be able to res this. Konina Power backing off, as it seems, for the time being.
Yeah, 4 AM really having a rough time of it. I think they spent way too much time trying to get those 10,000 steps in a day at this point. I think they just need to get into the circle and find a position. We've seen so many times on Vikendi where they have just shot towards a position in the circle itself, find a nice compound, but here I think they're just playing a little bit too hesitant. It is fine because they've still got some points on board from the beginning of the day, but that lead that they'd begun so early is starting to get away from them.
A1 are trying to push into the middle of this fight, and the two CAS teams are turning around and be like, guys,
come on.
We're fighting here.
We're having a cage match.
Step up.
So rude.
Nades being thrown in now from Tixi, close range. Gets the knock onto 6ix9ine and a bit of damage onto Jax. Old Boy has been knocked in the meantime. This is a chance for Konina Power to maybe strike, but Old Boy gets flushed out. A1 pick up the kill. Nade up the top. Tixi takes some damage. Dante fades away and doesn't get done over.
You know, Tixi should be dead there. That grenade exploded right within the frame, so only took a little bit of brunt damage there, unfortunately, for A1. So Tixi counting his lucky stars at the moment. Na'Vi now down to just 3. That Secret Jin also going out towards the south side. NOVA-XQF just holding it down over the side of the road.
Lucky once, not so lucky again. Tixi gets knocked. The nade finds its mark this time around. It will be still in Volnova, the arena of their combat. Bigetron very, very low. Luxy last standing there. Has to heal up a sliver of HP. Both Ryzen and Microboy trying to hold on, but the spray down from 4 Angry Men will eliminate Bigetron for a 3rd time. Abrupt Slayers are eliminated as well. And so now it's just 4 AM on that northern side, thinking, where did everyone go? Futbolist maybe a little bit further to the south.
Yeah, this is the hard crunch that happens every time here on Vikendi, where teams have to suddenly start bolting it towards the middle. Team Secret still holding down a beautiful compound within the middle of this one. And Klas Digital Athletics continue to be consistent in this finals. Another good compound for them that they found on a similar trajectory made by Na'Vi. Na'Vi just went a little bit further than them. Digital Athletics decided actually to opt to stop a little bit earlier and hit up a compound here.
Konina Power looking to try and leave as well. We saw what they could do. A nade on its mark, beautifully found there from RRQ. 4 players alive. Looks like they're going for that res as well in the back. Beer 11 and D2E, brothers in arms, staying linked right now. The Phalanx moves on.
King is just belting it towards Order at the moment. I'm okay with this. King seems to be really like the medic of the team, just rushing around, trying to find players to pick back up again, but RRQ will be having none of it. They won't allow this res to go through. They realize they need to press the advantage. Now it's a 4v3 between them and NOVA-XQF. Great position found for RRQ, but they still have a ways to go. They are not in the circle just yet.
Not too many potential third parties as well. It's really only Klas Digital Athletics who could chime in to this fight, which means it is basically straight head-to-head combat right now between NOVA-XQF and RRQ Athena. Looking to try and push on forwards. Ernie leads the charge up to the 2 blue crates. Jumps the gap. Drops to hit the deck. Smokes out wide to try and get the off angle. A knock goes over to Konina Power as they take a fight on the hillside with Zeus around the windmills. Axa going low. 2 players down now for Konina Power. Gonzo mounts up. Tries to get a new angle as Black-White will get flushed on out. As that's kills coming in thick and fast. Down towards NOVA-XQF as now it's Zeus who can third party into this fight as well. And everything's starting to pop off. NOVA-XQF, I believe that's them going very, very low. RRQ, all 4 players standing, and Konina Power all but done as Frozen's out in the blue.
Quickly check in with Futbolist after that nice little push from Lutz. They found a position over towards this northwest side where not a lot of teams are currently congregating. So they're in a really good spot. Zeus continued to take that fight between them and Konina Power. Gonzo trying his best to crawl into the circle whilst he is down. Na'Vi now out. It will look like Frozen makes his way over to it. So Konina Power could possibly remain in this game with 2 players, but 8 teams now remain as the next circle will pop. Let's see where it goes. This could really change things up depending on the position. Down towards the south, not really any compound remaining within this one, just the barest amount of NOVA-XQFs as well as Klas Digital Athletics.
RRQ, remember, they were tied for first place on 26 points now, so they can streak out ahead of the Abrupt Slayers, who went down a lot earlier. And it's consistency that's seeing everyone safe here, although RRQ, they take a knock. Klas Digital Athletics, they are echoing back and forth, 1 for 1, blow for blow, blank. They trade it off.
RRQ take one knock. NOVA-XQF, that's Powerboy down now for the team.
Oh. Knock sent over towards Rex for Team Secret against the Futbolist onslaught right now. They will have to move down south pretty sharpish. As Futbolist looking to try and swarm around. They are on the back foot, but Secret potentially caught up in this compound. Might find it difficult to leave, but Yuhai Boy out the back, trying to give them an escape route.
I think that right now Team Secret need to get rid of Futbolist. This is probably high priority for them. Power Triple Eight with one knock on hand gives a little bit of breathing room to them. That's Powerboy taking down D2E. So NOVA-XQF continuing their reign towards this south side.
NOVA-XQF, RRQ and Klas Digital Athletics right now waiting for someone to make that first move. Sprays coming in from Power Triple Eight, who again have to make that push. Such a tricky spot, and they all mount up. 4 to a vehicle for Power Triple Eight this late in the circle. If you get done, you're going to go down right into the middle. Such a risky play, but they managed to get into the zone, and that might just give them the advantage they need against Futbolist, against Team Secret.
Team Secret just are not having a good time right now. Great nades coming through. Futbolist, they want to claim zone here. Move to the front. Lovers in jump shot on the side. That's one kill already found.
Oh, no.
Great jump shot from Matoy. Beautiful stuff, and will survive. Eye shot still up here. Matoy has to try and get out of there as soon as possible, but the blue is ticking.
2 players alive. Matoy gets knocked across the way. Eye Shots tries to stand tall, but Power Triple Eight are ready and waiting with open arms. However, Jimmy lands the shots from the sidelines. That is all the teams on the north now eliminated. Power Triple Eight behind their rock, looking to hold strong right now. The circle will shift. It will favor one of these 4 teams. All 4 points of the compass occupied right now, and Power Triple Eight are blessing their lucky stars as it shifts out northwest.
This is beautiful for them. They have a lot of hard cover that they're currently holding down. Francis Lennox will have to leave their compound to RRQ. Trying to find a pick onto NOVA-XQF. There's the first one. King goes down. This is a really important game for RRQ. They have not held the trophy of a championship as of yet, but they've always been chasing it. And if they get some more points on here, it will be looking good for them at the start of this finals.
Power Triple Eight trying to zone them away, looking for that res. A single nade would prove really quite bothersome for them. RRQ, they're down to 1.
Yeah.
G9 hiding out in the warehouse. Nade over the top. That's a Molotov, sorry, to stop Paraboy on the close peaks, but really, what is there left in the tank? Looking for the angle there, can't quite find it on the Molotov. Now G9 wants to get these reses. Paraboy reads it, moves on over the wall. Klas Digital Athletics, they need to try and take some real estate in the meantime. And that's a Molotov. Did that just finish off both of them for Paraboy?
Goodness me. Like you said, that was open like a book for Paraboy. He was just straight through those chapters. Great read from him. Now moves forward with the smokes unleashed by Jimmy. Now they can get further into this circle. Power Triple Eight are down on their knees. They have really taken a lot of hits. Jimmy survives, brushes that one off like it's nothing.
It's not even a problem. Klas Digital Athletics clashing now with Power Triple Eight around the side of the rock. NOVA-XQF will have to try and snake their way through, and Power Triple Eight should be worried. It's a 3 versus 2 if they take the fight that way. But they just don't have the info at this moment. Ice looking to try and play backstop. Paraboy spotted out. Functioning perfectly. 1 player now standing for NOVA-XQF. It's Jimmy. Klas Digital Athletics pop the nades over the top, looking to try and push them off the rocks, try and force them into an unfavorable fight. 4 versus 3. Nades sent back, however, and might just find what they're looking for. Triple T's gonna hit the deck. Jimmy, last player standing, snaking in for NOVA-XQF. Looking to mount up and spray on in. Gets a lot of damage done, but Silas stands tall. Gooey around the rock, not quite able to finish that off. Solus goes low. Silas, he might not have any HP, but it's not even going to matter. Klas Digital Athletics rampage across the tundra.
Absolute fantastic game of Klas Digital Athletics. I felt like they were in control the entirety of that time. Wonderful stuff from them. Power Triple Eight, though, Ice with 7 kills on 4. What a performance from this guy. We kept coming back onto his camera so many times. He dealt with 4 AM. But RRQ, this is actually quite a good game for them, and I like their rotations. It seemed smart, and they were ready to press advantages when they had them, push forward towards NOVA-XQF. Unfortunately, in the end, Paraboy did some Paraboy things, and it just did not go well for them.
fantastic stuff. And Team Secret as well, having a good game after what has been a slow start. So hopefully that's a little bit of a kick up the backside for them to get things started. Well, we'll have to wait and see what they have in store for us for the rest of today. Let's head back over to the analyst desk.
Yeah, honestly, really great to see Power AAA. I mean, obviously we'll talk about Klas in a second, but for Power AAA KPS, they were in, I think, 15th place. And they were able to show up in this game. And that's the Power AAA KPS that we've known. This is the team that we saw in like 2 weeks of League Play, Max, who on the last day qualified for the Super Weekend out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, they're like, I also gave them the title in the league stage of like, the God Slayers. Like, they would take down like teams that like renowned in the scene and in that tournament specifically. And I think that overall they have been able to prove once again that they are still on top of their game. They're still fragging it out in big ways. There was still like a super ballsy move at one point, like 4-man car rotation in a fuming car. I was like, oh. If they make it to the rock, like that's going to be one of the strongest positions, but it was a high risk, high reward kind of play. And it did indeed like reward them with like so many frags. Not chicken dinner, but still just the kills alone is still worthwhile.
And the good thing about that play is that it showed their awareness. They were so aware of all the other fights going on that they waited just for the right time to actually make that push, which I love to see them in. As you said, that was pretty much, I think if they wouldn't have done that, they wouldn't have ended up where they ended up at the end of the game. Love seeing that once. So one of the other things that I wanted to talk about that John was able to talk about there as well is Team Secret. Being able to kind of just scratch off that top teens placing that they were having in the previous matches, whether it was 16th place, 15th place, now being able to get 5th place with 5 kills, that's good. And then we have 4AM. I believe they ended up in 12th place with not that many kills either. So a lot of chances for other teams to be able to step up, and this is good to see.
When I was looking at Team Secret in that compound at one point versus the side of Futbolist, like they stayed there for so long, I thought I was watching Attack on Titan. I was like literally like, they put like wall Maria around them and they're just like, we're staying here, we're not moving whatsoever. And then they got breached by the Titans. There was Futbolist, but like, you know what, we're going to fight back, we're going to crack into the back of your neck and we're going to take you down.
Is that the football movie?
Sorry?
Is that the football movie? I thought it was called Remember the Titans.
Football.
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
I feel offended right now.
I'm sorry, I have to make fun of him there. Obviously, I do get the reference. I watch anime myself. I've seen it. You guys at home, though, we still, again, have so many things to give away for you guys. We're obviously going to break down the rest of the match a little bit later, but we want to talk about what you can win at home. We have so many rewards. You got 10 million AG, 1 million UC, and $150,000 on the line if you can guess the correct winners of every match for the $150,000. And then, obviously, the AG and the UC comes through if you guess the correct winning team of that match, even if you miss some later on throughout the time. But we're trying to like calculate out like what is the % chance of you or the probability of you getting every team right. It's like 1/16 to the 24th power. Really hard, but hey, $250,000.
Let us know in the comments.
I mean, I've already lost. I think at 4AM winning every single game today, so unfortunately I can't win the money. Max, I think there's definitely no way.
Like the odds of you being able to win that is like equivalent to my average score I would get in math class. It's basically non-existent.
You did get a -2 out of 20.
That is true. True story.
I don't know how you fill your name out incorrectly, but let's take a look though at our overall standings now after we've had 3 matches played. In Klas Digital Athletics, we talk about how consistent they are. They're now in first place.
There you go. Like, Klas, the thing is, like, during the entirety of the league stage, we mentioned this team is able to remain so consistent, remain on top 3 position for so damn long. And if they were able to find closure on the few of those games, they could have potentially got in 2nd position at some point and overtaken Bigetron. But these are the type of games that I love to see. They're like, okay, we know exactly where the final few teams are. We're going to try and go for the push, take control in those finishing moments to take the win. And they did it. Like, this is the D8. I think this is exactly what they had to improve on. And this is the D8. If they keep on playing at this level, I think we might just see them, like, you know, top 3 position, even maybe being on top of the entire event and taking number 1.
Yeah, and they can be that team that, you know, if they get into a top 5 situation and they have at least 3 other players left, it's going to be one of those scary teams. And we're seeing that over and over again in different regions as well. We do see Nova eSports, though. NOVA-XQF, look at them, moving up to 3rd place. They had a horrible game to start with in Erangel, and now back-to-back games being able to step it up. Once again, Paraboy, I think by Paraboy being able to get a little bit hot there is pushing that team. Overall, it's a team effort, but I'm seeing Paraboy being a little bit more aggressive and wanting to get those kill points.
I mean, like, we're talking about, like, the top teams. I'm going to go back to, like, I'm sorry to hammer that point down, but, like, Bigetron, 16th position. Like, I think that after 3 games, you would have told me that Bigetron would have been in 16th position. I was like, you're a liar.
Yeah.
Don't talk to me ever again. And Bigetron here, like, 16th position, like, definitely just, they're having a real hard time. Like, the rotations aren't working that great. They tried a few things that had just not been able to, like, reward them with points in any way, shape, or form. So I'm really surprised, and I want to see Bigetron what are they going to do to fix that? Like,
Well,
is
there's
it
a question? Is that they have officially brought a sub with them this time, Liquid.
Liquid,
right?
Yep.
Is there a chance they're going to bring Liquid into the main roster for some of these games if they continue to perform like this?
I think so. Like, I think it'll be really interesting because also, in case you guys are maybe not too familiar with Liquid, he comes from Iron Esports, which is like a big team that used to always like contest was like second position right behind Bigetron. So they have history, and I think that taking what was now in the past like a foe is now going to be an ally could work out. So maybe Liquid could be like a big helping factor for them.
That's true. You and I started out as foes.
I think we
and
still
we're still
are.
foes.
Yeah.
We'll get to allies eventually. Seven, go ahead.
I was gonna say I don't think they're gonna make a sub, at least not in the first day. I think they're too much of a veteran team. They have way too good synergy between all the members of Bigetron right now. I think maybe if we continue to see this kind of performance going into tomorrow after the first game, I think that's when you might be able to start seeing some changes from them.
It's so much pressure. We'll talk about Silas in a second here, but it's so much pressure to be Bigetron and to not perform.
Yep.
Because you have everyone in the world watching you. You have a lot of haters hoping that you lose. You have a lot of fans who are trying to support you to bring you back up. But to be the top dog for so long and then to slowly slip away, I don't know how you come back from that. They got to be able to pull something big out.
I think it's just like slowly the end of an era, like in the PUBG Mobile esports scene. It's slowly coming to an end and coming to a closure. So, hey, just saying it.
Really?
I think maybe like you got teams that like just they're able to overtake Bigetron. I think it is coming to a closure pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, there could be things in the background. We never know what's going on behind the scenes with that team. I know Luxy, I believe he ended up making a post. Something was going to happen in March. So we don't know what's going to be happening in March. But I'm pretty sure, you know what?
Recruiting me.
Indonesia's having their back. I'm pretty sure they're typing in the chat #IndoPride. So I'd say it's just a fluke. It's only halfway through the first day. Let's see what happens. Yeah.
BTR prank.
I mean, look at 4 a.m. They ended up winning the first game. And then after that, in Miramar and now Vikendi, they haven't really performed to what we saw in the first game.
Head-to-head, Power AAA and also Powerboy's going to be up there. That's actually 2 games in a row where Powerboy's doing really good, actually. He got himself 5 kills, top fragger, actually, on Miramar, now into Vikendi. Map that's pretty similar in the playstyle. He's going to be also coming up with 4 kills and being one of those top players once again. But, like, Ice, like, 7 frags. Like, you keep that in mind, 7 frags for, like, what I call, like, once again in the league stage, like, the God Slayers of the lobby. And Ice did exactly that. He do be slaying.
So, and something that I love to see there from Paraboy stats, it's look at the damage. We've been seeing so far all the MVPs usually end up with, what is it, 400? Less than 500 damage. Paraboy, 1,000 damage by himself. Usually that's an MVP performance right there. I think that the team overall they were able to perform really well. I think they were trying to get those skills on RRQ Athena, but ultimately they ended up getting third party. But the aggressiveness that I'm seeing from Paraboy after the first game especially is something that you want to see out of a fragger like him.
Yeah. Also, now we're going to be looking over for some extra pieces of stats. And, of course, you're going to be looking here for Nova. They got himself the highest total damage in that one. Are you surprised? Not really, no. Especially how you saw so much damage coming out from the side of Paraboy. So not too much of a surprise. But when you're looking at our team, it's going to be rotating a lot with vehicles and all that stuff. One team that comes to mind is going to be 4 Angry Men. Once again, 84.7% vehicle usage. They're the team that keep on rotating the most. They drop initially over onto the eastern side of the map across the river. They could not make it straight into the center circle because the circle kept on going to the west. They're like, we've got to go for the wide rotation, go to the bridge. It's going to be next to Cement Factory to enter through the north, which is what they did. But unfortunately, there was a little bit too much point of contestment in the northern side, which did render that pretty useless at the end.
Yeah, and they were able to pick up some kills there going up against Bigetron, so that kind of worked out for them. But I want to see if they're going to readjust their gameplay. Now, that's back-to-back games that it hasn't really worked out for them. Yeah, we'll see. One thing that we do enjoy is that they are able to adjust, kind of like we saw that in the previous game. They really didn't play that outer circle because of the river was going to split in that one of those circles. So it's interesting to see. I think the next one, if I'm not wrong, is going to be Erangel. So I'm looking forward to see maybe they're going to just go back-to-back wins on Erangel.
I'm going to confirm it is Erangel.
Yeah, there you go.
100% it is Erangel coming into this one. A lot of M762s coming into this one. You know what? Not too surprised. It is a big top-tier weapon when it comes to competitive plays. You know what? They're going to be using that one quite a fair, decent bit here. And the damage is going to be pretty high. But once again, we'll have some white hair.
I'm actually kind of surprised here. Not for the fact that we know, like, Law, I'm not saying that he can't frag.
Yeah.
Silas, okay, that's expected. Paraboy's expected, but I'm surprised not to see anyone from 4 Angry Men in here.
Ooh.
Obviously, I understand they didn't do well match 2.
Yeah.
But they were, like, Svan was just so, like, he caught up to Ryzen so quickly when it came to league stage, and they just have so many players typically in our top 5. But again, it's only 3 matches played, right? It's very volatile. but we still see Law in there. We still see Silas and Paraboy, of course. Such a perfect time for him to step up right after we've had the Between the Battlegrounds episodes released about Nova.
Yeah, perfect timing. We actually had 2 episodes in 1 week, which thank you, Pubg Mobile Esports. I really enjoyed my time there watching those episodes.
His dog is so damn cute. Give me that dog. Well, not his specifically. One that looks like it.
I was going to say something, though, in regards to Alpha 7 and Law. Seeing Law there, for me, it's actually a little bit surprising considering he is the IGL of that team. Something I also wanted to point out when we were looking at the leaderboards is that Alpha 7 is relying a little bit too much on kills. In that previous match, they only ended up getting 2 kills, and in their placement points, then they only ended up getting with 1. So I feel like they have the fragging power, they can get those kills, they can win those engagements, but they need to work on just being able to stay alive a little bit longer. Obviously, that everybody wants to stay alive longer. Maybe work on your rotations, maybe try not to be as aggressive. We'll see what happens with Alpha 7.
Well, you know what we have been talking about, or we haven't maybe mentioned too much on air just yet. These special cards we got going on for sale for Epics.gg. There's a limited number of these first edition PMGC Pro cards available for pre-order, and it's only here during the finals. And I can tell you right now, I know Imperium and Max have both already pre-ordered quite a bit. So you guys need to make sure to support your teams and order yours because they do get a portion of the sales as well. So you not only support them in fandom, you support them with money as well. You obviously showcase your collection online. You can even sell them in the marketplace and show that you're the #1 fan of the team, and especially considering there's even going to be some signed cards snuck in there in the pre-orders. So make sure you guys do that now.
I'm glad you mentioned that because from this graphic right here, we can see a signed car from Paraboy, and let me just tell you, I want that car. I definitely want that car.
But like ace, like grade 7 of it. Obviously.
Yes. Yeah, only grade 7. Yeah. All my cars are going to be grade 7.
If you ever get a grade 7 and you're looking for someone to buy it, you know the man right here, the 7WG over on Instagram. We can see now, obviously, how the zones did shift throughout our last match here on Vikendi, and obviously the playing path not too bad. I'm a little bit sad to not see Dino Park finishes, but you know.
I thought for some time I thought we were going to have a castle finish. I mean, Aerowolf on it.
You did get excited.
I love my castle finishes. Okay, those are rare when they happen. I'm truly happy when that is indeed the case. But no, this is a circle that, especially in the PMGC League stage, we remember like this circle has been happening time and time again. So these teams, these players are really familiar when it comes down to this. And like especially the reason why you had teams not playing too much on the outskirts was mainly because of that river. If you were on one side committing fully and the river shifted on the other side, you were going to get instantly denied so quickly, and you would struggle to find a decent position, or at least a way to make your way already inside the circle itself, which is why teams struggled. But like some rotations that were really clean, you can see Abrupt Slayers and Frank Men on the east both went over to the bridge that was just up top of Castle up north and made their way back in. But unfortunately, you had teams like Power 888, Bigetron that were contesting that a little bit and making it harder for those rotations to actually pay off.
And one of the things you can also see from right there on your bottom left of the screen, you see RRQ Athena just being able to get into some fights there, and the way that Nova Esports was able to position themselves to take on that fight later on against RRQ Athena played out really well for me.
Now looking at Konina Power in this one, like they dropped Volnova, right? And this is round where the circle was finishing. Volnova, they're very familiar, and unfortunately there were just so many teams that were on the outskirts of Volnova, gatekeeping, teams moving away from that compound, that unfortunately Konina Power, that was too much for them to bear with, and they did tend to rotate a little bit too late away from Volnova, which at the end did cause their demise.
Yeah, and with Team Secret, as we're seeing right there, one of the fights between Team Secret and Futbolist, we saw Matawai actually being able to clutch
Jump shot in the blue, like what?
Yeah, I don't think anybody from the Futbolist players, they were expecting that. I think they were just expecting maybe to just take an easy fight and finish off somebody else. But Matawai being able to kind of take on that fight, jump up, jump shot, kill the player from Futbolist, move on, and sadly for him, he wasn't able to make it to the zone. He ended up getting knocked down by the zone. But overall, plays like that is plays that can not only give you a confident boost for yourself, but also for your team.
Now, I actually really want to see some action shots in Epics.gg cards as well. I want to see like Matawai jumping. I want to see some like, for instance, Alpha 7, like they have the greatest poses when it comes to their pictures.
Yes.
But you know what? We're going to head to a break now while we get things ready for our 4th match of the day. We do have 2 new casters join us here on the desk. It's going to be Imperium and Hot Jukes, so don't go anywhere.
This game ends with Europe on the top side. There. It's just Pubg by itself. Miramar, he's so close to Classical Athletics. Who's right there? Sanhok.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I forgot Max has a contractually obligated amount of time to be on camera before we can go to the next match. So we're back here on the analysis desk here. Max, thanks for holding up. Analysts, just start game, please. We are obviously having a couple of issues, so we're just going to sort those out really quickly. But guys, I mean, obviously we have so many things that we can talk about, and I'm usually the one to drive the conversation. But you know what, Max? I'm going to give you the opportunity. What would you like to talk about right now?
I want to talk about real quick about Secret Jin, actually.
Okay,
Secret Jin is a team that we haven't been talking about too much because they were like really into the league stage, like more those silent killers, and they did get close, like top 5 position on those top side of the scoreboards. And I was really impressed with how they were doing, especially like Cosmos and also Kengzo was doing really good for his team. But I've got to say that I've been seeing that they've been doing a lot of research coming into this one. Like their drop locations and their rotation path are really clean, but they're suffering in terms of team fighting. And I think that like it's just the level of gameplay of this lobby is just so high. Like there's 16 best teams in the world, and I think that here they need to try and refocus a little bit on what they're doing, how they breach, how they go aggressive. They need to fully commit to decision making, and I think that if they do tend to do so, they will be in a good spot, because currently you can see on the leaderboards 15th position. Like that is just not looking great whatsoever.
So the thing about that is, I love how you brought up Secret Jin, because we've saw so many different teams in the league stage have those pop-up games. They had a 20-kill game on Erangel. They actually had 2 chicken dinners in that day on the Super Weekend. Like they can't pull off some big numbers, but the fact is anyone can do that. But Seven, I'm kind of surprised so far today. I mean, yeah, just 3 matches. Jason, calm down. We haven't had any of those huge games yet.
Yeah,
from anyone.
And that's the one that I'm kind of expecting for next. And especially in Erangel, I wouldn't be surprised if we see 4 a.m. after, and I kind of want to stick with 4 a.m. here, since they ended up winning the first Erangel. I want to see if maybe they can do a great showing. We saw them during the PMGC League. They were able to get chicken dinners. They were able to get chicken dinners with 18 kills, which I think if they start doing that here, it would be amazing, especially after the performances there on Miramar and Vikendi. So this next match for me, I want to see 4 a.m. snap out of it, not end up being in those teams, not end up being in 12th place, 14th place. And I want to see another team that I want to see more consistency out of, especially after having such a great performance in the previous match, is going to be Team Secret. I want to see them being able to kind of put up a performance, because on that last match, as you can see right there on the leaderboard, they ended up getting all their placement points, and on top of that, they pretty much double their kill points.
I mean, they had like a good position in the circle, like from the get-go, and they used it really well, and they were able also to defend that breach from Futbolist. So it really goes to show that Team Secret, sure, their meme game on social media is really good, but their game also is actually pretty decent itself. So you know what, Team Secret, just a little bit further, and I'm sure they'll try and make it back in towards like that top 8 position in the leaderboards, because you've got to keep in mind also, we're talking about the top position, $700,000 for number 1, then 200,000, then 100,000, but still, like, if you're remaining in those top 8 positions, like, you still have some pretty big discrepancies, like, of cash price from position to position. So just a few kills might be the difference between you making like 50 grand and like, 100 grand.
Well, you have to remember that Team Secret, they qualified 15th. Now, they had 205 points at the end of the league phase, but the thing was, they didn't qualify for the final Super Weekend. They had to sit there and just hope that no one was going to pass them in points, right? That's probably one of like the roughest positions to be in. So if you look at like how they've progressed throughout the league phase and now into the finals, they have dwindled down, just like BTR has. We've been talking about them before. They're currently in last place. There's a couple of teams like that, but the great thing about that is some other teams that I maybe never expected, like Abrupt Slayers, to step up like they've been able to, have kind of filled that gap, right? Where other teams are falling, other teams are rising to the occasion.
I mean, this is the opportunity for a lot of these teams that initially was not known for like an international stage to like make a name for themselves and to create a new legacy, which I think is great. And you're just having like the esports scene of PUBG Mobile is growing in such a way, and it's going to grow even more in like 2021 with like $40 million in prize pool, which is absolutely insane, by the way. And the fact that like when you have the ecosystem of esports just growing so big so quickly, you got like such a big influx of new talent every single time, creating so many new teams, which will be happening in Japan, by the way, with their new entire run of like esport events over there. So I think that over time we're going to see like big teams for the next like 3-4 years that are going to be happening every single time, purely because the game is growing at such a rate that like you're always going to have new players at the top of the board.
Yeah, and something that actually I'm kind of happy you mentioned Japan there. Something that we're now starting to see is players from different regions starting to actually switch regions. We're seeing that with Cloud9 Uneven. Yeah. He's actually going to Japan, which opens up the door. I don't think this is something that a lot of people expected, so I want to see what's going to happen after this tournament, because I'm pretty sure a lot of teams are waiting for this tournament to finish, for the finals to finish, and then start making changes between teams. That's something that's going to be exciting, and that's something I would highly suggest for everybody to just, if there's a player that you enjoy follow their social media, follow PUBG Mobile Esports on their social media, because the changes that are going to be coming to the scene are going to be pretty incredible.
Feels like football almost.
For real.
Yeah, or if you're from the U.S. soccer. Just gonna say that.
Get out.
Hey, I was confused for a second there. I was like, American football or like soccer football?
That's true.
Now I realize you guys are two American people.
You are an American sandwich right now.
Oh, hey.
I don't know how to meet you are, but it is a good point though. Is that the more of these international tournaments with the growing scenes we have, if you're Abrupt Slayers from Nepal, right?
Yep.
If you're Zeus from Mongolia, you're bringing so much new learned techniques and like ways to play back to your region to help the whole region as a whole continue to improve and get better and better as time goes on. That's why I'm so excited to see what happens here in 2021, but I'm also excited to see what's going to happen in our next match, as we're going to throw it back over to Imperium and Hot Jukes to kick it off.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome to match number 4, about to get started. Of course, like Big Papa Jason just mentioned, I'm Hot Jukes here with my man Imperium, baby. We're in Dubai. Woo! Let's get it.
Let's go. Game 4 is about to get underway. We're heading back over to the original map that is Erangel. We've had 3 fantastic games across 3 maps, but the thing is, are 4 angry men going to be able to repeat the process and grab a second chicken dinner of the day?
We're going to have to see. We're going to have to see. I mean, there's been a lot of surprises so far, I think, for sure. The biggest one, in my eyes, Bigetron. What is going on? How many, like, let me check my notes again. 5 points so far? I mean, I had to double check that and really look closely. I mean,
I know, right?
I could almost put the house on that they would have been in at least top 5.
Top 5.
5
know,
points halfway through through day 1. That's pretty insane.
It is, but they are BTR for a reason. They have a legacy, a reputation for a reason, right? Yes, they didn't win the league stage, but when you look back at last year's World Championship, when you look back at the PMWL East, there's a reason why they came out on top. I'm sure coming towards the end of today, coming into day 2, day 3, day 4, we will see a much better revitalized BTR. But when you're talking about surprises, I think one of the biggest surprises as well, in a positive way, has to be Abrupt Slayers. Currently in 5th position, won the game on Miramar pretty confidently, bar the circles going in their favor. And yeah, okay, I would put them as a top 5 potential team, but this early into the tournament, they're setting themselves up, baby.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you what, the big difference now about the finals, number 1, Prizepool, first place $700,000, big money. But also the fact that every single game is so crucial. Only 4 days worth of matches here, so you got to show up and you got to get it done right here, right now. And as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we got the plane path. The players are locked, they're loaded. And as you can see, a nice little, north to south plane path here on the west side.
Yeah, but it's on the west side, so for any team looking to drop and move on over to the eastern side, like Konina Power, like BTR, it's going to be a lot more difficult. So knowing where those spawn points for the vehicles are going to be ever so important. Maybe if you do have a second drop spot, like in the Primorsk area or on the western coastal line, it might be better to opt towards that area. Other than that, it's just a matter of just teams settling down, finding their drop spot, and getting that loot built up.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, baby. And you can see right now, A1 heading off first off the plane over to Severny. They're going to be getting some nice clean loot up there on the north side. Like you mentioned, man, every single time you have your plane path drop away from you, you got to be careful about those vehicle spawns, because if you have another team drop on it, we could see some runovers happen. But at the end of the day, this is the finals. A lot of these squads have been putting in a lot of research, studying where these different teams land, and man, you want to avoid early engagements as much as you possibly can.
And even when you take into
baby,
I love the fact that I get cut off by a disgusting circle on phase 1. This is a military island circle, pretty much. Okay, it does cover a lot of the mainland, but what that does do is that allows for the teams that have landed up north, like A1, 4AM, even Alpha 7, what they can do is they can rotate once they've looted up on the eastern side by prison shelter area and come in around Milta, and they'll be much better settled and out of trouble coming into phase 1.
I'll tell you that, but you know what that allows? It allows footballists to squeal for joy, because what I talked about earlier, you might see some runovers, and it looks like we might catch one right now. But it looks like they opt to let that member from Konina Power live? I mean, frozen must be, his heart must be frozen right now. Adrenaline at an all-time high, man. He's running for his life, and looks like he may be headed for Razak, as you can see the back of his shirt. But man, what a way to start this match off.
And I think that was quite wise from Futbolist, because sometimes it can be, you can get so caught up with the potential of like getting an early kill that you forget about, oh wait, we need to loot up, we need to get the advantage, right? And Futbolist, what they could do is they could actually rotate and shift all the way over to Novo, which was one of their previous drop spots. So they would be very confident looting up in that area.
Well, we'll see right now if it doesn't, you know, backfire on them a little bit, because we do see a couple of members from Konina Power roll up, and it's just Lavazin. Now, he does have the Scorpion and Shotgun. I don't think Black White has anything on him right now. So these guys are just getting started looting. Oh, and the shotty, baby, to start things off straight to the face. Hello. This, I'm in the building. I'm in the building right now, and it looks like Axer, he's caught off guard as well.
Left Freedom Rain with a shotgun blast, and then it's another shotgun play, and Salke picks things up, and first couple of kills for Futbolist to start this game, and not to be sniffed at.
I mean, they got to be pumped up. I mean, they did end up, you know, leaving one of the players from Konina Power alive. And that was their warning, I think. And Konina Power didn't listen. Still headed deep into Military Island. Futbolist says, hey, this is our house, baby. And they showed them how to get it done here at the start. We're starting to see some teams try to figure out these rotations. A lot of early shots here. I mean, man, military circles. Always a lot of action, baby. Always.
It is also just hampered by such a harsh playing path where we're seeing teams kind of cluster together initially. Zeus, Power Triple 8, and Navi all around the North George area. And then you have DA, you know, Abrupt Slayers, and even Nova around down on the western side of this phase 1. And you have A1, 4AM, and Alpha around on the north. So, you know, cluster teams for now. But as we look to see them hopefully settle down in these drop spots, like I said, they will grab their composure. Solus, though, does spot a couple of the Abrupt Slayers players.
Yeah, Klas, Digital Athletics, they've been killing it so far. Currently in first place, really split up. Yeah, Solus always running that off angle. But here comes Razy, their number one fragger on the buggy, getting caught by that off angle. Silas is, and Sharif's going to be able to jump on out with that Uzi, and they're going to shut that push down really quick. So, I mean, a great start to the tournament so far, but here in match number 4, looks like they're going to have to survive with a duo. But hey, Solus, you got a couple shots off there.
That was a massive mistake in my eyes for Silas and Ray-Z, because Solus got information on that rotation by Abrupt Slayers into Ferry Pier area. There was no need for Class 2 send to their players in so heavy without communicating what I presume was a lack of communication with Solus. They could have actually gotten that pincer movement by using Solus to gather more information and go for a much more calculated engagement.
I mean, they could be feeling themselves. I mean, they've been crushing it so far, so maybe they're like, hey, you know what? Let's just push it on over. But at the same time, you got to respect these teams. I mean, we got the best on the planet playing here. I mean, if you just get a little lazy on just one player, we've seen some 1v4s happen in the past, so we'll definitely see how these teams opt to make these adjustments going on. Nova heading on over to Military Circle, able to get through that bridge relatively safe, but oh, Order catching Kegzo, trying to do a pit maneuver. Oh, switches seats with the Thompson, puts a couple shots onto him. Looks like they're going to let him take off on his merry way, though. That was a close one.
If that was any other vehicle, I reckon he still would have died, because as much as another vehicle would have given him more protection, that bike is super fast on acceleration,
100%.
right? So he was able to just get out of the line of sight of those shots. But BTR Zuxi is going to come in, gets one knock, gets a second knock, and that's 2 kills for BTR.
That's huge. They needed this. I mean, they definitely need to get some early kills to kind of get that momentum going, to get a little bit more confidence, because, I mean, the way they started off this tournament is pretty relatively shocking, at least in my eyes. But match number 4, this is a really good turning point to kind of show up, and we'll see if they're going to be able to do that. And as we look on over, we're seeing these teams still getting looted up. One thing, I know you guys can't tell right now, but on the map, 4 a.m. coming all the way from the north side. Never mind, yeah, 4 a.m. getting caught by A1 eSports. Wrong building, sir. Wrong building.
And that was purely down to a slow rotation from 4 a.m. outside of Yasnaya, because you got to think, A1, they dropped in Severny. In theory, they should have been behind 4 Angry Men, but because they rotated earlier, they were able to catch him. Not before Suk does get a cheap kill for his troubles.
Sook, I mean, with that DP, these guys are so good using that weapon from long range, just absolute laser beams. And I think that at the same time, I mean, A1 is still pretty north of the circle. I just think
That's fair.
I think 4 a.m. just like, hey, there's no way there's going to be a squad here in these buildings, but hey, you gotta scout.
The unexpected.
Yeah, constantly. I mean, especially with this much money on the line, only a few matches to play, can't make any mistakes. But it looks like we got a nice bow tape, baby, from Power Triple H. Shout out to my man Mustache Dave. You know that we love them bow tapes, but dude, this is what I'm talking about.
I always remember the first thing that really surprised me in a positive way when it came to boat rotations were Team Queso.
Oh, yeah.
Back in 2019, the prelims in Berlin. And ever since then, I've kind of always looked out for a team that's not afraid to pull out a nice, clean, classy botation. And especially with the military island phase 1, there's a much higher chance that the southern part of the island, untouched, unscouted, unlooted, unbooted, and Power AAA taking advantage of that.
Got to be real careful, though. I mean, that boat, it's like 9 bullets, and that thing is exploded. So you'll see, like, if a player even hears a shot comes at that boat, everybody jumps out. But it looks so far, I know you guys can't see it right now watching, but it looks like they're going to be able to make a decent rotation. But hey, we got a second boat tape. Looks like coming from Navi. And at the end of the day, I can't really blame them. I mean, especially considering you got to know that those bridges are completely locked up.
I think that might be too late, though.
That's true. They are already behind right now.
Like, it comes to a point, that threshold of a boat rotation where it kind of goes from good to bad is very fine. We'll have to see how it works out. Phase 2 pops up. It centers up quite nicely, but what is actually quite good for the teams is that it still stays down south with like 90% of the circle on the military island.
Yeah, I love to see this cam right now as we're watching a race with the boats, baby. A boat racing simulator right here, right now live. And full squads. I mean, just rocking this strategy. Sook got a little boat on his lonesome over here, just trying to play it safe. I mean, we're seeing all the strats being pulled out here at the PMGC.
Looking at where teams are currently positioned, Alpha 7, who has been noted on the analyst desk, have kind of opted to go for the edges circle positions and maybe relying too heavily on kills, are still actually in the blue. They're nowhere near the northern edge of this circle. I fear that's going to once again hurt them at the end result of this game.
Yeah, you're going to have to be able to pull off some massive kills, but you got to get those results, those final placements as well. But then again, I mean, this tournament, 24 matches total, so you know, if you're able to get a good couple chicken dinners, that's going to be brutal. But we'll see right now as Order putting down some fire onto RRQ. They don't have a boat. They wouldn't be one right now if they even had one, as you got to watch out for that DP. But they're just trying to sneak their way, swim on way into this military circle.
Konina Power down to 1 player. Gonzo's left standing. But the members of Futbolist are surrounding him, swarming him like flies to light as Rom dips down with the buggy. He might not know Gonzo's there, actually.
Yeah, snake in the grass, something you always have to worry about. Ram is going to be able to get this loot. They do have 3 kills to start off this match, so they're feeling off pretty well. 2 on the side of Konina Power, as we saw at the initial drop, and it is just gone. Oh, what? Loots!
I know.
With the vehicle! Oh, if he would have killed them with that vehicle, that would have been insane. But Gonzo, he heard that, and he is just staring in that direction. He is just holding this dip for dear life.
Like, the Zen mentality required to not fire shots in this situation, even though you are the last player standing on your team. It requires more than you think, right? You know, and I think as an ex-pro player, you would understand this a bit more. It's natural for a player to want to shoot right, to want to get those shots off and get that knockdown. But when you're on your own, you have to stay composed.
That trigger discipline, you got to have it. And especially considering that, you know, he's on his lonesome right now. Even if he gets a knock and thirst, the rest of that squad's going to come in hot to get that finish. So opting to play it safe for now. Can't blame them. We'll see the rest of these squads try to figure out their way in. We still have a few teams have not made it yet into the military circle. Alpha 7, they're coming in really late from the north side. A1 holding that bridge on the east side right now, and it looks like that bridge is clear. But at the same time, I mean, you always got to be careful. You never want to get bridge camped.
They will want to scout this a little bit, even if it's just for 30 seconds, send a player over. Possibly, even though they're down to 3 players, even just to send a player over and make sure it's all clear across the way. Gonzo has been able to survive as Futbolist opt to play for the central area before this next circle pops up. Navi, Power Triple Eight, they both survived the botations.
Yeah, and you can see right there, RX Jax did hop in the boat over there on the side, so they're trying to scout it out and play it real careful as A1, I'm sorry. And look at this circle rotation. Imperium, tell me all about it.
Man, pretty much all the teams that were looking good inside the previous circle are looking good in this circle. It's clustered over to the west side. It does hurt Team Secret, who are still in the mainland. RRQ also might get punished unless the teams that are in front of them get distracted as Futbolist looking for the side of Navi.
Oh, look at this. Shots going all over the place. Rom wide out in the open. Haven't hit that lay down behind that bug. He needs to get out of here, though. Yeah, unfortunately, just stuck out of position. Is going to get pieced up by Navi and thirsted here.
And that, to me, that was kind of Futbolist just taking a rotation that they didn't know about.
Yeah, that's a really tough one, though. It looks like Solke. It isn't Sunday. He's going to have to hold it down, though, with that Uzi. 1 HP, trying to pull up some shenanigans. Oh, throws the Molotov. Gets the nice little burn there onto Zeus, but Zeus coming in hot, baby. They're going to get that finish on the Futbolist.
Burn, baby, burn. Disco Inferno. Nice play by Zeus. Hey, their team that really have had a very progressive set of games so far without really sparkling. So if they can just kind of stay working on this effort, I really think they'll get more strong results.
Yeah, right now, Bigetron, they're set up really pretty right now. Micro Boy, I mean, just not even holding his gun, just playing it really, really passive. These guys need to put some points on the board as soon as they possibly can. Ryzen doing the same thing. We're starting to see some action, though, on that bridge. A1 with the Dante with a great shot there onto Senatexa. This is zone number 3. It's starting to hurt a little bit. And he's going to get that first aid, get these confirms. I mean, every point is just so critical, so crucial in these finals. And Dante, I got a chance to talk to A1. Dante, he's their main fragger, and he's the first one in the building, and he's also a thumbs player, thumbs gyroscope. You don't see that very often coming from your rusher on your squad, but man, he's doing a damn good job so far.
As are the whole of A1, right? They're the sole representatives of Bangladesh. The first time a Bangladesh team has been at a major PUBG Mobile tournament. So joy Bangla to them as they look to fight their way into the top of the overall standings, one game at a time.
I love that ejection as well. I mean, he got that confirmed, got that point, said, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and take on off, get to zone. And they're going to be able to make it out alive so far. But right now, looking at the map, we're starting to see Abrupt Slayers getting a little bit of action with Team Secret. RRQ rolled up onto Bigetron. And did D2E get that 2-piece right there?
Fantastic play by RRQ, but I will say it was off the back of BTR being distracted by the likes of Aerowolf in front of him, maybe not expecting a team to be coming from the coastal line beside him, but you got to surprise. You got to be able to prepare for that. And BTR, once again, looking a little bit slow on these circle shifts to react to them.
I'm surprised. I mean, they're playing this super passive. I mean, usually we see them when they have this kind of zone just play a little bit more aggressive. But, I mean, RRQ, I mean, that is nothing but an aggressive squad. So they're going to push you if they catch you slipping. And that's exactly what they did. Next zone, going on up to the nice little north shift, back into the mountainside. So we're going to go ahead a little bit further away from military base. It's going to be interesting to see these squads set up here.
And it's going to be so important for Aerowolf to join up as a full squad in the center of this phase because they'll want to create a metaphorical controlling area around them. Abrupt Slayers down to one, Cherry thrown down. He's going to get taken out, and U-High, boy, rocks up high, grabs that final kill. Abrupt Slayers are out of here.
U-High getting it done right. Love to see that for Team Secret. Moving on over, Dante just came from that bridge. Ooh, what a spray right there. Catching just the tip of the head of Corpai, getting him knocked down. You know, he's got to be feeling himself after that one. And at the same time, they got to get into zone, get a secure position, and gatekeep the heck out of Power Triple Eight. You know that's what's on their mind.
Plus, they've also got to recognize 4AM and Alpha 7 playing along this area as well. A1 a little bit split off before him. They don't seem to really know where they want to go on this entryway into the circle.
Yeah, this reminds me of that Miramar match. You know, they kind of got caught out position. They're kind of riding that blue. They love to go ahead and just hug that circle, go to that hard shift side where it's normally open. But at the same time, this is zone 4. That Papa Blue starts chunking you. And 6-9, snaking his way, getting caught by Alpha 7. Dante looks like it's all up to him to figure this one out for his team.
See, here's the thing. What's all around him is pretty much open, bar a few up and downhill areas. So really, you got to stay prone down and hope for the best on this next circle shift. The Team Seeker spray up and look for the members of Nova.
King just looks like to barely make it out of alive, and just like that, Paraboy and the rest of his squad able to get some nice suppressive fire to give his teammate a chance to survive, but they are definitely starting to get pinched right now. One thing you got to give it to Nova, they're so good at playing separate. I mean, there's synergy just to be able to get those comms and get that support, second to none.
And keep up as a full squad as well on the western side of this phase 4. Looking pretty good. They have a hillside all to themselves. Team Secret maybe could have breached on that area in vehicles rather than going for the shots on the outside. They could get pinched up in the end. Zeus looking down on the southwest of this phase 4 on the edge of the circle. As DA just send their final 2 players much closer to the center of the circle.
Starting to see a lot of these teams, you know, just group up in these locations. Right now, looking at Aerowolf Limax, they're dead center of the zone. Full squad up. This could be a good opportunity for them to put some points on the board, but you got to be able to hit those shots. Team Secret playing this really tight. No catch order. A little bit pressed up. He's getting some great support from his squad, though, and he's got that Thompson in hand as well. Matt Toy with the jump shots. You know, he knows how to get that done. And right now, it's up to them to be able to finally press onto Nova. But, man, they're doing a great job at defending themselves right now.
Nova has King in the back line, just providing that suppressing support. So if Team Secret rock up over the lip of that hill, even an inch, King is ready to just take those headshots off. So really, Team Secret are at the back end of it. They're by the blue zone. They've got a couple of smokes that they're able to utilize. But at the end of the day, I feel like this is nearing the end of Team Secret's game 4.
The amount of synergy you have to pull that kind of split push up from Nova is ridiculous, and they're doing it perfectly right now. Order getting that information. You know, he hopes he had some more nades to his hands right now to be able to get some good kit onto Team Secret, but they are going to be holding this position. A lot of smokes. They still have that dossier. They can definitely make it out of this, but the zone, oh, what a shift, Imperium.
And what's so important for Nova is because it's shifted down south where they're going to have quite an easy entry point into this phase 5, they got to close out this engagement quickly, and they send Jimmy 4 closer to the northwestern edge of the circle just to gather a little bit of information. So that's great teamwork and great preparation from the Nova boys.
And we're seeing these squads get a move on it real quick. Team Secret almost shoulder to shoulder right now, putting on that suppressive fire to Nova. They got to be able to get these shots off so they can get a position inside this circle. But man, with this kind of zone, Imperium, there's no cover here. I mean, this is all open field. You got to hit some mad shots if you want to take this chicken dinner home.
On a side note, this circle shift really benefited Navi. Yes, okay, they're still actually inside the base by the edge of the road, but everybody up in the north, northeast, northwest, they're going to take each other out on their entryway into circle, and Navi can just wait, hold it out, and then pick up the pieces.
Yeah, we'll see right now how they opt to get that done. There goes NOVA-XQF, eliminated in 11th place. A lot of these teams just holding that position. You see Zuxi from Bigetron eSports just holding that shack right now, trying to get some placement points for his squad. Aerowolf, the team I was talking about, they had a really good position. They still have a darn good spot right now, but they got to defend it.
They're 1-1-1-1 split. That's crazy at this stage of the game. You need to be joining up minimum 2-2 in my eyes, but let's see how it works out for them. RRQ and Aerowolf along with Alpha 7 are going to be engaging on each other, getting inside that US. Going to look to disengage. Is that a wise choice? Well, it should work out for now.
If they had a full squad with them, they would have been able to engage it. But now that the fact that they're so split, I mean, they had to go ahead and take off from it. So it looks like they're going to be able to get that survive for now. Super Una is all to his lonesome, though. He's going to have a 1v2 situation with 4 angry men. You can see him throw those nice little nades there, trying to get some intel. Hitting those little jumps. Yeah, just trying to be able to get these shots. And he's trying to press this one right now against 4 angry men.
Yeah, push comes through. A lovely clean knock initially onto Zingy, and let's see if we can get the last kill onto Zook.
I mean, this is against the #1 team right here. These guys are the league play champions, and he was able to get the one piece, looking for the 2. Can he get it done? He has a great position. Potato coming in for the assist, but they're getting third-partied now. Oh, and the nade coming down. It looks like it's right next to that UAS. Hits, but oh, he's able to survive by just an inch of his teeth.
Oh man, the revives coming through from Zook onto Zingy. Power 888. Also maybe looking to get into the action a little bit as the last player standing. The circle did kind of center off, goes northwest, and Navi still up as a 3-man team.
I mean, look at this from Rex, from long distance. I mean, just put a little thorn in the side of Aerowolf Limax right there. So that third party definitely was a lifeline for 4 Angry Men. Gave him a little bit more time to get that reset. But here comes zone number 6, and this one hurts. I mean, Aerowolf Limax, they got to get a move on it right now.
They've got to push. They've got to be aggressive. They've got to be controlling if they're going to even get to the edge of the circle. Never mind win this game. Zingy and Zook separate because they know that with a couple of grenades, they can't afford to be too close together. Last player, Triple Eight, like I said, getting a little bit closer. Tixie from Navi, along with that spread out play, could also find the angles onto either 4 Angry Men or Aerowolf.
I mean, look how 4 Angry Men are just controlling this, gatekeeping so hard with only 2 players. I mean, this is the top squad for a reason, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see how they're able to hold it on, though, as Aerowolf now getting pushed by the blue zone. Some smoke's coming out. Gonna have to make some plays, but there's in here with that DP. Beautiful peaks right here, down to 1 HP. Oh, peeks back and forth onto Renare, and there is Aerowolf Limax taken out, and 4 Angry Men just so tough to kill.
At the end of the day, it all came down to the fact that Aerowolf left it too late to join up as a full squad, and it just steamrolled. It went against them little by little, and 4 Angry Men, you got to be able to get the better of them. You got to be able to shut them down. But as we get down to the final 5 teams, Team Secret are doing a hell of a job with 6 kills so far in this game.
Crushing it, and you can just see him right now. Yuhai is just literally spinning in a circle right now. They're completely pinned right now by Digital Athletics and Navi. Just trying to figure out where the best shots are. Solus, he is stuck by that crate right now. You know, he's not going anywhere. Next zone, though, is going to go on up, and it is going to favor pretty much all these teams, but it is full-on snake time, baby, here in match number 4.
It is, unfortunately for Digital Athletics, the one player that was inside the circle is knocked down. Lovely grenades being thrown out by Old Boy, suppressing Team Secret. The good thing for Team Secret is that they have a rock, they have 2 vehicles, and they have a tree, so they're able to create a little bit of a separation against the members in that.
Oh, Sook. You know this guy does not miss. Able to get another nice kill. And now 4 Angry Men are going to have the man advantage. Just 2 Angry Men. I mean, these guys, I kid you not, you get knocked after knocks on them, but they just get so many resets and are just so difficult to take out.
Final 4 teams. Final 4 teams. 2, 1, 1, 1 as the last player to shot the X goes out.
Yeah, there goes Klas Solus. That is their support player taken out in 4th place. But you got to give it up to this squad. I mean, always consistent. Even when they don't have a ton of kills, in the top 5 every single time. But right now, we got 3 teams remaining, ladies and gentlemen. Nice little zone shift on over to pretty much nobody. So, I mean, all these teams are going to have to snake their way in. But it is going to be a duo of Team Secret against 4 Angry Men. Look at those shots from Yuhai. Able to get a nice little Vic explosion knock.
It's also completely flat, realistically. So the only way you're going to survive getting into the circle is by getting hopefully to the next tree to get into the to the next checkpoint, so to speak. And with 2 other teams around you for 4 Angry Men, they're kind of getting swiped from either side. The only thing they can hope for is that Old Boy, he does get that first knockdown, and that could be the sign for 4 Angry Men to fire on through.
You know, that first name is an eviction notice, baby, and Old Boy is throwing down the rest. A little bit short, though. That was a great one to start off, but it looks like Yuhai is going to get that reset off. What a play right there, and there goes Yuhai. I mean, just putting in some work on the 4 Angry Men now, trying to get this thirst, and he's going to get it done. So that is a huge, huge finish for them. Teams are making. We'll see right now, Matt Toy, I mean, just putting in so much work. Team Secret want this chicken dinner. 8 kills to their name. What a big performance from him. Old Boy, though, just snaking on his lonesome, be a thorn on the side of both these teams, but he's going to have to get moving into the zone right now. Oh, what a charge shot from U-High. Almost like they baited him out right there. What a great play, and now it is a 2v1. It looks like it's all Team Secret to finish this out, but Old Boy gets a huge knock. It is up to him now, 1v1 between Mattoy. Oh my goodness! Old Boy shutting it down. 2v1 snake play, baby. That is how you get it done.
Natus Vincere, Navi comes in with the clutch. Old Boy playing as if he was a full squad on his own. And god damn it, they look damn good in that game. Like, they played on the south. They played it relatively kind of safely towards the end. Were they maybe spread a little bit too thinly as a three-man team? Yeah, but at the end of the day, like we talked about with Nova and 4 Angry Men, as a three-man team, they were so strong separately.
This is the Navi that I've been waiting to see League play. They didn't really perform the way we wanted to, but come in the finals, I mean, what a way to get it done. Ladies and gentlemen, so let's go ahead and take it on over to our analysts to see what they think after match number 4.
What did we say earlier, guys?
Yeah.
We mentioned the Old Boy let it know publicly that his father passed away due to COVID last week. He's not even there to attend his funeral, and I think he wants to win this tournament to prove the love for his father. What a phenomenal performance at the very end, 1v2 to clutch it out. Navi, they should be first place. I see no way they're not.
And we were talking about EMEA, IGLs throughout the entirety of the league stage, talking about the side of Gonzo, talking about the side of Solke, and I got another EMEA IGL that's coming on through. Old Boy really stepping up to the occasion, like that 1v2, versus one team that's really, really impressive on their own regard is really good to see. And I think that overall, this is a position also where they did tend to take a few wins, or at least good top 3 positions in the past EMEA League, also the league stage, and they're just so used to that position overall. They were feeling really comfortable, and Imperium did bring up also the fact that they were maybe spread a little bit too thinly. I was thinking that was great because they had to actually go uphill and they had no information. So you know what? You don't have any information. You have no way of pushing aggressively. Play it super spread and just try and get one player in, and you might just steal the win, which is exactly what happened with Old Boy securing the dub.
Yeah, to give credit to Team Secret there, what did we say in the last one? Hey, 5th place, 5 kills, and now they're able to get at least the 2nd place. With me, I feel like we just got to see the skill of Old Boy.
Yeah.
We have known he's capable of these things. It was a 1v2v2, and luckily for him, Team Secret and 4AM ended up fighting each other. Something that I did enjoy that Old Boy was doing is that he wasn't really staying still. He kept looking for a chance to knock anybody. He kept throwing those nades, knocking people over and over again. Team Secret twice, actually, with some spectacular nades. The Molotovs were a little bit too low, but then as soon as he would knock him, then he would go around the other car and start keeping an eye on 4AM, making sure that there was nobody trying to get a flank on him, making sure that he knew exactly where they were, and he was also shooting at them, which is, I mean, the ballsy play that he just made there.
What this makes me think of is in the episode of Between the Battlegrounds with Old Boy, with Adder, Old Boy was saying, yeah, in the past, I lost my focus. I didn't want to be the best, but I have that back now. Adder, I want you on the team. Yep. And Old Boy has just shown right there, he definitely has it back when it matters. We also have to give a big shout out not only to him, to Navi, but also to Qualcomm, who's the official title sponsor here for the PMGC, who deliver ultimate gaming advantages with the Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, a full arsenal of hardware and software features that can be fully integrated into top-tier smartphones that are powered by the Qualcomm Snapdragon 5G mobile platform. So big shout out to them, because that is obviously what the teams are playing on, and honestly, this has been a fantastic tournament so far. So many big winners. We've not had a single repeat.
Yep.
But we now have Navi climbing up the ranks. And you guys at home, hopefully for your sake, you voted for Navi to take the victory, because we still have the millions rewards quest with the AG and the UC, and of course the big bucks on the line. 10 million AG and 1 million UC if you do guess the results correctly. You don't obviously get all of that. That would be amazing. You get a portion of it. But if you do guess every team correctly across our 24 matches, $150,000 split between all of the winners. That's a lot of money. But Navi, they don't want 150K. They want 700K.
Yep.
Yes, because 700K is bigger than
more than
150K.
So I know you failed at math, but I will confirm 700K is more than 150K.
That's a step in the right direction, okay? But I think pretty much right now we already all got it all wrong. So I think we will. We've taken 150K. You know what? So you guys at home might be able to still try your best to hope, at least, if you got everything wrong so far.
So Max,
keep on going.
Can I bring something up? Ooh, cool. So before the game started, I asked you, what do you want to talk about? right? I'll give you the option. I'm the one that usually chooses what we talk about. I wanted you to choose, right?
Oh,
You said you want to talk about Secret Jin.
Oh, no.
Now, Team Secret Jin went out last. Is the Curse Man back? Are you no longer Max Man? Are you the Curse Man?
I think the Curse Man is back, actually. You know what? Fair enough. Fair enough.
You're agreeing to it. Oh,
Jason, be careful. I haven't cursed you yet, okay? So it might arrive eventually, okay?
It might happen
Don't mess
one
with
day.
me too much, okay?
Just don't curse me in my relationships. You can see here our overall standings now. So Navi won't be taking first place. However, they have bumped up to second, and Klas Athletics 7 will maintain their first place finish.
Yeah, I love seeing that. Something that I also actually wanted to point out, as we do see some of the other teams here, is now that's two great performances in Erangel from the teams like Navi and also 4AM.
Yeah.
We saw Navi, I believe it was second place in the first Erangel, now moving up to the first place. And then same with 4AM. 4AM ended up first place on the first Erangel, and now third place here on the second one. So something to keep an eye on. And talking about keeping an eye on that kind of stuff, NOVA-XQF. Now, with that performance there, it mimicked a little bit of what we saw in the first Erangel. So I'm starting to see a pattern here, Max.
Yeah, Erangel, so normally that's one of the maps in which they should be the most comfortable. We know in China, they do not play Vikendi, they do not play Sanhok, they play only Miramar and Erangel. And they would think like normally NOVA-XQF, sure that they're shifting from like, first person perspective to third person perspective. That's still a big shift on its own regard. But I was like thinking, Nova, Erangel, we got 3 games a day. The Chinese team should be, really performing pretty good. For argument, they did perform good, but Nova falling behind, which is a surprise to be sure. Not a welcome one, though. I'm not going to do a reference because it is not a welcome surprise.
Yeah, talking about surprises, it's still in 16th place, Bigetron. Now,
they're not budging.
Yeah, I mean, they ended up getting 3 points there extra overall, which it's not going to cut it. It's not going to cut it if you want to be in the top 3. It's definitely not going to cut it if you want to be in first place. Jason.
I will say that I completely agree with you, but I will say this. It's a completely different situation, I understand. But day 1 of League Play, week 1, they were terrible. They were like out of top 16 100%. They were like 22nd or something. And then they went on to win like 3 games on day 2 and then get themselves like 90 points in a day. Like they were able to show up when it matters. But I will say, like I said before, different situation. This is a finals. There's only 4 days of games in total to play, and they're almost with only left 3 days. Like we're done with 4 games now. We have 2 left.
Yep, and there's no extra, it's okay, maybe we won't perform this weekend, we'll perform next weekend. No, this
only one
is
weekend.
The only weekend. You better start performing. No surprise there, seeing boy, the MVP. 600, I think that's the most damage so far from an MVP. 671 with 4 kills, the survival time. And overall, it goes back to showcase his skills, man. We've seen his skills back, I can think back to Berlin, and I'm loving what I'm seeing. I cannot wait to see how much more this team is going to be able to progress. Now that things are going their way, maybe later on, if they can maintain this, even after tomorrow, they can start being a little bit more aggressive, because that team overall, it's not just boy, that team overall has so much fragging power.
And Max, we have to really emphasize, the thing is, if you guys out there missed the league stage, Navi were horrendous. They missed the bubble 2 weeks in a row by 2 points and then 3 points. But they've made such a massive turnaround since then.
Yeah, there's still a lot to work on, I believe. I think that they're not there just yet. I think that consistency is definitely what they've got to try and work on, and they've been able to perform pretty decent so far in this event, and that's what I was criticizing a lot into the league stage of the PMGC. And I think they've slowly been adjusting. They're definitely slowly making their way towards the end result that they should be trying to achieve, so I'm still really happy with what they've been doing so far, so hopefully they can keep it going. But head-to-head of Sook going to be into this one. Sook was doing just so much good work coming into the Eastern Edge there, just playing so good with his teammate, and overall, for argument, still as a 2-man team, they're still going to perform extremely well, because even though as a 4-man team they're going to be doing great, when they just have to focus on their individual performances, they're teams that just are so good at that level that it just doesn't matter. They're still going to get some big boy results.
That's the scary thing about 4 Angry Men, is that anyone can have an amazing game. We normally seen Sook, we normally seen Spawn, but Zinhe and Hasaki we've seen as well have these really big standout games. And honestly, boy, we haven't really seen much of him since the league stage, since the very first week where he had 1,700 damage, more damage than some teams had combined. But he's been had a little bit of a fall off since then. Hope this will be the continual rise, though, of Team Secret, as we now can see our kills and damage from that last match.
Yeah, and actually, I know Navi won. We talked about them. Team Secret, 9 kills, and I believe the most damage of that last game. That is great to see out of that team, considering the way they started. I love seeing that. And actually, leading into that, I want to see which team is going to step up going into Sanhok, because Sanhok is such a crazy mess that I'm hoping one of the teams that maybe haven't been performing well, Bigetron, can take advantage of that, of just the mayhem that happens.
Yeah, I don't want to start talking about Sanhok because I know for a fact it's going to be a pretty messy one.
Don't jinx it.
I'm not gonna, I mean, if I do it right now, I'm just going to jinx it for all the players. So it is going to be a pretty interesting one. I want to see how things are going to be potentially panning out, but I'm intrigued to see Konina Power also really just not able to step up in big ways today. I thought, like, you know, off to a slow start, okay, fair enough, but like you're almost done with like 25% of the event so far, and they've been just on the lower side of the standings almost the entirety of today. So Konina Power, maybe it would be time to start, you know, stepping it up and tuning it up to 11, because now it's still a very slow start.
Jason, I want to go back to the total revives. I know we talked about earlier saying 15, right? Yeah, 15. We thought it was too little. Well, guess what? Now it's 14. So something that teams and players got to keep an eye on. Hey, if you get knocked, more than likely you're not going to get a second chance. Everybody's looking to get that thirst. Everybody's looking to get that extra point in regards to skills. And 14, honestly, I was not expecting that. That's one stat that I can say it has definitely surprised me.
Well, I mean, you see here, right? There's been 61 knockouts.
Yeah.
And only 14 of those were revived. So exactly what you were saying, right? If you get knocked down, there's not a really good chance you can be picked back up. We do see, again, a lot of throwables being used, and you pointed out before, Max, that we obviously have seen grenades nerfed a bit, right? The range of the explosion isn't as graceful as it was before, or generous, I should say. But Molotovs and flashes, thinking back to even just game one, the way we saw Na'Vi try to contest for Miramar by throwing Molotovs kind of behind them so they can't play around those trees, I think we've seen a lot of these teams adapt to the changes that have come to the game.
I think that especially one thing that makes a difference between, like, you know, a casual player like myself or like a
hey, you played in PMCO.
It
didn't go well. If you call that playing.
I tried to sign up, okay? But like players don't use it mainly to do damage. Sometimes they use like utility to force players out of respective positions, like hiding behind a tree, chuck a grenade. You know that grenade's not going to do any damage, but then you just got the line of sight. The moment he moves away from that position, you line it up, and that's an instant kill coming your way. So they're using it in really, really nice ways. I am enjoying it. Like, we did see then the circle popping up really early, and I think that here teams, like, especially on this pop-off specifically, they're like, okay, we're 100% going to go to Military Island. And I'm surprised, like, we did not have too many big gatekeeping positions, because team were actually really respectful on their rotations. Was actually a lot of rotations coming on through, especially from Na'Vi.
Yeah, and talking about Na'Vi, they did that ball rotation once again from the west, right? Every single game so far, it has been from the west. They tend to land on that area. They continue to do that. Now, if they continue to have this great performances, you know teams are going to go back and look at tape. They're going to be seeing where everybody's going. They're going to be trying to readjust. They're going to be trying to just create new strategies, because it might be different than what it was from PMGC League. So I want to see. I know everything's working right now for Na'Vi, but in the next couple of games, if possible, I do want to see a little bit something different from Na'Vi and still have it work for them, just so they don't become
stagnant.
Yeah. And they're only basing it off on just one thing, because if for some reason everything falls apart, oh man, that's when you know teams can definitely crumble.
Yeah, talking about falling apart, that like Aerowolf had such a good spread. Like, once again, just like the Erangel game on game one today, that's such a good spread. A lot of information, a lot of also aggressiveness coming out from their spot. And unfortunately, that circle that came downhill in like an open terrain, they were just like, we can't rotate there. There's already teams down below. We're locked on that mountaintop position. We can't do anything. And unfortunately, if the circle went towards them, that could have been a win for Aerowolf, but it was just not going to be the case. But oh boy, those grenades on Team Secret, man, like, you can't do anything because you don't even know where they're coming from most of the time.
Yeah, I was surprised that he didn't end up getting both of those players' skills. I was actually surprised. I think Team Secret just ended up running out of utility as well. I think with them knowing that Old Boy was there, if they would have had some extra grenades, I think it would have been an easy pick, and then they would have just had to worry about 4 AM. But this is all after the game, right? We can definitely just pick everything apart. Overall, Old Boy, the way he was able to handle that finish, it's amazing. I hope that they go ahead and continue this momentum. So far, he's doing great, especially in Erangel. Going into Sanhok, as I said, it's a crazy match. It's a crazy map. Mayhem tends to happen. It's going to be exciting. Hopefully one of the teams that's currently towards the bottom is able to step up.
I mean, it is kind of the great equalizer, maybe? I think it's maybe the wrong term to use here necessarily, because you obviously have the chaos that comes in with Sanhok, right? Chaos. Obviously the blue zone that just does so much damage. You know, Dave, don't worry. I know you're out there watching for Big Papa Blue. But the thing is, like, this is a chance for any team to really take this, right? And not to mention, get a ton of kills behind us because of the chaos that does ensue on a map like this. And I do wonder which is going to be one of those teams that can rise up. I mean, A1, Bigetron. Well, the thing is, you hope, right? You hope Bigetron, because we want to see them contest. I would love to see the run back by them to take first place at the end of the day if they can take some really big victories here. But honestly, Sanhok, you play it 4 times the entire tournament. You play Erangel 3 times a day. So 3 times 4 is 12. I'm not going to look at you. 7, back me up on that one.
I'm not making eye contact.
All right, well, you know what? We're going to head to a short break yet again here, but we have things ready for Sanhok. So when we come back, we're kicking off once again here with Imperium and Hot Drinks.
1+ 8 teeth. This has the 120 hertz, so it is wicked smooth.
15 minutes will get you charged up for a whole day.
And this has a quad camera too. We got a 48, a 16, a 5, and a 2 megapixel.
Woo, baby, what a day of matches, man, so far. It's been absolute insanity. And first of all, my heart goes out to old boy, his family. Obviously, hearing that story is absolutely insane. But man, what a way to get it done there in that last match. We got 2 matches still left to go. And the crazy part about that is after today, a quarter of the tournament is completely finished. I mean, but at the end, it's so huge. It's so huge. I mean, every match has been so crazy, but they're so important. And like Jason said, only 4 Sanhoks that are going to be played in this entire tournament. But well, you definitely know, Sanhok, that's a game where you can get a ton of kills and a huge chicken dinner.
It is the kind of map that is unpredictable when you involve the circles, when you involve the craziness of the 3 islands, but I do think it is controllable. There's a way that you do master Sanhok, you know, kind of think of Karate Kid, wax on, wax off. There is a way to get the better of that map. Teams that are able to, when I look at how teams are performing so far in this finals, Alpha 7, bar the bad results they've had, when they played on the edge of the circles and when they have been dominating kill-wise, they've been very controlling. And if they can apply that to Sanhok, despite how crazy the circles can get, I really think they can pull out a strong result in this Sanhok game.
I was about to say, if you know a way to handle the madness of Sanhok, I was like, tell me, because in my eyes, the only way to be able to handle that is if just Papa Blue loves you. That's I mean, because man, Sanhok, I kid you not, circle 5, circle 6, well, that zone pops 30 seconds. I mean, you just got to start running for your life.
It's so true, it is. But that's where, if teams are thinking even just kind of half a step ahead with those circle shifts after the 12-14 minute mark, yeah, okay, you might go into a fight, but in my opinion, you're better off fighting with more space ahead of the blue zone rather than fighting when the blue zone is right on your back in phase 5, phase 6. 2 teams that I have to point out, though, that I really have to talk about is 1, Klas, and 2, RRQ. The reason why I have to highlight those 2 teams is because they're the only 2 teams to get 3 out of 4 consistent results. When we look at Klas, 16, 6, 23, 12. RRQ, 11, 15, 12, and 5. That level of consistency over the first 4 games, yes, both the teams have shown it in the past, but when you look at Klas, they've captured a chicken dinner in the league stage. They struggled.
I mean, I'll tell you what, when it comes to Klas Digital Athletics, this is a squad that I have been eyeing for quite a while now, and I think a lot of teams look at Bigetron, they look at 4AM, Nova, as squads to emulate and try and figure out their play style. But to be honest with you, if I were, competing again, I would just be staring at Klas Digital Athletics because they are just consistent throughout. I mean, yeah, they're able to get a good chicken dinner when they get positioned, but even when they don't, constant top 5 finishes. I mean, just putting up big points on the board. And now, I mean, it seems they must have downloaded a new update, man, because they have it all locked down so far here in day number 1.
It's just about, as a team, if you just feel comfortable and synergize and all the players are just playing on the same kind of mindset, and everything just fits in. It doesn't matter if you struggle at the start of the game, because to be fair, there was one point in that game, in that last game, where Klas entered the circle. I think it was phase 5, phase 6. It was only a 2-man team, but it was just like, it didn't really matter to them, because one, they'd already done a decent job up until that point, but two, they were just comfortable that they knew they were going to grab solid results, even with 2 players left on.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I mean, this squad has just shown up tremendously. And before this tournament started, I actually got the chance to do a little bit of interview with them, got some more intel. So for anybody that is just tuning in and aren't really familiar with this squad, you got Salim, obviously. He's their IGL. He's the one that's calling the shots, telling him where to go. Silas, he's running that off angle and one of the second fraggers as well. You got Ray Z, he's the main gunner. He's the one that you want first inside the house. And then Solus, he's the one in the back running support. We saw him survive in the last match at the end. Another cool tip is that they're all full gyroscope players. So they're all full gyro and 3-finger claw, which we like to call paw.
Really?
Yeah, 4-finger is claw, 3-finger is paw, baby.
Oh, is it because of like a doggo or a catto or something like that?
Because you got 4-finger claw, right? But then 3-finger is paw.
Okay,
That's the way it's done.
Man, Hotchik's hitting us with the knowledge here in the PMGC finals. Of course, kind of, to touch upon, once again, teams that are performing a little bit badly. The analysts did mention BTR, and they also mentioned Konina Power. Maxon touched upon them, and it really is, it's very flat from Konina Power. They haven't seemed to be playing as a team. Yes, they're coming into this with a new player, Frozen, not really used to maybe playing with the team, working with the IGL, which is always so important. But Frozen did play PMW out West, right? So he's experienced at this level of competition. And at the end of the day, yes, they were maybe somewhat forced to take on this extra player, but they've got to do something with that, because they can't use it as an excuse.
I mean, team synergy, it's the main thing. I mean, you have to have it at this high level. I mean, one missed call out, any kind of little miscommunication is just going to be absolute dire for your squad. So we'll have to see how these teams are going to be able to get it done as we finally get loaded up into the Sanhok match. And period, I have to talk about this, because in my eyes, this is so huge when it comes to this map. All my eyes are going to be on boot camp, baby, because guess what? It's going to be wide open. Obviously, during league play, we had a big squad, Loops. They're not playing here in these finals, but they dominated that area. Now it is wide open, and here's the thing. Prior to this tournament, the only intel I really have is from the Zute and Sakumai scrims. So they were running some really awesome scrims with all these teams. If you haven't checked them out, you got to. What I got from that was I saw Futbolist and Zeus kind of fighting for that area. So I'm really kind of looking at those two teams. Futbolist likes to go to that northern island. So that's going to be really interesting to look at here in the finals.
Yeah, it is. And of course, scrims are always a different thing compared to the actual games, because scrims, there's nothing on the line. You can go full ham. We often see scrim games where we lose 15, 20 players right off the bat. But at the end of the day, you do make a really valid point. If we've seen Futbolist and Zeus rock towards boot camp, that is wide open for the taking. That is a signal of what we might see in the Sanhok game. One area of Sanhok which I'd like to see utilized quite heavily for these teams is the eastern side of the mainland, because I noticed that on a lot of competitive games and competitive tournaments, teams tend not to kind of go towards Camp Raba, Mong Nai, Lakwai, Kampong, and I kind of get it, because circles, if they're on the northwest or the southwest, it can be a little bit of a pain to rotate to, but there's a lot of loot. It's a clear area, and it'll help them.
Well, we'll see right now, ladies and gentlemen, as we get this match underway. Match number 5. You can see the playing path right here in Imperium going right down the center. So, I mean, obviously, Sanhok's a small map, so they should be able to pretty much fly anywhere. But back to your point about teams dropping on the east side.
Yeah.
I think the big threat, honestly, it's that northern island, that northwestern island. Futbolist, we've seen them go there so many times, and usually when the circle goes there, they end up with an insane placement and a ton of kills. Now, if it goes in the mainland, you know, it kind of shakes a little bit right now. But right now, like I mentioned, all my eyes are dead center on Boot Camp. And oh, baby, looks like Bigetron is headed right dead center alongside Alpha 7. And Alpha 7, they've been fragging out so far.
Baby, Alpha 7 used to play towards the edge of these circles, but it's a boot camp battle, baby. Hot Jukes, straight off the bat, we're seeing some action.
Lobster building is packed, and you can see right now, Alpha 7 holding down this side. They got Senatexa with that Vector in his hand, trying to be able to make some plays. Zuxi is down already, and the rest of his squad's going to have to support him really quickly. At the end of the day, there's a lot of RNG. When you hot drop another squad, you got to be able to find some loot really quick. Looks like Luxy is in that back end. And Ryzen's going to have to win this 1v1. This is going to be so crucial for them. He does end up getting traded, though. And there's Mafioso to be able to get the finish on the Micro Boy.
Both teams going for Lobster definitely created a lot more action in the boot camp area than we kind of expected. BTR could have opted to, you know, kind of disengage and gone for the warehouses drop as Luxy has backed off. But Alpha 7, the side from South America, rocking up and taking over boot camp.
Buba Brazil. I mean, they're coming in hot, baby. And just like that, you said they had to disengage. I mean, Luxy's disengaging right now as the rest of his team is gone. And to be honest with you, this is dire. I mean, this is not the start that BTR wanted.
Does it or does it not just sum up their day so far?
I mean, yeah, you're right.
To be fair. And look, you know, I love BTR. I think they're amazing. But at the end of the day, we can only go based on what we're seeing. And that start to the Sanhok game speaks volumes to how they've been performing throughout the day.
You know what? Never mind. You know what I'm going to say?
Okay.
BTR, tactical feeding, right? Tactical. I think they're doing like a Secretariat strat where they like to kind of like go far behind and then come back in the end. You know, that's what my assumption's going to be. Yeah, 100%. I mean, what a you know, such a giving squad Bigetron is. So, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we're going to go ahead and get a little bit of a reset here started.
Oh man, one of those things that does happen at the end of the day, and maybe it's a little bit lucky for
Let's go, Bigetron!
For BTR, because they're going, okay, clearly there's been a bit of a technical issue, a bit of a dead game as we call it, and they'll have a second chance, but will they opt to actually go for boot camp?
Well, you know what I think that was? That was a scrim, okay? That was a little, that was just a little bit of a warm-up there for what the Sanhok's come. It looks like we did have a player that was unfortunately not able to get in the match, so we're going to go ahead and restart that one.
Sure.
We want to make sure everything is as fair and good to go here, as this is the precipice for mobile esports here in the PMGC.
And look at that, by the way.
Oh, beautiful.
Can you just, like, look at
just
that
look at it.
Beautiful trophy that these teams are fighting for, right? You know, you kind of talk about the money, and that's always going to be an influence, that's always going to be an encouragement, but that trophy, being able to lift that trophy with the rest of your team, you have 4 weeks of league play, you have 4 days of finals, and for you as a team to come out on top and win that trophy, imagine how that would feel.
I mean, I can only imagine how it would feel in the hands of 4 angry men. I mean, those hands got to be so sore. I mean, especially from counting $310,000 that they won in the league play, them playing and fragging out here in the finals. So, I mean, man, that must feel good for them to hold this trophy. They're able to get it.
And the one thing about 4 AM that I do want to kind of touch upon is that when you look at the Chinese PEL seasons this year, they have kind of been overshadowed by Nova, bar Season 3 where they did come out on top. In Season 1 and Season 2, Nova won it. And that kind of begs the question, can 4M get the job done? Yes, in the PMGC, they won the league, so that's fair enough, but that's a league that involves 8 other teams, way more variables. It's a different kind of thing. Whereas finals, I wonder, can they get it done?
Well, we're going to find out right here in a short break, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to go ahead and take it on over to a quick break, and we'll hopefully get back with match number 5 very shortly.
our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down. The battle tells our story of survival, a challenge will never be over. This is the race, it's not the end. Can't see what's written tomorrow. Some call it fate, but one thing I know, this time I will be in control. I'm caught in the fray, but we'll survive the battle. One for glory. All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down. The battle tells our story of survival. The challenge will never be over. This is the race, it's not the end. We're on time. Take one step for the jump. The battle, one for glory. All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down. The battle tells our story of survival. The challenge will never be over. This is the race, it's not the end.
OnePlus 8T. This has the 120 hertz, so it is wicked smooth.
15 minutes will get you charged up for a whole day.
And this has a quad camera too. We got a 48, a 16, a 5, and a 2 megapixel.
one for glory. All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down.
It's time for the PMGC Finals Million Reward Guess. We have prepared 50 million AG, 5 million UC vouchers, and $150,000 for you to take home. Here's the steps to win the prizes. Step 1. Guess the champion. With 10 million AG and 1 million UC vouchers at stake, guess who will be the PMGC Finals champion before January 21st? To those players that answered correctly, they will divide the prize pool evenly. Step 2. Daily guess winner chicken dinner and top 3 ranking. With 10 million AG and 1 million UC voucher prize pool each day, guess which teams will win the chicken dinner and the top 3 rankings. As it was in Step 1, to those players that answered correctly, they will divide the prize pool evenly. Last but not least, if you guess everything correctly, you're now in the $150,000 prize pool. The prize pool will be distributed accordingly to the amount of winners. For example, one winner can take away $150,000. With two winners, the prize pool is split into $75,000 per person. And if there are more than 100 players in the prize pool, we will select 100 players and give away $1,500 per person. What are you waiting for? Join now and make the million reward guess.
OnePlus 8T. This has the 120 hertz, so it is wicked smooth.
15 minutes will get you charged up for a whole day.
And this has a quad camera too. Got a 48, a 16, a 5, and a 2 megapixel.
One for glory. All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are about to get match number 5 finally underway. Thank you for being so patient with us. But oh man, is it going to be worth it? Because we got Sanhok, baby. Papa Blue is king on this island, man. I love this map. I got to tell you that for sure.
Yeah, man. It's one of the crazy ones. I'll be honest, I'm not a fan of it. It's my least favorite map just because I understand how hard it can be to handle in a competitive setting. But when it comes to entertainment, it never fails to live up to the craziness, and it is about being able to handle that craziness for all of these teams. With the restart, hopefully that will allow the teams to maybe take a bit of a fresh air, deep breath,
reset,
and a reset for this Sanhok game. A team that I do want to highlight again before we get into this one is Team Secret.
Okay.
Because I'm not gonna lie, I was worried about them coming into today. They're a team that has so much potential, but in my opinion, they failed to live up to it in the league play. And I thought, okay, that was the league play finals. You know, I know they can do a lot. But then 2 games, they had 1 point and 3 point consecutively, and I was like, please don't let this be old Team Secret. But they bounced back hard with an 11-point and a 21-point game, and they're currently in 5th. But they need to continue this.
Top 5, but yeah, you got to be consistent. I mean, we still have 3 more days after today's matches.
Yeah.
But still 2 more left to go, and especially in Sanhok, like I mentioned before, this is a place where if you get the right position, get some good solid kills, you can put up an insane amount of points. We've seen plenty of 30-point games in the past when it comes to Sanhok. So we'll see as we're about to get underway here. These players, they're in the plane, and we can see them locked, loaded, ready to go from a nice little south to north plane path this time.
As I do like to say, welcome to the jungle. We've got fun and games.
Ooh.
As you see, like you mentioned, the plane path from around Kampong over to around the Cow area, so it is a little bit different. It doesn't really matter because of Sanhok. The thing is, Dukes, will BTR go to boot camp again?
That's the thing. I mean, all my eyes right now are locked onto boot camp. Will they return and give it another shot, possibly get a little redemption? Doesn't really look at it. I mean, there's a lot of players headed in this direction, but I don't really see a dedicated squad heading there just yet. Oh, no, I think I do, finally. Yeah, under Navi, under all those names, it looks like we're going to have a rematch, baby. Bigetron, Alpha 7, getting right back at it in the Lobster building.
I also see one of the Abrupt Slayers players actually dropping to the warehouses, so that's something that BTR should have to be aware of. But this bootcamp battle 2.0 is underway between Alpha 7 and BTR.
Well, here they go. One thing I noticed right off the bat is that Bigetron opted to kind of move away from Lobster Building this time, so they gave that position to Alpha 7, but they are playing it very split right now. The only issue is Microboy is completely out of position, and I believe that those communications are going to be coming from Alpha 7. They're going to start pressing them. I mean, you can see the whole squad trying to get this 3v1 going. Bigetron needs to support their teammate right now.
As much as I'm a fan of BTR not going Lobster, if you're going to go on the side, in my opinion, you want to drop on a 2-2 split on the side, but Microboy jump down comes through. Senna is going to get that knockdown, and Alpha 7 continuing as they left off before the reset, grabbing a kill onto BTR.
And the punch out as well. I mean, coming down from the sky. I mean, this is that recognition. These squads, if they smell a little bit of weakness, one player that is a little bit too far out of position, they are going to take their time, find a way to be able to get to you, and they, at this level, with this much money on the line, there's no fighting fair. I mean, no about 1v1s. I mean, they will bring the whole squad to come take you out.
And at least BTR have managed to disengage for now away from bootcamp as a 3-man team as opposed to a 1-man team that we saw previously. I was thinking maybe Shuri might have been looked to capitalize on that, but because BTR didn't head towards the warehouse and Shuri is just kind of staying on his own, recognizing that it's not worth overextending it, especially seeing on the kill feed what Alpha 7 are capable of. But with this Phase 1 circle that we haven't really gotten to talk about just yet, it's very central.
Oh, dead center, yeah.
Dead center, but the bad thing is that it still encapsulates all 3 areas of Sanhok, so positioning yourself in Phase 1 is going to be a bit tricky.
That's true. I mean, you're just going to get looted up and then kind of have to just figure out as you go. If that zone hard shifts away from you, you're going to have to make some moves. But here's the big thing, though.
Yeah?
After that engagement, you smell that? I think we're starting to smell some weakness, baby. I think these teams are starting to see it from Bigetron. I think we're starting to see like a little bit of overconfidence coming from these other squads. I mean, because at the end of the day, when we saw in league play, I mean, I think a team, if they went up against this team, they were just instantly like, oh my gosh, it's Bigetron. But now, realizing that they're down in 16th place, I think a lot of these squads are going to want to kind of punish them if they're having an off day, so that, you know, because we've seen them come back before. So, I mean, if you can kind of take them out a little bit earlier, it's going to be good.
And even just to kind of, you know, give you a typical example, even though it's a little bit of a different situation, we saw in the PMWL West back in, you know, back 6 months ago, plus Cloud9, the team smelt weakness from Cloud9 in the last Super Weekend. and they expose that. So you are dead right. Being able to recognize when a team is weak that is normally isn't, and capitalizing on that, using your confidence to push back onto them. Happy days.
I mean, you don't want to fight Bigetron when they're firing on all cylinders.
Exactly.
So if you smell a little bit of opportunity to kind of take them out and punish them, I mean, now is the time. It looks like Abrupt Slayers are going to be the team to put a little bit of work onto him. Joker is taken down, getting pieced up right now, trying to survive. Looks like those are some shots coming from Alpha 7 all the way from boot camp. But it looks like they will be able to get off this res as Bigetron is just holding this ridge right here by the water.
Abrupt Slayers holding on to a 2-2 split initially. Sure, he was inside that warehouse. Heaven X has joined him, and Joker, who got knocked down along with Leon. Leon, who is a very experienced player, played in the PEC. He's played in the PMPL. He's leading his side, and he's committed to the Nepal team of Abrupt Slayers for the foreseeable future. And with his experience, I'm really hoping Abrupt Slayers can really use that to their advantage.
Oh, what a great shot from Leon. Like you mentioned, on to Ryzen. And right now, we just saw this Bigetron team is in trouble. They're in big trouble right now. They got pushed away hard from boot camp. And they have practically no loot to their name. We saw Luxy, no helmet, no vest. I mean, one shot of 7-6, and this guy is down. So this squad's in big trouble. Yeah, I think Zuxy just realizing it, just jump into water at this point.
I was just thinking that. Would they be better off just jumping in the water? Yeah, of course, they're not able to technically go anywhere to
they can't get pushed.
Loot up. But at the end of the day, they can't exactly kind of get pushed being inside the water. Talk about a couple of teams who are rotating closer to the edge of the circle. Navi, who dropped on the northwest of the Northwest Island, have made their way down to the trifecta area, which is very valuable on this kind of phase 1 circle. Nova have all 4 members in the center. Zeus are a little bit to the east of them. And Digital Athletics are very central inside this phase 1, just to the north of Zeus.
And guess what, man? Tick, tick, tick. The clock is ticking, and all these teams, they are looting up, getting more prepared. And Bigetron, they're spending this time right now just swimming, trying to find a position to be able to get some loot because they need it desperately. So they're going to be definitely behind going into this match. Looking forward to see how they're going to be able to bounce back. And still early on, circle number 1. And all these teams, you can just see doing exactly what I was mentioning, just trying to loot up, get ready for these upcoming zones of just straight Sanhok madness and when it comes to endgame.
RRQ dropped in Painan. They've disengaged away from Painan, gone a little bit more up north. So they're by those compounds that's just to the east of the bridge. Team that I'm a little bit surprised have not started moving yet is Secret Jin down on the coastline of the southwest island. They have a 4-man spread, and yeah, okay, they're kind of taking advantage of all that loot. We'll have to wait and see as Navi punishes BTR.
Yeah, hold that thought. You can see Matic just being able to get a big knock right there. And this is that Bigetron team, like I mentioned, still no loot. Look at Luxy. No helmet, no vest. And I think at this point, these guys just need points desperately. I think they're just going for survival and opting to leave his brother out there knocked and getting ready to get thirsted.
Like, you got to think. Max touched upon it a little bit. Would you have expected if I had said to you, or somebody had said to you, BTR will be looking a shadow of their former selves by game 3 or by game 4 of the PMGC finals, you would tell them to shut up. You'd be like, nah, get out of here. But that's exactly what we're seeing, and it's a reality. It's a reality that they need to realize that they can't let this continue, that they have to try and turn this around, whether it's in this game or whether it's the final 2 games of the day.
We'll see right now. Luxy, he's got nothing. He's holding this rock, and the rest of the squad, they're pushing so well together. I think old boy, he spotted him. Yeah, he's going to get some shimmies going right here. Luxy's going to try to do something, but I don't think he's going to stand a chance. I mean, there's just too much pressure going on.
Beautiful.
Yeah, and he's going to get finished out. So there goes Bigetron, eliminated in 16th place. So rematch, but it looks like we're going to have the same result here in this one. And man, like you mentioned, if you were to tell me, like, yo, Jukes, do you think Bigetron, after 5 matches, are going to have 10 total points? Like, what would you bet down? I would have bet the dang house, you know?
Exactly.
But we'll see right now as we have to get back into the action. As Leon, like you mentioned, getting it done, is going to be playing some snake play right now, catching Futbolist by surprise. Loots, throwing on some nades. Yeah, you can see that one kind of hurt. They're going to be trying to get a little bit better position. Futbolist really starting to spread out, trying to get that intel. As Abrupt Slayers, yeah, Joker and Leon just kind of side by side right now, optimizing their kit, trying to get initial knock.
Abrupt Slayers have to be careful because there is a little bit of third partying from behind at the hands of Alpha 7, so they do need to realize that. Bit of a mistake by Futbolists in my eyes because they came from the north from Hating across the bridge, and you got to recognize when they get kind of closer to the center that there is going to be teams either in front of them or very close in front of them, and they just walked up that hill without any information.
You called it. I mean, you called it. Alpha 7 was the squad to watch out for, and yeah, they sure got the punishment onto Lutz, and you can see him going for the res right now, so it looks like no team is really pressing them too hard, so they should be able to get this up. I mean, man, yeah, great smoke play right there. Just play it nice and safe. And right now it's a 3v3 between Abrupt Slayers and Futbolist, but after those shots from Alpha 7, I think both these squads opted to say, you know what, let's just postpone this fight for now.
Next circle shifts up. It centers up quite nicely, still with the mainland heavily in play. There is still a little bit of the northwest and southwest island, but above board, most of the teams who are already inside the circle are looking pretty good. Secret Jin are going to kind of get punished by not rotating as early as they probably should have. Maybe gatekeeped by Konina Power.
Well, I'll tell you what, all these teams, they know this side of the circle like the back of their hand. So this should be a pretty, a familiar zone for all these squads. You know, Lutz, you see him in that buggy right now, just moving around, trying to find his position. He's a little bit overextended. He's got to be careful, as we do still have some members from Abrupt Slayers hiding in the bushes. Don't want to get taken out like that.
Now, one area that teams have to consider is that Quarry is still in play, and that's such a tricky area to play around if on the next phase it shifts down to the southeast with Quarry in mind. It's going to kind of take away a lot of the circle, well, not a lot, but a decent bit of the circle away from these teams. Power Triple H still up on the north, as A1 getting punished by Abrupt Slayers.
I mean, yeah, Sinister just trying to cross the road and getting caught out right there. I mean, that's the kind of tough part when it comes to Sanhok. You're trying to make these rotations, but even scouting, it's so hard because you have so many teams that are just set up, staying so quiet, setting up that trap, and it looks like A1 is gonna run right into one, and that is gonna be on the side of Abrupt Slayers.
Abrupt Slayers have been here for quite a while. They currently have a 2-1 split with Joker and Leon inside their compound, and Shree still on top of the hill by the coastline, giving information on the whereabouts of Futbolists to the rest of his team so they don't overstep their mark. Alpha 7 still inside boot camp, which I do worry about, because if you leave it too late disengaging away from the crazy madness that is boot camp, you can get caught out. And Nova still have a 1-1-1-1 split in the center of this phase 2.
Uh-oh, look at this, Yol playing it real quiet. No, he's going to shoot, so that's going to give away his position, and that is going to let 4AM know that they got something to worry about. ICY is going to try to be there. It does get that Uzi shot, but that is a really nice Molotov, but it looks like it's a little too far. Unfortunately, 433 Schwan, but that nade, oh goodness, that was right on the money right there. And now 4 Angry Men have the advantage, as they're going to be able to take out one member from Zeus.
And they've got to take this fight. They've got to close it out, because it is the kind of area where if they don't push on this next phase, they could get third parties. So 4 Angry Men need to recognize that this engagement needs to be finished in the next 30 seconds to a minute in my eyes.
That's a beautiful pre-fire right there from 33 Schwan, looking really nice. And still, even though they do have one finished, 4 Angry Men are playing this very calculated right now. They don't want to play it over-aggressive. They know that when it comes to Sanhok, those snakes, they're very, very deadly. So they do not want to make a misstep here at this position.
But here's the thing, if they aren't controlling enough 4 Angry Men at this stage of the game, when it comes to phase 3, phase 4, phase 5, they could get wiped out by not being aggressive enough. We'll have to wait and see how it does plan out for them, as Navi are getting punished by Team Secret Jin.
I mean, from across the way right here, and I believe that all these 3 members are knocked. So it's just going to be one remaining member from Navi, and I don't think he's headed in this direction at all. So it's just up to McHugh. Well, now it looks like he is going to try to be able to get over to the rest of his squad. But Navi, yeah, they're in a world of hurt right now.
Was that a little bit silly from Navi in my eyes? Because they were, originally up by the Northwest Island, taking out BTR. They rotated probably more heavily than they needed to. They could have crossed by the trifecta line, whereas they went to Painan and they were going in blind and they paid the price. But the next circle shifts up the northeast with the Northwest Island in play.
So that's going to be really nice there for Navi. I mean, that's going to be a big break for them. And this entire area of the map is completely free, as you can see there on the bottom left of the map, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see how they opt to play it, though. Zeus still in engagement with 4 Angry Men. And this is the issue when it comes especially to this point in the match. The second you get in a fight, you're going to know that another squad is just there waiting to come in third party. So if you get an engagement, you want to finish it out quickly. And 4 Angry Men, they're still out of this circle, and there's only 49 seconds left on the clock. They got to get moving.
They really do. RRQ reacted really well to the circle shift going close to the river. That's pretty close to the center of the circle, near the trifecta, lying down on that low ground, so they're going to be protected from the hillside. Nova now joining up as a full squad by the boot camp hills, and they'll be able to overlook and probably punish Alpha 7 at least.
Well, you can hear it. I mean, right now you can see a nice little engagement from 4 Angry Men and Team Secret, but you got Zeus there waiting for the third party. 33 Shvan is really pushed up. He is knocked right now. So, a good return one from Asaki. Gonna get a two-piece right there. That was critical. A nice nade, though, onto Zinhei. It's gonna even things out. It is up to Asaki to make a huge play for his squad. They are sending it on up to him. Rex, trying to get that first aid. Can he be able to get this hip fire? The Ronnie! Just great cover. Is going to favor out Team Secret. It looks like they're going for the reses.
I called it, though. What did I say?
If
you don't engage early enough in the early parts of the game, you're going to get third party. Then yes, 4AM went for the engagement onto Zeus, but who was behind them? Team Secret came in, and yes, the two-piece did come out for 4 Angry Men, but because it was a full Team Secret squad, it became too much. Beautiful shots by Roma Futbolist.
That replay, that was insane. Single tapping that with that M4, beautiful right there. And I think at the end of the day, I mean, we're in the finals. There's so much on the line. It's not a long format tournament. And 4 Angry Men, they're sitting in third place prior to this one. So who knows if they're like, hey, let's just kind of play for placement a little bit. But at the same time, it's still too early. I mean, you want to put up some big points on the board if you're 4 Angry Men.
110%. Great rotation by Aerowolf Limax, recognizing that they could utilize the western side of the circle to their advantage. They were down on the southwest island, but they moved up to the northwest island, just down by that big Chungus mountain. The next phase is going to be ever so important, and this is where the trickiness of Sanhok really comes into play, because the river is really dividing these teams.
What a great shot there from Rom. I mean, he was just staying so quiet, and as soon as he heard those shots come out, was able to get 2 really nice peaks, and that is going to be a 2 finished for Futbolist. Good turn of events for them as they're on the edge of the circle. Rom is going to go try to pick up his teammate Lutz, as Cherise still on that other side can cause some problems. They're going to have to be really careful if you're Futbolist right now.
We could see a bit of a third party from DA just down the hill from them outside boot camp. We'll see if they'll be able to spot out Futbolist. But the next phase is about to pop up, and sweet
baby
Mary Jesus, that is a harsh southeast shift down to the southwest island. The trifecta compound is the core of this phase, and guess who's there? RRQ.
Man, I want to hear your impression of what these teams made the sounds of once they saw this hard shift. I guarantee you it sounds probably like, oh no, because this is going to be a tough one for these squads. They got to get a move on it ASAP.
The mindset has to switch from placement to kills, right? You get as many kills as you can in the time that you have in this game.
Good point right now. You can see Silas on top of that rock, getting some work in with that Uzi. That's that up close and personal gun. Silas with that M4 now. Look at these shots, just controlling this area so well. And Klas Digital Athletics are going to be able to get a huge finish on the Futbolist.
That was a poetic engagement. That was just a pièce de the resistance engagement from Digital Athletics. It was cool, calm, collected, and it was on point, making no mistakes. They had to push him because they know time is against them.
And he did it with the 2x on his gun, which
2x is OP.
No, that's wrong. That's wrong. Yeah, not OP at all. But apparently it may be, especially after that play. Looking really, really nice. Oh, speaking of nice, he got Ice. Got his eyes right onto Potato, and he's got that QBU MO4X. Look at that. Silas driving the buggy under the water right now. And I think he does not want to move because Law is looking right at him, ready to go fishing.
I fought the Law and the Fisherman won, and it's going to be Law just trying to get the better of him. But Alpha 7, they need to think about their own position because they're only creeping out of the boot camp now. They're not in the circle just yet. A1 eSports have one player left standing. RX Jack's down on the northwest island, and Power Triple A looking pretty good as Konina Power firing up against Zeus.
You can see Axer there putting in some work, like you mentioned, and just coming back and forth right now. Zio, a lot of trades going on here on the southern side of the map. Like you look at the bottom left of the screen, Alpha 7. It looks like they're going to have to join Silas when it comes to swimming because I mean the circle is closing, as you mentioned. Blue zone right on these squads. And you can see Ziol just peeking so tight right now, trying to get this knock on a black white. Does he see him? Gotta get that headshot.
Baby.
Beautifully placed.
Beautifully peeked up. Axer prones down, is going to get another knockdown onto Zeus, and it's just Ebely that's left standing.
He's going to hop in the Ronnie right now. Looks like he's going to try and send it up to his team, but he's going to get shut down. That is just too much noise to be making, especially this late inside of Sanhok, and Konina Power punished him for it.
And I'm a little bit surprised that Secretgen haven't tried to third parties more heavily, right? Yeah, okay, they're on a 2-1 split, but sometimes you got to take advantage, and you just got to take control and go, hey, a team is fighting another team. We should look on that. But now it's gone against him because Konina Power, after taking down Zeus, can look firmly in the direction of Secretgen.
You got to decide when it's worth it to give away your position. And points right now are so critical. Next circle is going to go on up here, Imperium. And it looks like it is going to favor RRQ. But we got a big battle right now between Alpha 7 and Team Secret.
Oh
what
man.
a name.
Law feels the brunt of that grenade. Oh! Team Secret comes in erect with the 3-piece to get the squad wipe. Alpha 7 have been shut down, and I talked about Team Secret wanting them to see them continue to run in today's games. That is it.
Team Secret 4-3. Bang! And they get 3 right there. Nade City, population Alpha 7. And as we move on right now, because there's so many fights going on right now. This is Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen. Power 888 getting into it with Aerowolf Limax. Corpai trying to jump on top, trying to get some new angles, gets any information he can into this fight. Aerowolf running a nice little 3-1 split, 3 pushed up. They got that off angle in the back, trying to throw some grenades. Power 888 very grouped up, 1 nade, and they will be done. They got to be really careful in this position.
But the thing is, Ice isn't in the circle. Neither of these teams are inside the circle. So the battle of the warehouses, the blue zone is closing in. Corpai looking to try and throw those pre-fire shots off inside the doorway. It is going to be the knockdown.
Blue zone forcing the fight. They got to get it done. Aerowolf is going to be able to get a really huge knock. Yui's going to have to try to get a jump shot.
No way.
Goes for the pre-fire. Does get a really huge one, though. Is going to have to press it some more. But that beautiful pre-nade right there is going to shut that fight down. Super Uda's going to 1 HP. He cannot get touch the blue. He's getting in the... Oh, he's going to get knocked to the blue zone. And now it's just Spav left for his team. And he has to heal it out. There's no way he can move.
And Ice actually moved over the bridge to the point where he's actually not inside the circle, but he's outside of the blue. Spav is the last player standing. I don't think it's worth going for the revive. The heal battle and RRQ going up against Nova.
Oh, and RRQ are going to finish off Nova, especially right now, Zone 6. You cannot do anything but just spam that first aid button right now, and that's exactly what he's doing. There's a lot of boxes nearby, so you know they're going to be searching for the med kits, but we may see Spav and this last remaining member of Power 888 go at it for these much-needed medkits.
What did I say about the trifecta compound that RRQ held onto from 2 phases ago? It's worked out in their favor. They do have 3 players up. None of these remaining 8 teams have a full squad, and with 5 of them only having 1 player left, it's going to be third party after third party.
I mean, we just saw this earlier. I mean, we saw it in one of the earlier matches, just 5 solo members, and it looks like we have a nice repeat performance here as these last squads are just spamming that first aid, trying to get as much position. I mean, can you believe this? If you go out right now, 8th place, and look at Bob, 19 first aids.
Oh my lord, the heel battle ensues. Silas, who's able to survive against it all, coming in through the river, is able to get the last player of Power 888 and racks up a few more placement points for his troubles.
And just like that, 2 teams gone. Now there's 6 teams remaining, 3 solo players. There's Silas, they're from Klas Digital Athletics, and this is what I'm talking about. Even when they have bad positions, still a top 6 finish. I mean, this squad, they've got it down. I mean, yeah, they go out there, but 5 kills, 6th place, not bad.
Nothing to be sniffed at indeed, as we do lose Team Streaker. We're down to our final 3 teams, Dukes.
Yes, we are, but man, Papa Blue is punishing them all, and the next circle is going to pop on up in the favor of Team Secret, Secret Jin, and as you see Kangzo jumping for joy right now, as the rest of these teams have just gotten extremely punished. But Konina Power, we haven't been talking about him a lot. 7 kills, they have a duo, they can still get this done.
110% they can get this done. Kenzo's pretty much on his own. Cosmos is out in the blue. There's no way he's going to be looking up to join with the rest of his team. And yeah, okay, Konina Power have to move into a circle, but this is Sanhok, right? You can stake your way in.
Yeah, and you know that Secret Jin, they have all this intel, so they know their backs are cleared, so they have a really good idea of where this Konina Power team is, and they're just trying to use all the kit they can. But look at Cosmos. Cosmos is in the blue zone, so it's just Kangzo. It is basically a 1v2 between these 2 teams, and Cosmos, he can't run. He has to spam first aids.
And also, what's really tricky for Kenzo is that even if he gets a knockdown onto one of the Konina Power players, he's not going to know it.
That's true. That's true. I mean, he still has to realize, you know, which squads he's dealing with. This might be a really nice nade. Oh, that Molotov, that's going to give away their position. And is that nade going to hit true? It is going to tap Axer just a little bit, but that hill makes it that much more difficult to throw kit onto them. And he's just waiting. He's like, Cosmos, get over here, please. Help me, buddy. Oh, actually, he's like, you know what? Never mind. I don't need help. That is a 1-piece onto Black-White. It is just Axer remaining, and Cosmos finally making it into the circle.
And that's the thing, Konina Power didn't know that it was just Kenzo on his own, because the way they see it, it's a 2-on-2, and that's just the way the cookie crumbles. They're trying to make it work. One player left standing. Can Axer pull it in his power?
We'll see right now, Kangzo, he's got all the intel. He's trying to get these peaks. He's got his teammate with him right now, so they can play this really, really carefully. Yeah, Axer's not able to get this res off, so it is going to be just him. We've seen a sick 1v2 earlier from Old Boy. Can Axer do it as well? We're about to find out. Jump shot. Oh, and Kangzo with the Uzi is gonna shut it down. And there it is, everybody. Secret Jin, and it's just Kangzo with 5 kills to finish it out.
And that was the Kenzo show, baby. And that was a beautiful episode of really well-placed chicken dinner. Yeah, they were kind of favored with the circle shift. But at the end of the day, you know, they kind of played intelligently. They utilized their position in a strong way, and they just waited for the teams to come to them. Considering that they're coming into this game in 15th with that chicken dinner, that's going to boost them massively in the overall standings.
Oh man, not just their overall standings, but their morale, everything. True. I mean, day number 1 is so crucial to that, especially in a small forum tournament like this.
Yep.
You got to be able to pop off, get that kind of good feeling going in for the rest of the day. So, you know, they got to be feeling it after that. A big chicken dinner win for Secret Jin. Let's go ahead and throw it on over to the analysts so they can tell us what they think after match number 5.
Well, what I think is, whenever Max doesn't talk about a team, they seem to do well. Team Secret Jin, you cursed them earlier on, Max, but you know what? They're able to pull off a big victory here. But again, Kangzo, we talked about him as being the star player for the team. He pulls up a big victory.
And he's the snake main, like the snake main guy of the team when it comes down to it, and he was able to just hold on to a position that was not going to be contesting. And also the circle, sure, was good in their favor, but it was also helping them in a way that was like so weird. It almost never happens. It was forcing all the other teams of the lobby over that river, so they were all fighting each other, and they were like on the southern western edge, like we don't have to take a fight. They're all like cancelling out each other. and now we just got to pick up the scraps in the finishing moments to pick up the game, which is exactly what they did, and that's a win coming their way, like rightly deserved, because they just knew that they just didn't have to fight.
Yeah, and with Kenzo, something that I enjoy, I mean, he ended up being a 2v1. His teammate wasn't nowhere near him.
He was having fun in the blue, it's okay.
He was just having fun, just popping heals over and over again. With Kenzo, it didn't matter to him. He knew that he got one knock, and I love that he just kept picking and just shooting, trying to see if they could maybe just lose patience and try to go for him in Konina Power. But overall, Kenzo, a great performance from him, and one that I know you mentioned to me, Max, when we were watching games. You always told me, hey, if Kenzo's still alive, watch out for him, because he can definitely pull off some surprises.
Yeah, and that's what he did right there. Got access to the only shack. Like, it was so weird to me that the circle like went perfectly on top of that one little shack that like no one was in, and Kengo's like, wait, that's free?
Yeah.
I mean, oh yeah, I'm gonna take that for myself and secure the dub off that bat. But also, like, respect to Konina Power. Sure, they didn't get the big win. They got themselves the second position, but like kills alone, like, I'm not sure how many they got exactly that game, but it was still an impressive kill count for them, especially coming onto a Sanhok game. Remember that initially they played super passive, like they dropped on the southern eastern side of the map. A big 4-man spread, like super far away from each other, and they're just like, you know what, so we're going to regroup after we did loot all we needed and then make it into it, and they just picked fights along the way, like very clean, very well executed. Not a dub once again, but still a strong performance from Konina Power that need it, because they need to try and catch up to the top side of the leaderboards.
Yeah, and as I said, not a dub, but hey, second place is second place, especially if you can add a little bit more with kills too.
But you can see here on your screen the million reward. Guess if I can get the words out, because it's just so many rewards for all of you at home. There's $150,000 on the line if you can predict, or you have predicted so far, every victor across today and of course the next 3 days. But if you even just get one, you obviously still have a chance to get your piece of the 10 million AG and of course the 1 million UC. So make sure you guys are predicting in game in the eSports Center while you have the time. And guys, another team I want to mention here.
Yep.
I'm sorry to all the fans out there. Bigetron, they get wiped out by Alpha 7 in boot camp. Then we had the remake happen. Obviously not due to them. And then they kind of get punished by quite a few different teams. It was Abrupt Slayers that eventually took 1 kill in the beginning, and then Navi to close it out. BTR can just knock it into the late game where we know they thrive.
It was non-stop. I mean, they lost Microboy there to Alpha 7, and then they were like, okay, we don't want what just happened before we did the restart to get wiped out again. So they start leaving, and then Leon starts catching them also off guard. Leon was able to knock Ryzen, and then they have to make a push for it. And then as soon as they get across the river, Navi's just winning there for them to finish off. So nothing going their way, as we can see right there. 0 points in that last game, 16 plays. Honestly, if you would have told me coming into today, the first day after 4 games, that Bigetron would have only 10 points, I would have said you're crazy.
They're just building tension, you know? They're letting other teams have a chance to build up a lead, and then they're going to be like, all right, guys, it's time to start playing.
BTR prank.
Yeah, exactly.
BTR
Stop
prank.
breaking BTR.
But like, the thing is also, when we remember the league play, I was remembering, you know, like DA, RRQ, they're always like barely behind Bigetron, like, oh, we can maybe catch up, then fall a little bit behind. Like, they were always trying to compete for that second position. And now Bigetron's not there. They're like, we're number 1 and second? Like, what's happening right now?
You're first? No, I'm first.
No, I'm wait a second.
well, let's do this. In the completely different spectrum, let's go to Team Secret. They started off super horrible today, and then look at them now.
Not just horrible, super horrible.
Hey, man.
So bad they
I don't want to
you
take
on
credit, but I
Twitter.
told them I want to win. And so far, they're working towards that. They got 10 kills. That's impressive.
Look at this guy. He's trash talking us. We're going to follow him.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Team Secret's got
Team
me.
Secret, I want my jersey.
But now that you mentioned kills, by the way, we should kind of go over some of this, because we do see some decent numbers. Like RRQ Athena, 7 kills. That's pretty impressive. Team Secret, you said like 10. Look down the list towards
They have
the bottom.
the most kills.
Yeah, Konina Power gets themselves 7. Alpha 7 still gets 5. Like, we still had some big numbers being picked up here for these teams. But obviously, it's not about the one match. It's about the consistency over the course of the entire event. And right now, I never would have expected Team Secret to be top 5. Not with how they played in league play.
Same.
Yeah, I fully agree with that one. But like, I'm looking, like, you just talked about like kills, like 23 kills coming out from the side of Alpha 7. Currently in 14th position, only 6 positioning points. Like, they're relying so heavily on kills, and it comes down to what you mentioned earlier, right, Seven? Like, if they can just get positions under control, be so much better. I did see an improvement though that game. They dropped boot camp, sure, they got Microboy of Bigetron, and then they understood like the circle was shifting heavily to that trifecta over to the western side, and like, you know what? We know we're going to get breach potentially on the east, and we're going to get backstab mid-rotation, so we're going to put our focus on the east to gather information, and DA saw that and like, we can't breach into boot camp anymore. We're going to go up north. They took a fight that they did win, by the way. And after they knew the DA left, they were like, now we can actually try and make our way into the circle, which unfortunately did not happen because they were on the cliffside. And from that point onwards, it's always really hard to make it through because swimming in the later stages of a Sanhok game, you always know there's going to be teams on the outskirts of the river, and you're always going to struggle to make it back to the mainland.
And especially the way that map finished. I know we were talking about it, watching it, and it was just like, where's the circle going to go? Where are you going to be able to position yourself just to make sure you actually have a chance and you don't have to get into the water? As we do see here, the MVP Kengso with 5 kills. And now, most damage by an MVP player, 755. Great performance. It's one player that I'm definitely going to give you credit for this. Max, you told me to definitely keep an eye on, especially at the end of a game. Well, guess what? He showed up. He definitely showed up.
Didn't he have some red hair before? I'm pretty sure he's changed his hairstyle again.
Everybody's changing their
hairstyle. Like, I recognize players by hairstyle normally. Even Paraboy changes hairstyle. I'm like, who is this guy? It was like, oh wait, it's Paraboy.
You can't recognize Paraboy by his amazing eyes that you just get lost.
I see the hair first. Like the hair is always the first thing.
I see. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, we do have Kengso and Beer 11 head-to-head. Beer 11, a massive player for RRQ Athena, like we saw in league play, and still rising to the occasion when we look at here. 6 kills for him. The damage pretty good as well. So to be honest, both these two players really stepping up for their teams when it matters.
Yeah. I mean, B11's like the main fragger normally. I remember that finish we had in Los Lunas in Miramar in the league stage. Like, he's like, you know what? I'm just going to 1v4 the team almost
4
and
a.m.
just send it.
Go back to sleep.
Yeah, go back. Get out of the lobby. This is my game. And like, no, B11 definitely just remaining relevant in this one. They are second position, mainly because of B11 being just such a great fragger overall. But you know, they're currently second position. Like they are contesting, and we mentioned it earlier. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Might be the bride today.
Well, a 7 set. They won Dubai here last time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, and the good thing with RRQ Athena is that most of their squad have been playing for so long. If I remember right, Ernie, G9, and D2E, they've been playing together for a very long time, and for them to be able now to have Beer 11 as an addition, and the more he plays with them, the more synergy they're gonna be able to build up. That is huge.
Like, wait, so normally I curse RRQ, and because you've been said like hyping them up, is he like the lucky charm of RRQ?
I mean, I'm the lucky charm of Team Secret, and now maybe the lucky charm of just
why did I have to get paired with
I mean, ever since I started working with 7, my life has just been on the up and up. You know, I got a girlfriend, I lost some weight.
I might have to follow you on Instagram.
I think that's like a 5-meter drop behind me. I think that.
Yeah, we'll just push you over the edge. Let's take a look at our summary though from the last match. You can see the most damage done. It's actually going to be coming in for Mafioso, and to be fair, Alpha 7 heavily leading on kills when it comes to their replacement points. And then looking down the list, most throwable use, you got Axar at 11, most knockouts for Beer 11, and most pickups as well here for Beer 11. I do want to touch on really quickly, and I'm not sure if you guys touched on it before, talking about kills to placements. Did you guys touch on Alpha 7?
Yes.
Okay. That just blows my mind. 23 kills, 6 placement points. So we'll move on from that. I'm sorry, I had to talk there.
You're good. It's a good point. I mean, it's something that people definitely
do it twice.
Keep an eye on it again. And with that, I mean, now Alpha 7 going into the last game of day 1 and also going into day 2, they have the confidence, right? They won an engagement with Bigetron, not just once, twice, and they made him back off. And guess what? Tomorrow, maybe they can just work a little bit more on their rotations. That's all they need to do. Try to stay a little bit later into the round, get into a top 5 situation, and with the skill that they're currently showcasing, they know they can win those engagements.
Yeah, I mean, taking down Bigetron alone is big. Like, I want to see them take down the Funky Men's. You know, that's potentially like the next level thing to try and make a statement once again at this level of play and try and potentially snatch away. Like, I want to see them, maybe not at the end of today because you only got one more game remaining on Erangel, but like maybe tomorrow if they keep on like their aggressiveness, like getting so many kills every single game, like they're around an average of like 5 kills per game, which is strong. That's a really, really good average. If they can try and now just aim on positioning, because like that's the point you made once again. Like we made that point like 4 times.
Yeah.
Because it's a really good point. But like they really need to put a lot more focus on their IGLing, getting strong compounds, trying to rotate also early, which I think that game on Sanhok, for example, they did rotate a little bit late and they got caught out mid-rotation by like 2-3 teams that were doing the exact same call out. So if they can do so, I think that tomorrow they can definitely try and catch up to the like top dogs of the leaderboards and make it top 8. If they make it top 8 tomorrow, I'm going to count that as a big win for them.
Oh, definitely.
All right, gentlemen. Now, Max, you've been through this quite a few times. 7, this will be your first time here.
Oh.
So we're in a second. Not yet. Don't throw it up just yet. We're taking a look at our top 3 fraggers over the... Okay, I was going to have you guys predict.
Paraboy.
They're gonna let, okay,
so I'm going to say
the one you predict. You're going to have to predict all 3, and you get the one wrong. No, yeah, we'll do it later. We'll do it later for top fraggers. We can see here so far in our first 5 matches, Silas tied with Sook at 12 kills and Beer 11 at 11. I feel like Beer 11 got, was it like 4 or 5 kills in the last game? So a decent amount of his 11 just from that match alone.
And something that I did want to mention out of Salas, I mean, we saw his skill perfectly on display there in the last match. We saw him go up on the rock, just using the pretty much popping out when he needed to pop out, using the timing right, then having to jump and knock out those players, finishing those players and get those extra kills, get those extra points. So not surprised to see him currently here among the top 3 fraggers.
I mean, the difference between Salas and Sukas really just comes down to damage. You see, it's just like barely any difference right there, so it's just a little bit of a difference overall. But why I like it for the side of Klas DA mainly is the fact that Salas sure is like fragging out in big ways, but like the entire team is like have their own respective roles and they're performing all on the same level. Sure, maybe not in terms of kills, but you know, you've got that IGLing, you've got yourself also that scouting, that rotation pathing, and overall the entire team, sure there's only one in the top 3 there, but like the entire squad is definitely pulling their weight.
And something that I wanted to mention that I'm enjoying to see here is the variety in guns. At the beginning of the day, it was just M762s. Now we're starting to see here as well of M4s. What I want to see, actually, because there was an update recently in the game, I want to see if any of the other players are going to start using more of Kar 98s and M24.
Well, to remind you guys at home, I'm going to say a couple people here at the event have already ordered their PUBG mobile trading cards. You can head over to shop.epics.gg and check that out, because not only are you supporting and showing who you're a big fan of, you're also helping the players with a little bit of extra money for them as well to keep this pro career going, keep them grinding. You can obviously, you know, showcase online. You can sell them on the marketplace. Maybe you can sell them to 7 if you get the grade 7 cards, which I know for sure he's going to be buying. And then even in these pre-orders, there are going to be signed copies being sent out. I'm not going to tell you how many. You got to get your pre-orders in right here, right now. I think Max, after this break, is going to be doing just that to get even more than he's ordered. But make sure you guys check that out. Make sure you guys pick them up because these cards look sweet. I would love to see a 7 Worlds Gaming card.
Ooh, imagine. Only 7 made. Ooh, super rare. Micah, give me a call.
What a shiny
something I actually wanted to ask you is, out of all those cards, right, which signed card would you actually want to get on your first pack?
Ooh.
It's a tough one.
See, this is tricky, right? Because what if there's a player potentially retiring soon? Getting his signed card now, before he retires, would be worth even more down the line.
Microboy signed card.
now, what if you get it's a signed card, and then you also get to meet the player, and they sign it as well.
Oh,
so you got double signature.
Double sign. Double sign. It's actually really cool. I'm enjoying that they're doing this, because there's so much more stuff that this is going to bring into the community, like a trading. Hopefully, I'm pretty sure people are going to start trading. It's going to be really, really
summoned
cool.
my Paraboy card.
Right.
Hey, if you guys got a good card, I'm okay to trade. I got like Blue Eye White Dragon. If you want it, we can trade off.
Not happening. Not happening. I ain't trading my Paraboy for anything. Let's take a look at the recap of the zone shifts we did have, and there was something you guys talked about, the River by Boot Camp. Seeing Power AAA, I remember watching them as the zones did progress. They went for this like rotate on the other side of the river where there's basically no team. And I will say, a little bit of luck on their side. The zone did shift towards them, but unfortunately they didn't close out as many points as they were hoping for.
Now that you mention actually Power AAA, something that we saw with Triple T whenever they were engaging each other is we saw him getting hit by the blue zone. I believe it was later on when you should definitely just stop picking them up. He continued the revive. And that split second, I felt like it cost them so much. I don't know if it's maybe because it's the first day, they're trying to just get into the rhythm of things, but I don't know. I don't want to see those little mistakes like that later on, and that's pretty much what I'm getting to. Hopefully they can go back, watch that, be like, hey man, as soon as that blue zone touch you, you know that even if you pick up the other player, he's going to go down because the blue zone's just doing so much damage at that point.
I forgot blue zone did damage.
Yeah, right?
I forgot. Oh no. Like, this is the moment where like all teams are like, oh wait, oh no, this is going to be actually pretty troublesome. And Secret Jim would like right in that position. Konina Power was the only one that could contest in some way, and they crossed the river like through the bridge next to Painan, and they are the only team that could really deal with it. But like RRQ, they could not move away from the trifecta compound.
Right
if they
here.
did, they were going to struggle. But that's the move you were mentioning there,
Yeah,
Seven.
this is exactly. You're going to see Power AAA, Triple T being able to trying to revive Corpal, and then he just continues to do it. And then you see the other player get knocked once again.
Super Una's like, my buggy.
Yeah, it's like you should have just stopped. Just stop. Tell him to drop all your heals and stuff and just start running.
Yeah, and like once again, like RRQ Athena in this position, like the thing is, if they moved away, they were just showing their back away to all the teams coming in from the eastern side, and they were just going to have such a hard position. So they were kind of bound down to that position. That nothing they could really do. But that Kengzo picks up one. Axa tries to snake his way through, but unfortunately with a third-person perspective, you can't do too much, and that is going to be an easy kill for Kengzo once again, taking the win. And yeah, jump shots once again in play.
So gentlemen, I do have to bring this up, and I don't mean to be too harsh against this team for Alpha 7, but they got to just sit boot camp for the majority of the game, right?
Yes.
You would assume if the zones shifted towards you that many times, you should be able to get some decent placement points, but it didn't work out for them. Remember, they only have 6 placement points in total, but they have 23 kills.
So in regards to that, something that Max and I were saying is that I felt like they were getting maybe a little bit too complacent there in boot camp. They were just winning. They were just hoping that the circle will end up going their way. Something I would have enjoyed to see is send at least one player out closer to the river, closer to the water. That way,
that was low, yeah.
Yeah, because remember, we're talking about that. At least have somebody else scout. Have somebody ready for that shift of the zone. And they just didn't have that. I felt like they just got way too comfortable being in boot camp.
They did do it eventually, but like it was law that they actually sent over to the western side of boot camp. It was like so late that it was just not valuable anymore because the circle was already pushing you forward, and you had to like or just like take a big fight or just cross through the water and like just swim your way through. So like sure, like the idea was good, but just way too delayed.
Well, we're obviously talking about them. The upside is they're picking up kills consistently throughout the day. The downside is their placement points need to be worked on, but that's something they can obviously work on throughout the rest of today, and of course in the next 3 days as well. It's time to head back to a break here. We'll get things ready for our final match of the day. It's going to go to Erangel, and of course it's going to be brought to you by Hot Chooks and Imperium in just a few.
OnePlus 8T. This has the 120 hertz, so it is wicked smooth.
15 minutes will get you charged up for a whole day.
And this has a quad camera too. We got a 48, a 16, a 5, and a 2 megapixel.
This game ends with Aerowolf the top side. In there, it's just Pubg by itself.
Welcome back, everybody, to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship Season 0, the finals here in Dubai. Of course, brought to you by our amazing sponsors, OnePlus with their new AT, which I gotta say is beautiful. Very Qualcomm, nice. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and Mountain Dew. Man, what a day so far of matches, Imperium.
It's been a hell of a run for the first day. Who would have predicted, when you look at the overall standings, that the two PMWL winners, East and West respectively, are in 16th and 15th. Nobody expected that.
It's crazy. I mean, this is absolute insanity. This is the last match of the day. After this, a quarter of the tournament, like I said earlier, it's done. So now is the time. And we're going back, of course, to Erangel. This is the map where all these teams, they know this area like the back of their hands. This is the time to at least get some good points on the board, get a good feeling going into day number 2 tomorrow.
Talking about feeling, a team that's really been feeling things here today, RRQ.
Oh, yeah.
Second place without a chicken dinner, Jukes. Without a chicken dinner.
Nuts.
Consistency personified. In the Sanhok game, could they possibly have captured a chicken dinner? Yeah, but at the end of the day, they have gotten performance after performance after performance today.
Yeah, I mean, they've been crushing it. Them as well. Klas Digital Athletics have just been a model of consistency. I mean, even when they have really difficult shifts, They seem to always have a member to survive, at least to get top 6, get some good, solid points on the board. But here we go. Last match of the day. I mean, what are your thoughts that are just, what are you thinking right off the bat?
Well, it's obviously very important for the teams who are currently down at the bottom of the standings, like BTR Futbolist, Alpha 7, Zeus, that they look to try and end on some form of a high note. It doesn't necessarily need to be a chicken dinner, but if it's at least, 10 points, 15 points, maybe even an 8-point game, if you're BTR, that will at least bring a little bit of a relief before tomorrow's games. And for the teams at the top, just try and maintain that consistency. And even if they do have a bad performance, I don't think it's going to really put a dampener on what has been a really fantastic game for a number of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha 7 from Brazil, this is a really interesting team when you look at the numbers so far. I mean, right now they're sitting in 11th place. They have 18 kills, though. They are tied with RRQ in 4th place when it comes to kill points, but in placement points, they've only got 5. So they're getting some really serious kills early on, but they just keep getting taken out early. I mean, literally, 5 matches have gone by. Total average of just 1 point per match placement, but kills, it's insane.
It is definitely being dangerous when it comes to kills, but placing points, you need to try and pick that up, switch up a couple of things. And do you think, it was announced on social media that Law is going to be leaving Alpha 7 after the finals. Do you think that is maybe in possibly a negative way affected the team's morale?
I mean, I think it's definitely going to affect something. It's going to affect something, that's for sure. At the end of the day, though, this is the place to show who you are. If I'm Law, I'm going in here and I'm fragging out of my dang mind. I want whoever I'm going to go to pay some big money to pick me up. This is literally your application right here. So,
but there's no IN team, so you got to get it done as a team.
That's true. That is the most important thing. I mean, to play at this high level, your synergy, everything has to be at the best in pretty much the planet, and that's exactly what we're dealing with here. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready. Match number 6. The players are in the plane. They're locked, they're loaded, and flying on over. So this is going to be a really big one to kind of tell from these teams because, man, like we mentioned, last game, got to get it done.
Yeah, unfortunately, it seems like we will be getting into it soon enough. A little bit of a psych. It's kind of like, wait. You want the final game? Nah, you ain't getting it yet, mate. You're going to have to wait. And, to be fair, the mental kind of pressure that the teams are under, when we do have these kind of small hiccups and we have this, is that having an effect on how the players are kind of going into each game?
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at it, we even saw during the league play towards the last day, even Bigetron. I mean, they have so much experience playing at this high level. That's a big advantage. I mean, because you got to go into this, confident and be able to play the way you normally play. And that's the trouble. I think we see a lot of people get the misconception they have their favorite player in mind. Like, oh man, I've seen this guy in scrims, I've seen this guy, pop off, when he's playing casually.
Yeah.
But guess what? You put the money on the line,
True.
You fly them all the way to Dubai, in a different environment. They have to get comfortable. It's really tough to play the way you normally play. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see how that is going to be able to do it. At the end of the day, day one's almost over. So any excuse that they may have had, it's over. It's over. So we'll see how we're going to be able to get into it here really shortly, ladies and gentlemen, as we go ahead and take it over to a quick short break.
our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down. The battle tells our story of survival, a challenge will never be over. This is the race, it's not the end. Can't see what's written tomorrow. Some call it fate, but one thing I know, this time I will be in control. I'm caught in the fray, but we'll survive the battle. One for glory. All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down. The battle tells our story of survival. The challenge will never be over. This is the race, it's not the end. We're on time. Take one step for the jump. The battle, one for glory. All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down. The battle tells our story of survival. The challenge will never be over. This is the race, it's not the end.
OnePlus 8T. This has the 120 hertz, so it is wicked smooth.
15 minutes will get you charged up for a whole day.
And this has a quad camera too. Got a 48, a 16, a 5, and a 2 megapixel.
It's time for the PMGC Finals Million Reward Guess. We have prepared 50 million AG, 5 million UC vouchers, and $150,000 for you to take home. Here's the steps to win the prizes. Step 1. Guess the champion. With 10 million AG and 1 million UC vouchers at stake, guess who will be the PMGC Finals champion before January 21st? To those players that answered correctly, they will divide the prize pool evenly. Step 2. Daily guess winner chicken dinner and top 3 ranking. With 10 million AG and 1 million UC voucher prize pool each day, guess which teams will win the chicken dinner and the top 3 rankings. As it was in Step 1, to those players that answered correctly, they will divide the prize pool evenly. Last but not least, if you guess everything correctly, you're now in the $150,000 prize pool. The prize pool will be distributed accordingly to the amount of winners. For example, one winner can take away $150,000. With 2 winners, the prize pool is split into $75,000 per person. And if there are more than 100 players in the prize pool, we will select 100 players and give away $1,500 per person. What are you waiting for? Join now and make the million reward guess.
One for glory. All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down. All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down. The battle tells our story of survival, a challenge will never be over. This is the race, it's not the end. Can't see what's written tomorrow. Some call it fate, but one thing I know, this time I will be in control. I'm caught in the fray, but we'll survive the battle. One for glory. All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down. The battle tells our story of survival. The challenge will never be over. This is the race, it's not the end. We're on time. Take one step for the jump. The battle, one for glory. All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down. The battle tells our story of survival. The challenge will never be over. This is the race, it's not the end.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are at the PMGC Global Finals here in Dubai. Last match of the evening, finally ready to get going here. So Imperium, man, we've had 5 insane matches so far. And one thing I gotta say,
yeah,
during the break, right? I hopped on to that epics.gg website.
Yeah.
Got myself some of those new cards. Can't wait to do some of those unboxings on my channel. But I'll tell you what, that site was getting beat up, dude. There's got to be a bunch of people picking those up. So if you haven't already, make sure you go to the epics.gg website, basically Epic, but more than one, Epics, you know, .gg. Pick up some of those cards while they are still available.
Because it's so good, it deserves a plural. It's just so epic. True. That deserves a plural. And what is also epic is going to be this last game of the day. We're going over to the hollow grounds of Erangel for the final game of the day. Definitely a few surprises when we look at the overall standings and where teams lie, but one thing that I really like is that there's only 5 points dividing 7th and 13th.
Yo.
So there's a lot of places up for grabs.
I mean, this is first day, right? First day when you have 6 matches, I mean, you could definitely, one chicken dinner, I mean, can make you fly up the leaderboard. But like you mentioned, I guarantee you, if you're in that position, this is the time to do it. I mean, you want to go into tomorrow with a little bit more breathing room. I mean, you don't want to go in having to frag out every single game. Give yourself a little opportunity for a bad zone here or there, so you can be able to, you know, get some good points on the board.
You bring up a really good point. Creating that cushion across not just today, but all 4 days is going to be vital.
We'll see here, everybody, as match number 6, the final match of day number 1 here of the PMGC Global Finals. Taking it to Erangel, and as I look here at my screen, we can see a beautiful flight path right here, pretty much right down the center of Erangel.
It's bang on. Going from north down on the southwest side, ending up on Stalbar on the northeast. It's going to be easy for A1 to get the Severny, 4 AM to Yasnaya. We'll see Navi go to North George. All good in the hood. But what I do find interesting is that it's an early drop by Futbolist to go on the western side of the map. They don't normally go there. Is that because they're looking to try and switch things up compared to how they are in the overall standings?
They must have seen something. I mean, these guys, we know that all these teams did a ridiculous amount of research going into this tournament. You know, they watched all the VODs for the past tournament. They've also been playing a whole bunch of scrims recently, like I mentioned, on the Zute scrim. So they must have realized that, hey, guess what? This side of the map, it's relatively open. And right now, I mean, it is. They're going to be able to loot this entire area relatively simply.
Being able to adapt is so important across all these games from one day to another. It is absolutely vital. When you look at teams around them, they do have plenty of space, like you mentioned, but the current leaders of the pack, Klas Digital Athletics, are down to the southeast of them. Phase 1 has popped up, and it's a bit of a tricky Phase 1 compared to the playing path, because although the playing path was relatively kind of central, that Phase 1 is on the southeast.
Yeah, I got a nice little east side circle here. So all these teams going to have to get a little bit of a move on it. We saw that beautiful graphic there on the right-hand side of the top 5 fraggers. And, you know, the #1 team right now, Klas Digital Athletics, Silas. #1 right now in kills. So this guy has been performing really well. When I got to talk to him, out of all the members, I ain't going to lie, he was the most serious of the whole group. I mean, he was just kind of like really like, yo, this is my answer, and that's it. And guess what? I mean, he's playing seriously, but oh goodness, Konina Power. What is it? I get a little bit of deja vu here. Yeah, I mean, what is going on? They're getting caught out. Just unfortunately, not having that. Oh, and he gets run over by the buggy. Frozen, punished once again.
Hello, Darkness, my old friend, but just as we see one player being taken out, Joker, along with the rest of the Abrupt Slayers crew, comes in and takes down a member of NOVA-XQF.
I mean, man, these people are just getting knocked out left and right here. So unfortunate drops here at the start of this last match on the side of Konina Power and NOVA-XQF. They're going to have to deal with a 3-man for the rest of the game here. We'll see how they're going to make some adjustments due to that right there.
And look, great adaptation by Abrupt Slayers, working as a team in that area as well. And that's where sometimes it is a little more important. We've seen 2 examples of dropping as a full squad or as a 2-2, let's say, compared to dropping as a 1-1-1 split or a 3-1 split. Because losing that first player early on affects your morale. It kind of affects your attitude as a team. And of course, it changes up the play style you have to put down for the rest of the game.
And look, I was just talking about him earlier, as we can see this beautiful graphic right here. Silas just straight crushing it for this Digital Athletics team. 12 kills to his name by himself. The longest distance kill, 268 meters. So, I mean, man, these guys from long range are just so on point.
Long range, close range, whatever the range, they'll take the shots. They'll dominate in the end. And one thing that you'd mentioned previously is the fact that Digital Athletics have been able to get results despite being put down to one player. And I think a really strong element of that, which really makes a team an actual team, is that when a player dies, they're able to boost the morale of the rest of the team, right? They're able to be an extra pair of eyes. They're able to say, hey, look, be careful here, keep them calm. And that really makes a really strong team.
So important, so important. I always said back when I was playing, if a teammate died, I was like, your job is not done yet.
Exactly.
I mean, if you have a teammate who may be a little struggling when it comes to communication, if you are a player that got thirsted earlier, you should be on that guy, giving all the call-outs for him. So all he can focus is just on gunning. And speaking of gunning, you got Joker catching, that king there in the earlier the match. So you got that nice finish. But, I mean, these guys, I mean, you got to be on point. You got to be, you got to be a team. That's what's most important here at this high level.
Now, we've seen Aerowolf really utilize the fact that they're the only team in Military Ireland having 2 team players in the base and 2 players in Nova. Of course, their rotation onto the mainland is going to be incredibly tricky, Hot Jukes, and what might be best for them to pull off is wait for Phase 2, maybe even Phase 3, and shift on over to the western bridge depending on where these circles go.
Yeah, we'll see what they opt to do right now. We can see RRQ holding down this hill right alongside Pachinki. So, you know, we normally see RRQ head on over straight to Potato Hill in this kind of zone, but they opt to go a little bit more central and taking this location right by this shack. This is a really, really strong spot to hold. And man, you see, look at these shots coming from Alpha 7 with that AK red dot from long range, just putting on that pressure. And it looks like it's going to work because RRQ, they're on their way out.
And it's important when you are in that area to hold on to.
Hold on for dear life.
Well, I'll give that an 8 out of 10.
That was
I'll give that an 8 out of 10. But to continue on, it is important for Alpha 7's position that they look to actually be controlling, because if a team rocks up too close to you on that kind of flat area, you only have that shack as a defense point and maybe that low ground dip beside it. Other than that, you're kind of very heavily exposed.
Yeah, you can see right now D2E getting caught out by Nova. Oh, and look at those shots through the smoke. That is going to get that confirm right there. And you know that's going to make Nova really happy, because RRQ, such an aggressive team, and if you're able to kind of sneak away a kill, especially on a monster player like Order, I mean, that's going to be really good for them.
Looking at where teams are across this Phase 1 circle as we're halfway through the blue zone closing in. BTR in the center around the farm terrain. Konina Power are still in Milta. You have Secret Jin around the shelter terrain with 4 AM rotating down from Yasnaya. A1 still on the outside of the circle up on the north coming from Severny now. And then when you look onto the west, Team Seeker rotating through Headshot Valley.
Yeah, you know, A1, they've been really amazing to watch here, I think, so far, because they, you know, snuck in here into the finals in 16th place, and they have been performing pretty steadily so far. Ray Z with a nice little laydown shot. And for those of you guys that are just starting to get into the game, when you hit that laydown, it reduces your recoil even more. So you're able to get that really, really nice spray from long range.
You also have to be careful with the timing, right? Because if it's in the wrong situation, you're prone down. Getting back up is obviously slower. It leaves you a little bit more exposed. But in that position that Klas had, it was the perfect time to pull that off. Navi rotating on the northern side of the river from George Paul, which I think is quite clever because there's a much higher chance that no teams are going to be there. Are they going to opt for the long rotation on the north of Yasnaya or come in between school and Yasnaya?
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame them if they want to err on the side of caution right now. Just play it really, really carefully. We can see right now this graphic. We got Ice coming up here. 10 kills to his name. Got a nice kill from 207 meters. 1,500 damage so far. By the way, if you get a knock, that is 100 damage. So he's definitely been putting in work for this team.
It's an average of over 300 damage per game. For one player, that's not to be sniffed at. Of course, being able to convert those into kills is also going to be a bigger benefit to your team in terms of the overall standings. A1 now rotating a little bit later than I would like to have seen them pull off, especially when you looked at the previous Erangel game when they were able to catch out 4 AM at one point, but stopping where they are is relatively safe.
Yeah, stopping by this little Alamo right here, so they're going to be able to get this position. Now, they are led, of course, by Sinister. That's their IGL. And you can see him always leading that charge, getting that intel. And he's going to have to get some more intel because guess what? Zone number 1 has popped, Imperium. What do you see right off the bat?
Man, it's a central Phase 2 shift. It's nothing crazy. You do still have a little bit of military island in play. And what worries me is that Aerowolf, instead of opting to go for the Western Bridge rotation, which I would recommend, they're opting to play by the Eastern Bridge. Now, maybe that's just to get information across the way, but executing that rotation early on this Phase 2 would definitely set themselves up for a better edge of circle play coming into Phase 3.
That's true, but guess what? Crossing that bridge, it's scary, especially with all these teams here. So I can't blame them if they're going to go ahead and play it slower. We'll have to see how they opt to do it, though. One thing I'm looking at, by the way, if you guys look at the bottom left of your screen, we were talking about it earlier, Navi. I mean, it looks like they opted to go with that real long rotation to Yasnaya, so we know what their decision was. And like I mentioned, I mean, especially when you got this much on the line, I don't blame them. I mean, play it safe.
Honestly, it actually shows me the shades of how Navi played in the EMEA League. In the EMEA League, they would play these deeper rotations that you would think, oh, is that a bit risky? But it's kind of quite intelligent. It's very calculative. And at the end of the day, when you look at where they are in the overall standings, third with 55 points, it speaks for itself.
Yeah, Law got us some nice taps right there. One of the members from Power 888 really low. We're going to try to catch that other bike as well. And man, those bikes, I mean, you are just zooming on by, and they're just trying to find their next location right now. We'll see where they opt to go to. But, oh, looks like they're going to run right into A1. And A1 is going to settle that really quickly and take out those two members on the bike.
Like, that's a risk you take for rotating so deep into the circle on phase 2. Come on. Yeah, okay, the plane path was a little bit to the west, but there's most likely, 95% chance already going to be teams settled in that area.
And to be honest with you, I mean, I think we see this a little bit because it's game 6. Like after so many games, you kind of go back into little old bad habits and just kind of full send it. But you have to have that discipline. Exactly. I mean, there's $700,000 on the line just for first place. MVP is $15,000. That's nothing to shake your head at right there. So you got to be able to play it tight 24/7 at this high level.
Aerowolf have been able to make their way across the Eastern Bridge relatively untouched. I think part of that is because there's so many teams clustered in the center of this phase 2 from Milta all across the farm to Shelter, so they're kind of not really focusing on camping the bridge, and that's fair play. Credit to Aerowolf for recognizing that.
I mean, that's so clutch. I mean, the fact that they're able to get across this bridge this early on is just straight huge for them. They did not want to get stuck on the other side of that. So they're going to be in a pretty darn good position. Zone number 2, it's about to pop on over, and we're going to find out right now where all these squads are going to have to start heading to.
4 a.m. looking pretty good on the northern side, and we do see that shift up north for phase 3. So the teams down south like Aerowolf, like BTR, Dish Athletics are definitely going to have a little bit of a trickier job, although they are still inside the circle. It's 4 a.m. that are laughing on their current spot.
Yeah, they're sitting pretty right now. I'll tell you what, Aerowolf, I mean, they're pretty happy that they got across that bridge early, because now they're going to be able to start heading into the circle right now. And we just see every single team. I mean, they're in their vehicles. They are on the move, just trying to find their final position here. But it looks like Nova ended up finding Alpha 7 as Mapio's down swagging, switching to FPP. Is going to get caught on that off angle there. Nova, always so good when they're playing separate, just utilizing each other, covering each other's angles. I mean, when they are set up like this, they're still so deadly.
And that's where the 2-2 split from Alpha was always going to be tricky in that area, like I mentioned, because if a team gets too close to you, there's a much higher chance they're going to get punished. Credit to Nova as well, because they really pushed heavily on that area and gave no time for the players that did go down from Alpha 7 to respond.
Nova's such a tricky team, I think, to play against.
I know, right?
Because they're the best squad, I think, in the game when it comes to playing separately. Because it's almost like they're just constantly baiting you out. Like, yeah, we saw earlier in that Sanhok match when Alpha 7 smelled a member all by his lonesome. They went, they jumped, and they pounced it. That was from BTR. But Nova here, they're like, okay, order's a little pushed up. Let's go ahead and push on them. But guess what? Though they're just covering those back angles, putting so much suppressive fire, and the Alpha 7's like, you know what? Let's just get on out of here.
A lot of that comes down to core experience. But Dish Athletics, up on the hills, looking over in the sightlines of NOVA-XQF. They have to be careful of a team behind them. That is RRQ. They're fighting for the top spot right now as well, which is ironic within itself. I mean, looking still with 4 a.m. in the northern side of this phase 3. Again, looking so good on that compound. Just the opposite side of the road match.
And the funny thing is, I mean, they just traded spots with RRQ. RRQ was just in this location a little earlier on. They opted to go down to those houses down the hill, but Klas said, you know what, we like that spot. We're going to hold it for now. And Nova, they just threw out some smokes, just playing this a little defensive. They just kind of want to hold this position for now.
A1 kept on top of the hills of the logging area overlooking Shelter. Now, that's a good space to be, but what they've allowed is that they've allowed Aerowolf to creep in behind them in the circle. The good thing for A1 is that Power 888 and Konina Power have also made their way towards that area.
Yeah, we'll see right now what they ought to do because this circle is about to shift. Everybody has just been kind of getting some intel right now, holding their positions. But, you know, once it starts hitting zone 4, zone 5, that's when the action really starts to happen. And as you can see here, nice central shift in zone. So it is dead center and 4 a.m. Navi sitting pretty.
Yeah, but Navi right now are 2-2, and I would recommend that they look to join up as a 3-1 because you're going to have teams breaching in that area, and I find it very hard to believe that they'll hold on to that one area as a two-man team.
I agree. 3-1 right now would be definitely advantageous. You got to start standing up and just playing keep away. You don't want any team to push up on you for free. We'll see how the rest of the squads decide to push up into this zone as Aerowolf, they are on that southeastern edge of this zone. So you start seeing them throw out those smokes, trying to figure out a way into this next position. So many teams gatekeeping them, though.
I think this is the calm before the storm a little bit. We still have 16 teams, 56 players alive. As you mentioned,
That's insane.
Last circle shift was quite central, so it's nothing really super crazy. It's when we get into the blue zone closing at the very end of this phase and teams are maybe hovering on the edge, that's when it becomes harder.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really interesting zone right here, right beside Shelter. You still got a few couple spots I see on the map still available. I think OP Dip is still open. It's going to be interesting to see where these teams ought to line up, but they're so good, especially at getting all those vehicles, you know, being able to set up cover pretty much anywhere. And Bigetron, I mean, they have a lot on the line right now. They got to play this real carefully. That was a nice knock there from Aerowolf.
That was real nice knock from Aerowolf on the Konina Power on the eastern side of the circle.
Oh, look at that pressure come out. Dante, the main fragger from A1, laying it down right now onto AR. They're getting just pinched from so many teams. I think it's just Spav, left for the team. He's going to have to try and get over there and get those reses going. Yeah, you can see him just throwing out all the smokes. Oh, hitting the vehicle. That's not exactly where he wanted to throw it, but it looks like it is going to work out for now.
And here's the thing, the position that A1 hold on to is where two of the players in Navi were consumed, so that joining together by Navi has benefited both them and also A1.
Yeah, holding these shelter spots are always so strong because you can always go down the stairs, get those reses, and it looks like that's exactly what they're going to be doing right here. Dante is really pushed up. It's going to be up to him to really put that suppressive fire, but you got 4 a.m. as well on the other side. Zeus, they're just trying to get right in the edge of that circle. Yeah, they're going to go ahead and drop right there, throw out those smokes, and just hold it for now.
Then we do see on the kill feed, Nova are taking a fight against Abrupt Slayers. Digital Athletics are also around the area, so we'll have to see how that does pan out. As Joker is knocked down, Leon is on the backside, but that sniper tower is helping Nova stopping of getting third party by Digital Athletics for now.
They're holding it down. They're holding it down right there. Vehicle explosion from Ray Z from Klas Digital Athletics. That's going to pop on an order, and they're pushing this. And they're coming in hard. Oh, not able to get those shots onto Jimmy. He is spotting it, though. I mean, that's the thing, is that you got so many angles when you're on the outside. If you're Jimmy, you can only peek those two windows. Ray Z realizes that, and he's got his eyes locked on that location.
Thing is, do they know that Leon is there? That is the question. Two players of Klas are actually wrapping around to flank on the underside. Leon is going to be spotted out. That's a nice push. Great play by Klas Digital Athletics.
Beautiful execution right there. They're going to go ahead and get those really nice off angles. They're pushing together as a duo right now and just surrounding this entire area. And then here comes Ray Z. Oh, what a shot right there. Shutting down Jimmy, and there goes NOVA-XQF in 15th.
That is the current leaders of the PMGC finals, and it speaks for itself. Seal them all the way was actually in the circle, not doing anything, holding onto a core position. So that was a three-man push from Klas.
And that was against NOVA-XQF. I mean, one of the most popular teams in PUBG Mobile. I mean, these guys are doing it with some swagger, with style here in the PMGC. Love to see that from this team. We'll see how they end up doing as the rest of the match ensues here. Konina Power, they're holding down the Wizard Tower. You got Secret Jin, hold down those buildings. Zeus just full sending it, trying to do anything they can. It's the last match. They want to survive, but they are just having this full send it, and they are getting beat up by all these teams gatekeeping them.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. You go for the desperate rotations, but when you're going in blind, you're going to get punished. And in the end, I believe it's just Godless that's left standing. But he's taking a bit of a fight against RRQ. Got one knock. He's not going to find the other. It is Bear 11 cleaning things up.
I mean, if you make a rotation like that, you're going to have to make some player sacrifices. And just right there, they sacrificed their whole team, but Ryzen was waiting there with that 8x SKS is going to get the finish, and there goes RRQ out in 12th.
And BTR still up as a full squad, although Microboy has been knocked down. Most likely he's not going to get revived up, but their next battle is Alpha 7.
And Alpha 7 doing exactly what they're supposed to. Was able to shut down one of their members right there, so that's going to really help them out in this fight. And now they're starting to put the pressure onto Zuxi. He's outside, going to jump in the window. Oh, getting nice pre-fire there from Sanatex. Switching to the DP, and he's going to catch him slipping. Last remaining member, here he comes. Sanatex, and that's it, done. So Bigetron taken out as well.
But why was he going in late? He actually should have gone past Alpha 7 because he wasn't going to be able to do anything. But it is what it is. It does what it does. And Alpha A1 are going up against Navi.
Yeah, we'll see right now how they're going to opt to play it right now. Navi is starting to throw them smokes, trying to go ahead and hold on. They do have this edge of this circle, so they want to hold this position, buying some time right now. Anything they could possibly do to get these resets. You can see there, Maddox throwing, I believe, a nade on a Sinister. It's going to be a little bit short. That vehicle is blown up, so he doesn't have to worry about that. That is their IGL, you know, who's giving those calls out to his main fragger. He's knocked and finished, so now it's all up to Dante, the thumbs player from A1, to hold on for his squad.
You got third partying from Alpha 7. You could even have third partying from Team Secret Jin. And all the while, in the center of the circle is the last player of Power AAA Corp I, with Klas still up as a full squad on the west.
You know, all eyes are on him. Oh, Celine, please. Oh, Car 98, 8X at the end. Oh, that's a dream, baby. Hit those. You're going to try to, but nope, switches to the M4. Going to try to figure it out. He's trying to blow up that vehicle. Yeah, doesn't want it to injure him just in case, so he's going to get that right there. He does have Razy and Silas up on top, but this is a really steep slope right now. It's really hard to peek from the top of that mountain. You're going to give away your position. I mean, look at that dossier on the top left. It is getting blown up, shredded right now as 4 angry men. They're pissed, and they're trying to get into this circle.
But here's the thing, at the end of the day, as easier as it is for 4 angry men to play up that hill compared to Klas are in the circle, 4 AM are not there for checkmate to Klas.
That's true. That's true. I mean, Klas Digital Athletics got to give them the edge, I think, in this position, especially with the zone and shifting on over to their side as well. You can see Senatexa there with that DP. A lot of these players, I mean, they love that DP here at the end, just lasering, trying to put more pressure onto these squads. Here comes Navi. Oh, man, and they are just getting laser beam from the top of the hill.
Man, what else can you do? They've just got to try and go for the push. If Old Boy can get the heat off, get back into Dacier, he could make something work. But Corpai, as I said, the last player of Power AAA are stopping them dead in their tracks.
And he realizes, hey, I got the zone. We can get some really good points right here. And this is the last remaining member. So he's putting himself at risk, but he has got a really good position. He realizes it. So he's going aggressive. Can't say I blame him. We'll see how it plays off. But this is the big battle. The big battle between Klas Digital Athletics and 4 Angry Men, the 2 top teams right here. Can they get it finished as 4 Angry Men smokes out all over the place? I mean, look at this. It is just a battle of the grenades, trying to open this up, get a little breathing room for their team.
How have Klas allowed 4 Angry Men to not only get into the circle, but get to a point where they can actually take the engagement onto Klas?
I'll tell you why. It's because it's 4 Angry Men. That's why. I mean, when it comes to them, they are so good at being able to press in these situations. I mean, they live on the edge of the circle, pushing into these kind of spots. So, you know, right now, still full laid down and just trying to sneak in.
I think what helped 4 Angry Men is that there's less teams on the eastern side of the circle.
That's going to give him a lot of breathing room right now. Look at this. Oh, boy. We saw him do some magic early on. Can he get this repeat? He has to be in this 1v1. He's going to throw a nade. Oh, a little too far. Is he going to get the spot? Scorpie laid down. Oh, the Uzi. Just too strong. Oh, boy. This guy's got ice water in his veins. Always able to hit those clutch shots. And now he's got this whole side to himself.
But look at Alpha 7, they stay quiet, and they could come in as Klas and 4 Angry Men start the fight.
Oh, and look at this. I mean, oh boy, as well. I mean, this is just an insane battle to finish things off here. Sinhei's gonna get those 2 points right there, and there's old boy spotting him. Get some nice pieces. Oh, he's 1 HP. Can he get the fight? 1! But is made it out, and that is going to be Navi eliminated in 4th. Huge clutch shots from 4 Angry Men, and still whole squad alive.
4 Angry Men started the day with the chicken dinner. Are they going to end the day with the chicken dinner, or can Alpha 7 claim the top spot?
We'll see. I mean, they got the whole squad. All 4 Angry Men are up right now. But guess what? Alpha 7, they got Papa Blue to their side, and that is going to be huge right now. Let's see how they utilize it, because 4 Angry Men have to run on the open, but they got to take out Silas first, and that is going to be it. That's going to be a huge break for them. So now, last 2 teams remaining here in the final day of the PMGC finals.
I know it's a 2v4, but honestly, this is Alpha 7's game because they have the low ground, they have the circle. In my eyes, this is theirs to lose.
Well, guess what? I mean, it is Alpha 7's game, but it is also 4 Angry Men's game, because we just saw them push from outside of circle. They're so good at doing this, and you can just see them creeping up little by little. I love these offensive smokes. That is going to block their sight lines, and they're hitting already some insane shots. Alpha 7 is feeling the pressure.
And I love the fact that 4 Angry Men, when they throw the smokes, they're not staying quiet. They're actually using those smokes to then peek to the side and get those shots off to suppress Alpha 7.
I guarantee you, one bad smoke from 4 Angry Men on themselves could almost kill that entire team. But that's such good discipline. They're working so well together. Alpha 7's throwing all the utility they have to kind of stop the pressure right now. But look at these guys. I mean, 4 Angry Men just creeping up so slowly on them.
Oh, Saki with the Groza.
Oh, and he gets him. Look at that. The Groza showing up here in the end game. They realize there's only 1 player left, and that is going to be it. Hasaki finishing it strong. 4 Angry Men win the first chicken dinner, and now they get the last one.
They bookmark day 1 of the Pubg Mobile Global Championship Finals. The Chinese team ending the day on top. Will it see them end the actual overall standings on top, or will Klas, with once again a consistent result in 3rd place, hold on to that top spot?
I mean, these guys are just having a phenomenal day overall. I mean, this is just insanity. I can't wait to see the upcoming days, ladies and gentlemen. Before that, we're going to head it over to our very handsome analyst, of course led by Jason Kaplan, Maxman30, and Zoro from One Piece.
See, I'm a little sad now because you said to our handsome analyst, but I'm a host, so does that mean I'm not handsome?
Yeah, I think so.
This is why I like John and Blank better. Can we bring them back all 6 games? Well, and appearing. We'll put into a tri-cast. Let's kick Hot Jukes out. Let's take a look at our Do the Do moments. Though you obviously see the recap of what all went down in this match. Now, one thing off the bat I want to talk about, BTR. Struggling to get in towards the late game. They did have a better start this time. They didn't get interrupted by too many teams early on. But still, when it came down to that mid-game, they still fell short.
I mean, the reason why they started off really good is because Farm was in the circle really early on there, and they just didn't have to move from that spot, which did help them out because it was center circle. But the moment they had to start taking some fights, they were struggling a decent amount. So I'm just going to say today was not a good day for Bigetron. Hopefully they can just put this back into perspective, VOD review, and be like, this was not working at all, and come with a new strat tomorrow, because like, it's a 4-day event. They need to adjust so quickly to try and fix that for the next 3 days now.
Yeah, pretty much tomorrow. Act like, in a way, act like today didn't happen.
It's a warm-up day.
Yeah, to be fair, though, in the last game, they were able to get some kills. They ended up making a push there to A7 on a 3v2, and they ended up losing just by also getting third party by a different team, as we can see right here. Alpha 7 being able to just kind of hold off Bigetron. And to be fair, we've been talking about Alpha 7 the whole day, how they've been able to get kills. And guess what?
Position there.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
They finally ended up getting a top 2 placement. And something that I actually really love is that when we saw the engagement between Alpha 7 and Nova eSports, you kind of see Alpha 7 make the decision, you know what, it's not worth us trying to take this fight. Even if we do end up winning it, it would just hurt us too much. So they lose 2 players, but they end up backing off, getting into perfect position, and ultimately it allowed them to get more kills towards the end against Bigetron. And on top of that, they got placement points, which is something we wanted to see. And why not do that on the last game of the first day?
The one thing that I see a lot of teams do sometimes, like that, they initiate a fight, Alpha 7, especially on Nova, the fight you just mentioned. They initiate and like, we lost 2 players, we lost too much, we can't like give up now, we have to fully commit to it. But like, no, sometimes just like, okay, I lost a player or 2. You know what, I'm just going to take the L on that one and move back further. And they did that, and you know what? They secured second position because of that play alone. So you know what? Overall, good respect. I want to see more of that. If they can do that on a more consistent basis, I said it tomorrow, I want to see them in top 8.
Well, I'm actually curious about the rewards for the people at home and what their predictions have been over the course of today. The million rewards guess has still been going on. It'll be going on the entire event. You guys at home have a chance to win 10 million AG or 1 million UC or $150,000 if you can guess everything correctly. And you know what? Please let us know here. You can tweet to us. You can message us on Instagram. Let us know if your predictions have been 100% so far, because I would love to see who's still in the running for the $150,000. But you know what? If you don't get yourself every guess correctly, get some of them, because then you can win some AG. You can win some UC as well here.
And give it a try. I mean, like, I'm pretty sure that like 99% of people already out. I'm pretty sure that's
I want to see a screenshot of whoever has every single game correct so far. A screenshot. Don't Photoshop it either.
I think that's the point, though.
Yeah.
I mean, they were like already loud. So Foreign Men, taking the first game and the last game of the day, like definitely, if like Foreign Men is one of those big teams. If you are betting on Foreign Men, like, you know what, you might have got some decent predictions there.
And if you're gonna pretty much bet tomorrow for everybody that's gonna be tuning in, definitely turn on the notifications on all the streaming platforms. That way you don't miss out. Bet on 4 Angry Men whenever they play Erangel. 2 wins today in Erangel, and also a great performance in the second Erangel. They didn't end up getting the chicken dinner, but they have been very consistent, at least in day 1, when it comes to Erangel.
Yeah, I mean, it's what we're expecting from a Chinese team, right? Because that's one of the maps that they into this one. Surprise bet for Angry Men, and we'll see if they're going to be able to contest it. But because also Klas have been so consistent today, I would love to know actually, like, have Klas been like dethroned from the #1 position after them having such a strong performance today? I'm intrigued to see how they're going to be standing over there.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what the leaderboard's going to be like, Jason.
Well, you know what? We're not going to see it just yet. We're going to keep thinking about it, because it is a good point. You do have Klas and 4 Angry Men battling for that #1 position. The funny thing is, if you remember back to the league play, Klas were chasing 4 Angry Men for the majority of the Super Weekends until that final one, when 4 Angry Men passed Bigetron and got themselves that first place victory. So we're seeing that battle, that redemption story, that redemption arc here for Klas as they maintain it by 5 points. You can see 80 in total in our first place and 75 in second. But then we have Navi in third, still really close by.
I was going to say that. We still have RRQ there in 4th place. Team Secret, even though they really didn't have an amazing game there, at least they were able to make it up in the previous games. They're currently in 5th place. We see Power 888 in 6th place. Alpha 7 making the jump. They were able to get 12 placement points. This is what I've been wanting to see out of that team. And on top of that, they were still able to get kills, which is huge. And this is what I want to see more out of this team. If they can continue to perform like that, just try to stay alive towards the end of the game, win those engagements when you know you can win them, like they were able to win them against Bigetron, even though they had less players. I mean, Alpha 7 might be one of those teams to definitely keep an eye on.
They tripled their placement points in one game.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, actually, now when you put it like that, actually, yeah, you know what? I didn't do the math because I can't do it. But you know what? It was actually a good point. But I'm really actually loving the fact that, like, everything that you mentioned at the start of the event and also midway, especially like, you know, you brought up the fact that you wanted Alpha 7 to focus more on position. They did it. They go top 8 now. And also, we mentioned at the start, DA, we want them to be able to close off games a lot more and take wins. They got 1 win today while still remaining consistent every other game, and they're still in #1 position. Like, they've been improving so much. The entire lobby is just next level right now.
It's like we're here for a reason. It's like we know what we're talking about. And also Team Secret.
Is that what we're supposed to do?
Yeah, at the beginning of this, we called them out because they were just... I was personally seeing the exact same thing that I saw of them when it came to PMGC League, but guess what? They were able to step it up. Matoy, I feel like Matoy, whenever he got that jump shot kill, I can't remember the map right now because there's just been so many matches today, but in that moment, I feel like it was just such a turn of events. Even though they really didn't get the placement in that match, I feel like that was a confident boost that the team needed, and hopefully they can still ride it on tomorrow as well.
Yeah, we need a little bit more coming into that, but also like Futbolist. Like this is, I'm sorry to say, but this is Super Weekend Futbolist. Like they've just been not getting the points. Like we were expecting a lot more coming out from these guys. You still got some really strong EMEA representation with, you know, Navi and DA in 1st and 3rd position respectively, but here Futbolist definitely not off to the best start. But you know what? It's still possible. It's only 25% of their game. Still got 75% remaining. Yep. So Futbolist gonna have to step it up. Not only them, also Bigetron that today just like disappeared, invisible. I did not see them at all.
A complete mulligan of a day. I mean,
it's such a surprise, right? Like we were not expecting this. Like it's good surprises. Like, you know, DA being up there with Navi, but like that's a scary surprise to be sure. Like BTR down there, like I don't know what to say.
There's still one more team I want to mention here really quickly.
Go for it.
Abrupt Slayers. Now, obviously, having a chicken dinner earlier on in this tournament in match 2 with A1 eSports in second place, I was expecting big things from them. And yes, it's great to see that they can get themselves a chicken dinner in such a stacked lobby like this, but you need to be so much more consistent if you want to have better placings, if you want to get up into the higher pools of money, if you want to potentially win $700,000. And I don't know what they need to change from today to tomorrow, but something has to change to nail out that consistency.
Like, especially knowing like the middle of like 2020, we had the rule set change, right? From like a chicken dinner was like 20, now it's 15. Like even now it's even worse for you to just focus fully on like chicken dinners. Now you want those kills and you want just consistent position points coming your way the entirety of the way. But you know what? MVP on that final game is going to be Sook, is going to be a player for Angry Men. Once again, not too many kills, but that damage though, 930 damage. Like, then you can actually blame his teammates, like, you know, KS guys. Like, come on, give me the kills, please.
they're going to be stealing all of them. I actually wonder how many people he was able to knock with that 930 damage. Maybe, who knows? Maybe tomorrow we'll be able to get that stat.
Well, that's the important part, right? Is that normally when we see like our top players, like we saw during the league phase, it was a mix of a lot of different stats. But this is specifically off MVP rankings, which is kills, damage, and survival time. So survival time typically is a thing that will help get you into the MVPs because it's such a large number, right? Whereas damage, I mean, that's a lot of damage. I'm hoping to see 1K hit by multiple people tomorrow.
It more than double. I think if we go back to the first 3 games of the day with those MVPs, they were getting like 400. I think we saw 500 at one point. And then we start seeing people starting to pick it up. So maybe they're just starting to get a little bit more comfortable, especially those winning teams.
Overall, like in terms of damage and kills, it was like still like it was not very top heavy. Like it was actually a really nice spread. So there are like a lot of these teams after you got like, you know, the likes of Aerowolf, Team Secret, Abrupt Slayers, and also Futbolist, who were just like not really that present in that game. They're actually almost no presence whatsoever. But like this is actually a pretty even like spread for all these teams. So overall, I'm really enjoying how these games have been coming out so far. It's not like top heavy to the point where you got like a team like it was Forangyu Men in the league stage running away with like a 50, 60, 70 point lead. Is actually like to the point where, you know, coming into tomorrow, we might have a completely different top 8, which is why I enjoy the most of these events when you just don't know what's around the corner.
Yeah, I mean, whenever we weren't playing Erangel, we saw 4 Angry Men just they ended up in, I think it was 14th place, 12th place on the other matches in Miramar and in Sanhok and in Vikendi. I can't remember what they ended up on, but it's gonna, if those teams at the top don't perform as well, I hope some of the other teams kind of pick it up. We saw A1 eSports being able to do it there. At some point today, we saw Team Secret once again being able to step up after starting off slow. They did end up the day the same way they kind of started with just 0 points. With the rotations, at the least.
Interesting circle. Like half you know it was not going to go back into Sanhok Island, which I think is great. But like also one thing that we have not been having at all happen. Like we did have one Sanhok Island finish eventually, but like the 2 games that was like mainland up north, Futbolist and Aerowolf that dropped, you know, itself never got caught out mid-rotation on a bridge, which I think overall is like a big improvement. I did see Futbolist a bit in the league play, like, you know, get sometimes stuck on those bridge locations, so they definitely improved on their scouting alone, which is great. But this is when the circle, you know, it's centered right on top of the core buy, and I was like, wait a minute, Power AAA, maybe, but unfortunately it was going to be a little bit too much at the end of the day. But Forangyu Men, they were like, we know we're going to have to cross over the road eventually. We don't want to go do a straight line. We're going to rotate up northwest and avoid as many teams as possible to not get gate kept. And that, at the end, like, once again, gave them a chicken dinner because they were like, we want to avoid the fights as much as possible until we got a position in which we can take the fight with better odds.
And in regards to 4 Angry Men, something that I want to see is, I'm pretty sure some of the teams are going to go back, just look at where everybody's landing, look to see where everybody's moving in regards to rotations as soon as the new circle pops up. We've seen over and over again now with 4 Angry Men, if they end up landing in Jasnaya to start off with, right? If the circle does end up starting to go there, they can expect at least where 4 Angry Men is going to be at, right? Because they're going to be on the edge of the circle. So I want to see, what I'm going to be looking at tomorrow is I want to see readjustments from some teams. Are they going to be willing to maybe take on the fight to 4 Angry Men if they see them, or are they going to back off?
I think definitely like you might want to try and take some fights, especially if you're like one of those top teams. You don't want them to like run away with the lead. So I think like if you see a fight and you can take the fight, like go for it. Hell yeah.
I think it's also important to note that, and correct me if I'm wrong here, I'm not an analyst, I'm just a host. The way Forangyu Men are rotating into these zones, they're avoiding a lot of fights, so they have a lot of utility left later in the game, later in the stages. Like we saw the offensive smokes used to peek around the sides, as Hotjukes and Imperium are pointing out, like they save a lot of utility, and they seem to avoid fights early on to make sure they have that.
That's one of the positive aspects, actually. But like sometimes we saw that, especially on that Miramar game, you know, they got delayed a little bit, and that's because they almost died to the blue at one point because of those rotations. So that's some positive and some negative aspects. But we're looking at this one, talking about RRQ men and their rotations. 80.2% vehicle usage. They love them cars, you know.
Yeah,
they love the cars.
They love those rotations. They love trying to get those off angles, which I mean, it worked out great, especially twice in Erangel today. They didn't work out so great in Miramar, I believe it was, when they just trying to push in a little bit too late. I am going to be looking forward to see how those teams kind of improve on that, especially tomorrow on Miramar, how Foreign Angry Man is going to be able to readjust. Obviously, it's going to be a completely different circle. It's going to be a completely different situation, but I'm always, especially if you want to be a champion team, you're always going to be wanting to improve on those little things.
Yeah, I'm looking at this team summary. Like, this is like the least surprising team summary ever. Like, no, rotation, 4 Angry Men, average survive time because they're consistent is Klas, and then you got Alpha 7, one of the most aggressive teams in the lobby. They got the most damage. You know what? I'm just like, yeah, it makes sense.
Okay, so gentlemen, we didn't get to do it earlier, and hopefully we don't jump directly to the top 3 fraggers overall today. I want to get one. I'll give you 3 chances, but you need to get at least 1 per each of you guys of who's going to be in the top 3.
Sook, Silas. Sook, Silas for sure.
Okay, that's enough. Two guesses, fine. 7?
Sook.
Okay, so let's see our top 3 fraggers overall today. Remember, it's just overall throughout the tournament. We'll keep track of that as we go further, and obviously it's a big factor when it goes to choosing an MVP, right? We did see Ryzen being basically the top fragger throughout the league stage until I think 33 Spawn passed him towards the very end because the unfortunate play at the very last week for Bigetron. But we are going to see Sook there, Beer 11 as well, and Lost. So this is pretty similar to what we saw earlier today.
Yeah, no more Silas up there though, but like, yeah, Bill Evans going to be remaining up there now, pushing himself up in that 2nd slot overall, and 14 kills for both Sook and also Bill Evans, so it's getting pretty close overall. I'm liking it, but like, especially like 3k damage for Law over these 6 games today. Like, what a guy.
I'm gonna have to send Law a message and just ask him for what he's using on that M4. At the beginning of the day, we saw
what are your settings, man?
Yeah, tell me your exact settings. Tell me your sense, everything that you got going on, attachments, please. I want to be able to play like that.
I thought you were going to message and be like, how'd you get your hair that color? Because clearly it's making you go Super Saiyan here.
Hey.
I got my color picked out. If I win this bet that we're going to do later,
we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Well, let's take a look at our top 5 players based off MVP throughout today. Remember, first place at the end of the event, our MVP of the entire PMGC finals will win themselves $15,000 on top. And Sook going to be maintaining that at the moment in number 1.
No surprise.
You know what I'm actually really surprised to see here, in a way, is Paraboy. Because we're really having, like, it's been on and off for that team, right? They've been able to kind of pop off in certain matches, and then they just completely disappear. And they might end up getting some kills there. But it goes to show those 2 great games that he had today, where he was able to put up 5 kills
Miramar,
and then 4 kills. I mean, that's 9 out of the 11 that he currently has. Hey, that's another team that I'm going to be looking forward to tomorrow. I know we saw them there. I think, if I'm not mistaken, they were like in 9th or 10th place. That's one team that I wouldn't be surprised if they maybe end up popping off tomorrow, especially Paraboy can get hot early.
Yeah, the thing is also is like the entire roster of like NOVA-XQF, like such a strong team overall. But, like so far, like recently, I've only seen Paraboy really, step up to the occasion. I want to see the rest of the team, Cool Boy. I want to see your boy Jim also make it up there.
In league play, Paraboy was generally their top player. I think it was Cool Boy who did have like the most kills at one point, or like the most average survival time. But I agree, like league phase, Paraboy was kind of non-existent, but it was kind of the status quo of how Nova were playing anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, overall, like still a little bit more of that. Like, Old Boy also today, like, what a great day for Old Boy. Like, he's not been having the best time, unfortunately, these last few weeks. But like, you know what, Old Boy, he's really stepped up. Like, shown himself that yes, I can represent like the best IGLs and also gunners over there in the EMEA region with the likes of Gonzo, with the likes of also Solke, and now he's actually overtaken those 2 players in my opinion right now. So Old Boy definitely put his name on the map, and I want to see him remain there throughout the entirety of the event.
I love the aggressiveness that he was able to show too.
His grenades,
he was willing to take on the fight, especially on the last game with the Uzi. He was willing to go for it. He didn't care if he was lower on health than probably the other player. He was like, you know what, let's take on this fight. Let's see who's actually going to win this gun skill.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, a lot of it comes down to that. A lot of the players out there are the best in the world, and when you're playing against the best, it's even harder to set yourself above and beyond everyone else out there. We've been talking about the million reward guests throughout the entire show today, and we'll be talking about it over the next 3 days as well. But I'm curious if you guys out there were able to get your predictions correctly. You can see Klas 4 a.m. Navi with first, second, and third overall throughout the day. Remember, $150,000 on the line if you get all the predictions correct. But if you can't get those, you still have a chance with the 10 million AG and the 1 million UC as well.
Yeah, I got one right. That was actually Fongman after I had normally Bigetron and Nova up there.
See, I got asked some things. Actually, we had to like write a little like article come into this, and I had Klas in there.
Oh,
yeah,
smooth.
You think the best part is that you can't prove me wrong. But I swear, I did actually have them. I'll go back and look at what I submitted. Yeah, that's tomorrow. But you can see who did get our chicken dinners across the day. Again, 4 Angry Men picking themselves up 2. We had Abrupt Slayers as well with a surprising victory in match number 2. Klas, not too surprising to see them, as well as Navi and Secret Jin with match 4 and match 5 respectively. I want to see who's going to get the if someone can get the $150,000 out there.
It's going to be if
hit us up, guys. Yeah, hit us up. Like, definitely show us. Like, if that's the case, like, we're going to follow your story. Going to be like, oh, he's going to get it right this time. What was their prediction? Because that would be pretty insane. But like, the odds are like close to winning the lottery. So
if you got a perfect prediction today, 7 will follow you.
Yes.
For one day. For one day.
Okay.
You'll be a 7th follower. And then tomorrow we'll do the same thing again. So
and we'll give you a shout out on the stream because that's pretty impressive actually. If they were able to pick it, every single team right today,
that deserves a follow.
See, I don't know if I want the 150 grand. I'd rather just have him follow me back.
I was like 4 out of 4, and then after the 4th game, my stock just went down.
All right, well, that was honestly fantastic to see, and I'm really curious to see what's going to happen throughout the rest of the days here. But we also need to give a shout out to all of our sponsors out here, right? We have so many of them. We obviously have to talk about our title sponsor of Qualcomm with their Snapdragon Gaming Elite as well. They've really been able to help level the playing field, rise up our playing field here for all the teams out there with their 5G mobile platforms, and of course OnePlus. We got to talk about these bad boys because every player out there has a OnePlus 8T here in the tournament, and they've been able to really, I'd say, elevate their gameplay as well. Obviously playing with the Snapdragon 865 5G mobile platform, and not to mention, whenever we're thirsty, you know what we drink?
The Dew the Mountain.
This is why I do the sponsor club. Mountain Dew, who obviously have been fueling the PMGC throughout the entire time here. And even being here in Dubai, we got to give a shout out to the Dubai Tourism and Dubai Sports Council as they've been helping with the location of this entire event. And this arena honestly looks fantastic. It looks amazing. Now, we've been talking about throughout the day a chance to win a OnePlus 8T. You've got even more chances if you head over to 1pl.us/PMGC and subscribe, and you can have a chance to win a OnePlus 8T as well. So not only can you win it by watching the streams, you can win it by registering over there. And no, 7 and Max, we can't win these. Calm down, boys. We cannot go register. It's not going to happen.
I was about to say, I know where I'm going after this show. I was getting so excited.
But we also need to mention, Max, you talked about earlier today. Throughout 2020, we had over 100,000 teams participating in our PUBG Mobile year. Well, the PMCO is still open until January 24th, so you guys need to go and register and be a part of this. We could be seeing you. Yeah, you and you. They know who I'm talking about.
I thought you were talking to me.
No, not you two. You definitely can't see Max.
Definitely not me.
Definitely not Max. Maybe Hot Cheeks will see there.
I mean, Klas is a good example. Like, Klas comes from the PMCO. Hell yeah. Go for it, guys. Give it a shot.
I mean, we saw a couple of teams actually come from the PMCO. Execute too. I mean, anything can happen here. Give it a try. You might. If you think you can hang, go for it. If you got a good set of a group of friends that you do really well, try to go for it.
We don't have friends. We're gamers.
We should set up our own team.
We're friends, aren't we?
It's just a work relationship.
Oh, work relationship. Well, you know what? Then to move on from that, obviously we did have a target goal of 1 million viewers concurrent on the streams, and we hit that in the very first game. Now, if you want to have a chance to win one of the 5 OnePlus 8Ts tomorrow, and of course the OnePlus Buds, you need to watch the stream and get the hashtag PMGCX1Plus in the chat before we hit that goal if you want to have a chance to win. But if you don't win tomorrow, don't worry. You still got 2 more days to go and more OnePlus 8Ts to give away every single day from here on out. So you have so many ways to win. You can win age, you can win UC, you can win money, you can win a OnePlus 8T or OnePlus Buds. You could even win a follow from 7. I'm leaving it at you at home to judge which one's the best prize.
As you said, it does go until we hit that marker, and we hit it pretty quick today. So I would definitely say turn on notifications, whether you watch it on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, or Trovo, and try to get here as soon as possible. As soon as we go live, just go for it, and share the stream too.
Yeah, of course, share it to everyone out there. I mean, if you have family members who are interested, you can get them to watch, get them another chance to maybe win yourself a OnePlus 8T. Get all your friends and family out there because, well, some of the numbers we've been seeing have been amazing. We talked about wanting to make this the biggest mobile event in esports, and I think think we're going to be on track to do that as well. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for tuning in today. Remember, this is just the first day here of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship Finals. We still have 3 more days to come. We'll be back tomorrow at the exact same time, so we'll see you then.
Thank you.